Chapter 210. If I don't kill you, will your heaven fiend sect let me off? Li Fuchen laughed as though he was looking at an idiot. A person's strength of character would be completely exposed at the moment of death. An expert must not only be strong, but also have a strong heart. Clearly, Su Heishan was not an expert. He was just a weakling who used his power to bully others. If you kill me, you will completely offend the Heaven Fiend sect. I hope you don't make a mistake. Su Heishan's injuries were very serious. That metal shard was extremely powerful, and if he guessed correctly, that metal shard should be an Earth-grade weapon shard. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary one. In the face of death, the only thing Su Heishan could do was to threaten Li Fuchen. Even if you talk your way out today, you won't be able to escape death. Li Fuchen walked step by step towards Su Heishan. Li Fuchen, if you kill me, no one in this world can save you. My Heaven Fiend sect will exterminate your entire clan. Su Heishan gritted his teeth and retreated step by step. You still dare to threaten me when you're about to die? When Su Heishan wasn't injured, Li Fuchen was slightly weaker than him. But now that Su Heishan was severely injured, Li Fuchen didn't have to fear him. Executing the Starfire sword style, the sky was filled with starfire. Seal! Su Heishan spun the metal rod in his hand, and the meteor hammer that was connected to the chains spun at a high speed. It was like a huge windmill, blocking off the sparks. Puff! Puff! Unfortunately, Su Heishan was heavily injured, and his defense was no longer as tight. 2 streaks of starfire broke through his defensive perimeter. In an instant, a fist-sized charred hole appeared on Su Heishan's abdomen and left shoulder. Li Fuchen, please don't kill me. I know I was wrong. From now on, I will never be your enemy again. I swear. Su Heishan was afraid. He hadn't lived long enough. He still had a bright future ahead of him. Once he died, he would have nothing left. Li Fuchen's eyes were cold and his sword moves were getting more and more ruthless. Pu. Fist-sized charred and bloody holes appeared on Su Heishan's body. Li Fuchen, I curse you to die a horrible death. Finally, at the moment his life force dissipated, Su Heishan despaired and let out a venomous roar. Sheathing the long sword, Li Fuchen slowly let out a breath. The path of the martial Tao was filled with hardships and slaughter. No one could reach the pinnacle of martial arts without a hitch. In the future, there would be no lack of such killings. There will be more and more of them. But Li Fuchen wasn't afraid. With a suction force, Su Heishan's storage bag landed in Li Fuchen's hand. Zhang Xian infused his Jinqi into the storage pouch and opened it. There were a few golden cards, quite a few pills, and a crystalline stone that emanated resplendent starlight. This stone. Li Fuchen searched for useful memories. Soon, a name appeared. The Star Stone was the key to enter the Star Road secret domain. It was said that star stones came from the heavens. When a meteor shower appeared over the realm of 100 battles, 1 or more star stones might fall from the sky. In the 100 battle region, martial artists would pick up star stones by chance. As star stones were only useful for Earth realm martial artists who were below the age of 35, some martial artists who didn't meet the requirements would auction the star stones. They would often be auctioned off for a high price of hundreds of thousands or even millions of gold coins, becoming rich overnight. This Su Heishan actually has a star stone. His luck isn't bad. A pity that he has luck but not fate. It is all for naught. Li Fuchen had never entered the Star Road secret domain before. After this trip to the tomb, he intended to enter the Star Road secret domain to take a look. Keeping the storage bag, Li Fuchen looked at the door of the room. Without a doubt, there was a defense intent set up at the door of this room. Had it not been for attacking this defense intent, Su Heishan wouldn't have been able to sneak attack by Li Fuchen. 1 hour later, Li Fuchen broke the defense intent and entered the room. Just like the room that Li Fuchen entered before, this room also had a long table. In the center of the table was a beast pelt scroll. Opening it up to take a look. Life Spring Technique, 3-star secret technique. Able to stimulate one's life force potential and instantly recover a portion of injuries. Too domineering, use with caution. It is actually a recuperation secret technique. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with delight. On the path of cultivation, injuries were inevitable. Minor injuries could be ignored, but severe injuries would definitely affect the martial artist's state. If one cultivated the Life Spring technique, they would be able to instantly recover a portion of injuries. To a certain extent, the effects weren't inferior to 4-star or 5-star secret techniques. Of course, everything has its pros and cons. Every activation of the Life Spring technique would deplete one's life force. Once the life force was depleted, the lifespan would naturally be depleted as well. It could be said that the Life Spring technique overdraft one's life force to recover from injuries. Even so, this 3-star secret technique was still very precious. If one lost their life, who would care about that little bit of life force? As long as one was still alive, there would be endless possibilities. With this secret technique, it is the same as having half an extra life. Li Fuchen solemnly kept the beast pelt scroll of the Life Spring technique. What Li Fuchen didn't know was that not long after he left, the dead Su Heishan opened his eyes. His eyes were fixed on Li Fuchen and the sclera of his eyes had turned completely black while his pupils had turned white, which was the opposite of a normal person. His flesh squirmed as the charred wounds on Su Heishan's body began to heal. In just a short moment, he was completely recovered. Kiki, it feels great to have a body. But this body is still too weak and needs to be nourished. Su Heishan licked his lips. His tongue was half a foot long. Li Fuchen. When Li Fuchen arrived at a passage, he saw Fan Qianyu. Fan Qianyu saw Li Fuchen too. Still not broken? Li Fuchen asked. Fan Qianyu nodded. This defense intent needs to be worn down by one's own intent. My intent is too weak. Let me help you. Li Fuchen drew his black gold sword and used the Starfire sword intent to attack the defense intent. In just a short moment, the defense intent crumbled. Many thanks. Fan Qianyu's eyes lit up. She could already feel that this tomb wasn't a reincarnation realm martial artist's tomb, but a battle spirit realm martial artist's tomb. The items in the tomb of a battle spirit realm martial artist were definitely good stuff. You go in first. I will wait for you outside. Li Fuchen said. All right. Fan Qianyu walked in. A moment later, Fan Qianyu walked out and waved the beast pelt scroll in her hand. This is a 3-star secret technique called the face nurturing technique. It can maintain one's youthful appearance. It seems the tomb owner knows how to maintain his health. Li Fuchen laughed. The primary pill technique, life spring technique, and face nurturing technique were all related to life force. What secret technique did you obtain? Fan Qianyu asked. Li Fuchen replied, I obtained a mystic class, mid-tier technique, the primary pill technique and a 3-star secret technique, the life spring technique. The latter can instantly recover a portion of injuries, but it requires life force. Once we get out, we will cultivate it together. The life spring technique might be precious, but it wasn't necessary to monopolize it. But he had to make an agreement with Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu to not reveal the contents of the secret technique to a fourth person. Do you think there will be a 4-star or 5-star secret technique in the tomb? Fan Qianyu asked. Chapter 211. The graveyard was huge and it was already a stroke of luck for them to bump into Fan Qianyu. For the next 2 hours, both of them didn't bump into anyone else. Correspondingly, they didn't even see a single room. The deeper they went, the more they lost their sense of direction. He could only follow his feelings. Another 2 hours passed, and the two of them finally met someone. Unfortunately, he was the last person they wanted to see. This place seemed to be one of the central areas of the graveyard. It extended in all directions and occupied a vast area of about 100 meters. In one of the passageways that connected to the central area, Fu Chongshan and Li Wuxue slowly walked in. Li Fuchen, I have to say that your luck is really bad. Encountering me again and again, it seems like even the heavens want to take care of you. Li Wuxue took out a small blood-colored flag from his storage bag. The blood color rippled as he grinned sinisterly. Li Fuchen said, "It is still unknown who will emerge victorious. Perhaps, you will be the ones to die." Shameless boasting. Even if you have plenty of artifacts, you will not be able to escape death today. Fu Chongshan stared at Li Fuchen as though he was looking at a dead man. In his eyes, Li Fuchen was a dead man. If Fan Qiansong was here, there might be some twists and turns. But with Li Fuchen around, there wouldn't be any twists and turns. Fu Chongshan, I shall leave Li Fuchen to you. Leave Fan Qianyu to me. Li Wuxue was rather tactful. He might have plenty of precious artifacts, but his personal ability wasn't high and it was hard for him to utilize the power of his artifacts to the limit. He didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to deal with Li Fuchen, but it should be more than enough to deal with Fan Qianyu. Don't worry, I only need 10 strikes. Fu Chongshan said confidently. In fact, if Li Fuchen didn't have any artifacts, he would only need 3 sabers to eliminate Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen transmitted a message to Fan Qianyu, leave first. He didn't wish for Fan Qianyu to fall into a dangerous situation. Since it was his own problem, he would take care of it himself. After all, Fan Qianyu wasn't Fan Qiansong and her strength was relatively weaker. If anything were to happen to her, he wouldn't be able to answer to Fan Qiansong. Fan Qianyu shook her head, a life and death battle is also a form of training for me. Furthermore, I have some treasures, so I might be able to deal with Li Wuxue. She was at the 4th level of the Earth Realm while Li Wuxue was at the 3rd level of the Earth Realm. If he were to escape before the fight even started, then what was the point of her cultivation? Then be careful. Li Fuchen didn't try to persuade them anymore, because Fu Chongshan and Li Wuxue were preparing to make their move. If he continued to persuade them, it would only cause chaos. Yes. Fan Qianyu nodded and a pair of crescent moon axe appeared in her hands. Kill! Li Wuxue was the first to attack Fan Qianyu. With a wave of the blood-colored flag in his hand, boundless blood qi gushed towards Fan Qianyu like a waterfall. The blood-red flag was obviously a special weapon. It could greatly increase a martial artist's strength, much more than an ordinary weapon. Moreover, the blood-red flag's grade was not low. It was at least a high-rank profound rank. Break! Fan Qianyu brandished the Meridian Mandarin duck axe with both of her hands. The sky was filled with blades of light that danced and slashed at the blood qi. I advise you to surrender. That way, I can still leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, you won't even be able to keep your corpse intact. Without looking at Li Wuxue and Fan Qianyu, Fu Chongshan spoke to Li Fuchen coldly. Li Fuchen said, "Do you think it is possible?" While speaking, Li Fuchen instantly activated the mystical dragon's secret technique. The true inferno qi within his body was transmuted into the magma-like mystical dragon qi. Die! Fu Chongshan slashed with his saber. This slash was incomparably fast and ruthless, as if it was going to cut through the void. Kacha! The pebbles on the ground flew in all directions as Fu Chongshan's saber missed. Fu Chongshan could obviously feel that Li Fuchen's speed was much faster than when he fought with Su Heishan in dense fog city. Light body technique intent and leg arts intent. Fu Chongshan frowned. With 2 intents stacked together, the increase in speed and agility wasn't just 1 or 2 points, it was more than double. Revolving the wind shadow steps and executing the shadowless leg, the current Li Fuchen was no different from a ghost. Be it the ground, the walls, or the ceiling, it was as though he was walking on flat ground. There was no obstruction or delay. With the wind shadow intent and shadowless intent intertwined, Li Fuchen could no longer feel the existence of weight. The reason why he gave up on revolving the true inferno technique was because Fu Chongshan's ability was too strong. If he were to clash head-on, there was no chance of victory. Why not take a risk and revolve the wind shadow steps to increase his speed and agility? He believed that within a short period of time, he wouldn't be hit by a single saber. I am not Su Heishan. If you think you can render me helpless, then you are gravely mistaken. Fu Chongshan's body didn't move. His ears and eyes were using their senses to sense Li Fuchen's movement trajectory. Here. Fu Chongshan cleaved at the void. In the void, a figure appeared, but quickly flew backwards and dodged this saber. Swish, 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 Fu Chongshan consecutively cleaved at the void for a dozen times, each blade landing on Li Fuchen's movement trajectory. Fortunately, Li Fuchen's reaction was fast enough and was able to detect Fu Chongshan's saber trajectory in advance. 10 sabers have passed. Li Fuchen's voice echoed from all directions. Humph. Fu Chongshan snorted and didn't have a pleasant expression. Inescapable net stance. Fu Chongshan executed his kill move. Once the saber move was executed, the void was filled with saber lights. Like a dense net, it sealed off all directions of Li Fuchen. At this moment, Li Fuchen's senses were pushed to the limits. His body either shifted horizontally, twisted, or folded. In an instant, he executed at least 7 or 8 movements. Crackle, crackle. The saber net sliced the ground into pieces of gravel, but Li Fuchen wasn't injured at all. Impossible? Fu Chongshan got a shock. He had never seen anyone who could dodge his inescapable net stance. Even if there was, it shouldn't be Li Fuchen, but an expert like Rain. Li Fuchen's eyes were bright. Fu Chongshan's inescapable net stance might seem flawless, but in fact, there was a difference in the order of the saber lights. They weren't executed at the same time. If they were executed at the same time, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to dodge them. This is the time. Li Fuchen's eyes burst with killing intent. A crossbow appeared in his hand and the devil break arrow was already knocked on the bowstring. Pouring chi into the bow, the devil break arrow was shot out. Not good. Fu Chongshan's hair stood up. Executing a kill move had its pros and cons. He needed time to store his energy and also needed time to recover his chi. Now that he was recovering his chi, his movements were undoubtedly slower than usual. Shatter. Without enough time to use his saber to block, Fu Chongshan's chi protection rapidly thickened and reached a thickness of 1 foot. It was like a chi wall, blocking the devil break arrow. PFFF. The devil break arrow specialized in breaking chi protection. A single arrow pierced through Fu Chongshan's chi protection and penetrated deep into his body, causing fresh blood to splatter. Li Fuchen, I want you dead. Fu Chongshan howled miserably, as countless saber lights shrouded Li Fuchen again. The effect isn't bad. Li Fuchen quickly dodged. The reason why he didn't use the Earth-class weapon shard was because he wasn't confident in it. But the devil break arrow wasn't as important. As long as he could find the flaw of his opponent, a single arrow would be able to penetrate his chi protection. PFFF. All of a sudden, a saber light flew over. It was so fast that it was like a flickering light. Li Fuchen tried his best to dodge, but was still grazed by the saber light, causing blood to flow out from his left chest. When he looked at Fu Chongshan again, Fu Chongshan's chi presence was raised to a new peak. It was obvious that Fu Chongshan had activated his secret technique. Chapter 212. Fu Chongshan was too conceited. He thought he didn't need to activate his secret technique to deal with Li Fuchen and that he could finish Li Fuchen within 10 blades. The truth gave him a harsh slap on the face. After activating the 3-star secret technique, his strength increased dramatically, and so did the speed of the blade. Li Fuchen, who was caught off guard, was instantly hit. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, this blade was enough to split him into 2 halves. He didn't revolve the true Inferno technique, and his body protection chi was extremely weak. Quickly consuming a Mystic class, low-tier recuperation pill, Li Fuchen pushed his speed to the limits and narrowly dodged the second saber from Fu Chongshan's secret technique. Bang! Li Fuchen threw out a large amount of white miasma bombs, causing a thick smoke to pervade the air. Scatter! Fu Chongshan's left hand was like an enraged dragon, coiling the smoke and blasting towards a passage. Huff, 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 a violent gale blew away the thick smoke in just a few breaths. Fu Chongshan's ability was too strong. The devil break arrow might have injured him, but it wasn't considered a serious injury and had a limited effect on his ability. With the secret technique activated, his ability didn't decrease but increased instead, forcing Li Fuchen into a perilous situation. While his wounds were slowly healing, Li Fuchen's heart sank. It was imaginable that the effects of the devil break arrow would be minimal. Now that his opponent was on guard, he wouldn't give him much of a chance. But if he were to use the Earth-class weapon shard, he would only have one chance. If it didn't work, there wouldn't be another chance. On the other side, Fan Qianyu was also at a disadvantage. The blood-colored flag in Li Wushue's hand was too incredible. It seemed like it contained a tremendous amount of energy. With just a little bit of qi, it could burst out with a terrifying power. Without a choice, Fan Qianyu kept the Meridian Mandarin Duck Axe and took out a steel umbrella. The steel umbrella was also a special weapon that could be used for both offense and defense. For a short period of time, it wasn't a problem. TFFF. Another wound appeared on Li Fuchen's body as fresh blood splattered. In the face of an absolute saber speed, no matter how elusive one's body technique was, it was useless. One had to know that Fu Chongshan was not Su Heishan. Su Heishan was only a silver-class direct disciple, while Fu Chongshan was a gold-class direct disciple. Regardless of cultivation technique realm, secret technique realm, or martial arts realm, Fu Chongshan was much higher than Su Heishan. Why can't I kill him? Fu Chongshan was also a little anxious. Even though the devil-piercing arrow didn't injure him severely, his injuries weren't light either. If he were to continue fighting, his injuries would become serious sooner or later. Once he was seriously injured, all his attributes would deteriorate, especially his reaction speed. Li Fuchen had been enduring and refraining from shooting the Earth-class weapon shard. He needed a chance to heavily injure his opponent. As for whether or not he could kill his opponent, he no longer held any hope. After all, an Earth-grade weapon fragment was just a fragment. It wasn't some kind of ultimate treasure. Being able to heavily injure the other party was already a success. Skynet style. Fu Chongshan unleashed another killer move. Storm of the City. The pole rain descended and clashed with Fu Chongshan's killer move. After a series of explosions, the rain of rods that filled the sky dissipated, and the web-like saber light dimmed a lot, full of flaws. It was Fan Qiansong. Fan Qiansong, who was at the 5th level of the Earth realm, was much stronger than Li Fuchen in a direct confrontation. If he mustered his full strength, he would still be able to clash head-on once or twice. With no time to lose, while Fan Qiansong was blocking Fu Chongshan's killer move, Li Fuchen swung his arm and shot out the metal shard. A black light flashed and vanished. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Fu Chongshan. Fu Chongshan let out a loud roar and burst out with qi. TFFF. The metal shard's ability to penetrate qi protection was slightly weaker than the devil break arrow, but it had the advantage in power. It penetrated through the qi and instantly penetrated into Fu Chongshan's body. Fu Chongshan vomited a large amount of fresh blood and was sent flying. The metal shard's qi was able to neutralize most of the force. The remaining force wasn't enough to penetrate his body, but it still sent his body flying. Wind and rain whirlwind kill. Fan Qiansong was extremely ferocious as he shot towards Fu Chongshan. The metal rod in his hand constantly drew circles in the air. As the circles got smaller, the power got stronger. Just like a drill, it ruthlessly drilled at Fu Chongshan. Urgent like starfire. Li Fuchen executed his strongest move too. A spark was shot at Fu Chongshan. Go to hell. Fu Chongshan brandished his saber and neutralized Fan Qiansong and Li Fuchen's killer move. Fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. TFFF. Another devil break arrow pierced into Fu Chongshan's body and the arrow quaked. Damn it, all of you deserve to die. Fu Chongshan's heart was filled with grievance, violence, and anger. All sorts of emotions were driving him insane. Especially Li Fuchen, he wished he could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Taking advantage of his weakness, Fan Qiansong pointed his rod at Fu Chongshan's chest. Kacha! A few of Fu Chongshan's ribs were broken as he was sent flying again. Starfire burst. Among the 3 mystic class, mid-tier sword arts that Li Fuchen grasped, the Starfire sword style had the greatest lethality. The Starfire burst might seem insignificant and had a weak glow. But once it made contact with Fu Chongshan's chi, it immediately exploded with a shocking power, causing Fu Chongshan to vomit blood. You forced me to do this. Blood cleave. Fu Chongshan's body erupted with a blood light which flowed into his long saber. With a swing of his long saber, a blood-colored saber light covered a radius of a few dozen meters with an extreme speed. PFFF, PFFF. Li Fuchen and Fan Qiansong were both sent flying with blood dripping from their bodies. Fan Qiansong was still fine as his injuries weren't considered severe. But Li Fuchen was instantly severely injured. Luckily when Fan Qiansong rushed over, Li Fuchen had already stopped revolving the wind shadow steps and switched to the true Inferno technique. If not, this saber strike would have killed him. But this saber strike from Fu Chongshan was obviously a 3-star secret technique that ignited one's blood to burst forth with extreme combat strength. I cannot give him a chance to catch his breath. Li Fuchen endured the dizziness and coordinated with Fan Qiansong to attack Fu Chongshan again. Die! The final Devil Break arrow was shot by Li Fuchen. This arrow was extremely lethal as it pierced into Fu Chongshan's lungs. The lungs were an extremely important part of the body, as the circulation of qi required the coordination of the lungs. With an arrow pierced into the lungs, the burst strength was reduced by at least half. Die! Fan Qiansong's veins were popping out on his forehead as he repeatedly struck at Fu Chongshan's body. With a series of crackling sounds, at least half of Fu Chongshan's bones were broken. His body went limp and his qi presence weakened. Crack! Fan Qiansong's rod shattered Fu Chongshan's forehead. Not good. On the other side, Li Wuxue saw this scene and felt fear in his heart. Before this, he didn't expect the situation to reach this stage. From his perspective, even if Li Fuchen and Fan Qiansong worked together, they wouldn't be a match for Fu Chongshan. Let's go! Li Wuxue waved the blood-colored flag and sent Fan Qianyu flying. He then scurried towards one of the tunnels. I will give chase. Fan Qiansong still had the majority of his combat strength to chase after Li Wuxue. As for Li Fuchen, he found it hard to even stand up. He consumed another mystic class, low-tier recuperation pill and sat down to recuperate. In just a short moment, Fan Qiansong returned. Brother, did you kill him? Fan Qianyu asked. Fan Qiansong shook his head. This person has plenty of artifacts on him. He escaped. With Fu Chongshan dead, I don't think he will be able to do anything. Fan Qianyu replied. Fan Qiansong said, it is best to kill him. Leaving him alive will always be a calamity. Chapter 213. After spending several hours, Li Fuchen's injuries had only recovered by 30% to 40%. This injury was the heaviest he had ever suffered. If he had been careless, he would have lost his life. What a close shave. Exhaling a breath that reeked of blood, Li Fuchen slowly opened his eyes. Fu Chongshan's ability was too overwhelming. He used all his methods and even with Fan Qiansong's help, he was only able to barely win against Fu Chongshan. It was hard to imagine if it wasn't for Fan Qiansong, to what extent would he be forced into. After all, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. With Fan Qianyu around, he couldn't possibly abandon Fan Qianyu and escape alone. Li Fuchen, you are awake. Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu looked over. Li Fuchen nodded, many thanks to the two of you. Fan Qiansong waved his hand and said, I have yet to see Fu Chongshan's storage bag. Let's see what he has and split it together. Li Fuchen replied, there is no need for that. Fu Chongshan's storage bag belongs to the two of you. Don't reject it if you still treat me as a friend. No matter what was in Fu Chongshan's storage bag, Li Fuchen didn't really care. Alright, then I shall thicken my face and accept it. Fan Qiansong hesitated for a moment and nodded. Relying on mystic class, low-tier pills wouldn't be able to recover within a short period of time. Li Fuchen gritted his teeth and took out a mystic class, mid-tier recuperation pill from his storage bag. A mystic class, mid-tier recuperation pill was worth a few 100,000 contribution points. If converted to gold coins, it would be double the value. Before Li Fuchen came out, he only redeemed 2 mystic class, mid-tier recuperation pills. It was fortunate that after killing the Silver Cloth sect's Lu Guangfeng and the Heaven Fiend sect's Su Heishan, he obtained a total of 3 mystic class, mid-tier recuperation pills. If not, he would be feeling even more heartache. Not only was he feeling heartache over the value of the pill, he was also feeling heartache over what to use next time. In the outside world, it was still difficult to purchase a mystic class, mid-tier recuperation pill. Only some auctions would have such pills. The Mystic Class Mid-Tier Recuperation Pill was indeed worthy of being called a Mystic Class Mid-Tier Recuperation Pill. In just 15 minutes, Li Fuchen's injuries had recovered by 70% to 80%. The surging medicinal effects were like a stormy sea, repeatedly scouring Li Fuchen's wounds and nourishing his blood qi. His body's recovery ability was at least 10 times stronger in a short period of time. Let's go. Li Fuchen stood up. They had wasted too much time here. Good things didn't wait for people. Let's go. Fan Qiansong was in a good mood. The wealth in Fu Chongshan's storage bag was more than he had imagined. After giving a portion to his sister, the remaining portion was enough to save him a lot of time. Half a day later, Li Fuchen and the others finally exited the maze and arrived in front of a lake. There was only a single wooden bridge over the lake, which was about 500 meters long. The lake water on both sides of the single log bridge was dark green, with bubbles rising from time to time. Fan Qianyu threw a piece of metal into the lake. Visible to the naked eye, the moment the metal touched the water, it had already started to corrode. The degree of toxicity had already reached a horrifying degree. Just the rising poisonous gas was enough to deter the 3 of them from touching it. The lake water is highly toxic. We must not touch it, and I reckon we can't cross it either. A distance of 500 meters wasn't considered far. With the trio's ability, they could easily cross it. The crucial point was that the 2 loner wouldn't have thought of this and would not allow them to cross so easily. Let's give it a try. Li Fuchen swung his hand and threw a piece of metal towards the opposite shore. Paw! The metal shattered, as though it was shattered by an invisible force. The degree of dominance was even more than the toxicity of the lake water. Seems like we can only cross the single log bridge. Li Fuchen frowned. Crossing the single log bridge might not be safe, but in order to cross it, it was the only way. Enveloping his entire body with the scarlet fire intent, Li Fuchen took the lead and crossed the single log bridge. He was certain that the toxic gas in the lake and the vibrating force in the air above the lake were all intense. Since it was intense, he had to use it to protect himself. It would at least increase his chances of survival. Stepping onto the single log bridge, Li Fuchen's scarlet fire intent suddenly fluctuated. As expected. Be it the poisonous gas or the vibrating force, they were both intense. Luckily, with the scarlet fire intense protection, Li Fuchen could still withstand it. Stepping off the single log bridge, Li Fuchen said to Fan Qianyu, "You have yet to comprehend a technique intent. Let's do it together." Fan Qiansong had already comprehended a technique intent, but Fan Qianyu hadn't. Li Fuchen felt that his technique intent was much stronger than Fan Qiansong's and could protect Fan Qianyu. Fan Qianyu nodded and followed behind Li Fuchen. Expanding the scarlet fire intent, Li Fuchen placed Fan Qianyu within his protection. When they were halfway across the single log bridge, the scarlet fire intent fluctuated violently. When they were halfway across, the scarlet fire intent almost collapsed. Luckily, the 2 of them arrived at the opposite shore and scathed. "Bro, be careful," Fan Qianyu said to Fan Qiansong. Fan Qiansong nodded. Using the carefree technique intent to protect himself, he stepped onto the single-log bridge. Similar to Li Fuchen, when they were halfway across, Fan Qiansong felt the carefree technique intent fluctuating violently and his blood boiling. Luckily he only had to protect himself. If he was like Li Fuchen and had to protect Fan Qianyu, he probably wouldn't be able to cross the single-log bridge. After a dozen breaths, Fan Qiansong arrived at the opposite shore. This tomb should be the tomb of an expert at the battle spirit realm or above. Only an expert at this level would be able to use the martial Dao intent to such a superb level. It is truly unimaginable. Fan Qiansong laughed bitterly and said. Li Fuchen asked, above the reincarnation realm is the battle spirit realm? Fan Qiansong nodded, that's right. Do you know about the Dolin clan? This clan's battle spirit bone frame is rumored to be related to the battle spirit realm. That's why this clan is so prosperous. With their clan's strength, they are able to stand at the pinnacle of the East Unicorn continent. Battle spirit realm? Dolin clan. Li Fuchen realized that his knowledge was still too shallow. Fan Qianyu said, originally, the East Unicorn continent was also filled with experts. But for unknown reasons, there was a great war that broke out in the East Unicorn continent. Almost all the absolute experts participated in it. Immediately after, all these absolute experts vanished. It was rumored that they were banished. As for the truth, no one knows. We only found out after flipping through some ancient records from the Carefree sect. Fan Qiansong said, these are still too far away from us. Let's not bother about this first. There seems to be a grand hall ahead. There was indeed a grand hall ahead. The door of the grand hall was already opened and there were figures flashing inside, seemingly chasing after something. Let's go in and take a look. Li Fuchen walked towards the grand hall. Within the grand hall, there were spots of light that looked like little fairies, dancing in the sky. Su Liu, Song Qinghe, and Wei Shanhe were all chasing after the spots of light. Could these be inheritances? Fan Qiansong raised his brows. Inheritances were very special. They were like information. Before obtaining it, no one would know what this information was. Inheritances were divided into major inheritances and minor inheritances. Chapter 214. There were dozens of light spots in the Grand Hall. These light spots seemed to have their own spirituality. When Su Liu and the others approached, they would immediately fly far away. Sensing the arrival of Li Fuchen and the others, Su Liu and the others turned a blind eye. Their only thought was to quickly catch up to the light spot and obtain the inheritance. It wasn't hard to imagine how formidable a martial art or secret technique that could form an inheritance would be. It would probably be considered an elite direct inheritance in the sect. With their current ability, they were still unable to obtain a higher-level direct inheritance from the sect. Which was why the inheritance here was an opportunity, a chance to strengthen themselves. I like that sparkling and translucent light spot. Fan Qianyu joined the group of people chasing after the light spot. This white light spot should be good. Fan Qiansong took a glance and locked onto his target. No one knew what was inside the light spot and could only rely on their intuition. Li Fuchen didn't immediately join in. These light spots had different colors and gave off a subtle feeling. He didn't know if others could feel this subtle difference, but he could feel it. There were dozens of light spots, and Li Fuchen went to sense every single light spot and carefully experienced it. After a long time, Li Fuchen's eyes landed on a golden light spot. This golden light spot was extremely arrogant, like a monarch. No other light spots dared to approach it. Executing the wind shadow steps, Li Fuchen suddenly soared into the sky and skimmed towards the golden light spot. The golden light spot flashed and got far away from Li Fuchen. Interesting. Li Fuchen activated the mystical dragon's secret technique and increased his speed. Like a phantom, he chased after the golden light spot. It was obvious that everyone had a different difficulty in chasing after the light spot. Song Qinghe, Wei Shanhe, and Fan Qianyu all had the same difficulty in chasing after the light spot. They were just a step away from catching up. Following behind was Fan Qiansong. Next was Su Muyu. Lastly was Li Fuchen. To a certain extent, the ability to choose the light spot was related to one's innate potential. The higher the innate potential, the stronger the intuition towards the inheritance light spot. Su Muyu was chasing after a green light spot. This light spot was second only to the golden light spot and was rather arrogant. I caught it. Song Qinghe was the first to catch the light spot. As he grabbed it, the light spot fused into his body. In the next moment, his body froze in place, as though he was in a meditative state. Let's see where you can run to. Wei Shanhe also grabbed a spot of light and his body froze in place. Immediately after, Fan Xinyu grabbed onto the sparkling and translucent light that she had her eyes on. In just a short period of time, only Fan Qiansong, Rain, and Li Fuchen had yet to catch the light spot. Looks like it's impossible to catch the golden light with conventional methods. Li Fuchen frowned. So far, the closest he had been to the golden light spot was a few meters away, and judging from the golden light spot's appearance, it was clear that it was doing it with ease. Stopping the pursuit, Li Fuchen landed on the ground. Since I can't catch it, I'll lure it over. With this thought flashing in his mind, Li Fuchen burst out with his qi presence. Li Fuchen naturally didn't intend to use his qi presence to deter the golden light spot. If he really intended to do so, then he was undoubtedly a joke. The golden light spot was so arrogant, how could his qi presence be able to deter it? Even a Heaven Realm martial artist's qi presence wouldn't be able to do so. Li Fuchen wanted to use his spirit will to attract the golden light spots. His spirit will was indestructible. As his sword Dao deepened, it contained the sharpness of the sword. His spirit will also contained a trace of the golden amulet's power. It might be weak, but it was truly there. When Rain saw what Li Fuchen was doing, her eyes flashed with contemplation. But she was prepared to observe for a while longer. Perhaps it was because of Li Fuchen's tough spirit will, or maybe it was because Li Fuchen's spirit will contained the power of the golden amulet, but the golden light spot seemed to waver. It wanted to approach Li Fuchen, but couldn't make up its mind. It hovered in the air above Li Fuchen. It actually worked. Rain couldn't help but admire Li Fuchen. This person didn't just have exceptional innate potential, his way of thinking was also unique. Without feeling embarrassed to imitate Li Fuchen, Rain landed on the ground and burst out with her own qi presence. Since everyone else is doing this, I shall learn from them. Intuition told Fan Qiansong that following Li Fuchen and Rain wasn't wrong. Next, the three of them burst out with their qi presence and used their spirit will to attract the light spots that they fancied. After 15 minutes, an interesting scene occurred. 3 light spots revolved around the 3 of them like mischievous children. They were teasing and testing the 3 of them, but they weren't willing to submit so easily. Explode! Rain yelled out delicately, her qi presence flourished even more. The life and death qi presence rippled out. Swish! The green light spot was like a swallow returning to its nest as it burrowed into Rain's body. In the next moment, Rain closed her eyes. After a short moment, Fan Qiansong followed closely behind and got his wish of attracting the light spot into his body. Finally, Li Fuchen was the only one left tangling with the golden light spot. What are you hesitating for? Li Fuchen looked at the golden light spot. The golden light spot gradually approached. Within my body, there is an existence that far surpasses you. If you don't become my arm, then when are you going to? Li Fuchen burst out with a shout. Within his spirit will, the sharpness of his sword intensified and the golden amulet's power was also fluctuating. This time, the golden light spot didn't hesitate anymore and burrowed into Li Fuchen's body. Boom! Boundless radiance burst out from Li Fuchen's mind. A huge amount of information was like a tidal wave, squeezing into Li Fuchen's mind. The information was very messy, giving Li Fuchen a splitting headache. But soon enough, the information automatically reorganized itself and gathered into paragraphs of words. Incomplete chapter of Sword Essence, 6-star secret technique. Using the bone marrow as a tool to condense the tool pattern. Once the tool pattern is formed, the sword essence is formed. Don't use the saber or sword, but the body is the sword. Black iron sword essence, condense the black iron sword pattern. Bronze sword essence, condense the bronze sword pattern. As the information was gradually completed, Li Fuchen was shocked. It was actually a 6-star secret technique. In the East Unicorn continent, 6-star secret techniques were nearly lost. The Azure Water sect relied on the 5-star secret technique, sect origin swords to guard their sect. What kind of concept was a 6-star secret technique? What's more, this incomplete chapter was already a 6-star secret technique. If it was a complete one, what grade of secret technique would it be? 7-star, 8-star, or even the legendary 9-star secret technique? Using the bone marrow as a tool to condense the tool pattern. Could it be refining the entire skeleton into a weapon? The content of the information shocked Li Fuchen as well. Apart from the quality of the materials used to forge a weapon, the most important factor was the quality of the tool pattern. Take for example Li Fuchen's black gold sword. The material used was only a few kilograms, but with the tool pattern, it weighed up to 50 kilograms. This was the same as changing the nature of the black gold iron. It wasn't hard to imagine what would happen once Li Fuchen refined his bone marrow into the black iron sword essence or even the bronze sword essence. When that happened, his bone hardness would probably reach an extremely horrifying level. Even demonic beasts and demons wouldn't be able to compare. But hardness was just the most basic. The sword essence wasn't just for hardness, its main purpose was to attack. I didn't get the sect origin swords, but who would have thought that I would obtain an even more incredible 6-star secret technique, the incomplete chapter of sword essence. Li Fuchen made up his mind to never divulge this secret technique. Even if it was the sect, he wouldn't divulge any information about the incomplete chapter of sword essence. Chapter 2:15. After an unknown period of time, the information on the incomplete sword essence was finally completed. Li Fuchen realized that the incomplete sword essence only had the complete black iron sword essence and bronze sword essence. There was only a small portion of the silver sword essence. According to the records, the value of the black iron sword essence wasn't inferior to any 4-star secret technique. The bronze sword essence was a 6-star secret technique. What's more, the sword essence secret technique's greatest use wasn't considered an attack, but a support attack. Just like an artifact sword, it couldn't kill by itself, but in the hands of a swordsman, it could kill. The logic of the sword essence was similar. Once Li Fuchen cultivated the sword essence, he would be able to use his bone marrow as a sword and release sword chi at will. There wasn't even a need to use an artifact sword to activate it. If it was complemented with an artifact sword, the sword chi's power could be further increased, making it extremely terrifying. Of course, the difficulty of practicing the sword essence secret technique was extremely high. Even if it was the bronze sword essence, the difficulty of practicing it had to reach the level of a 5-star secret technique. It was impossible to practice it in a short period of time. One could only practice it slowly over time. Opening his eyes, Li Fuchen realized that he was the first to wake up. Just as Li Fuchen opened his eyes, Sumliu woke up too. She didn't look at Li Fuchen and thought in her heart, 6-star secret technique is enough for me to break the rules of the East Unicorn continent. But I must never reveal to anyone that I have a 6-star secret technique. Even the Eternal Spring Valley didn't have a 6-star secret technique. Once it was leaked, it would cause the various sects in the East Unicorn continent to go crazy. I wonder what secret technique this person obtained. Sumliu looked at Li Fuchen. In her opinion, Li Fuchen's secret technique should also be a 6-star secret technique. It might even be better than hers, which could be seen from the previous signs. As for the others, they were probably 4 or 5-star secret techniques. After obtaining the incomplete sword essence secret technique, Li Fuchen intended to chase after the other light spots. But he soon realized that these light spots were dispersing and fusing into the walls of the Grand Hall. It seems like one person can only obtain one secret technique inheritance. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Kiki, we are all here. Eating all of you should make our bodies stronger. Just as everyone woke up, familiar figures walked in from the Grand Hall's entrance. They were Fu Chongshan, Su Heishan, the two direct disciples of the Earth Fire clan, and Li Wuxue. The pupils of these 5 people were different from ordinary people. The sclera of their eyes was black, while the pupils were white. It was very strange. What's going on? Aren't they dead? Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu were shocked. Something isn't right. Li Fuchen frowned. Junior brother Gao, junior brother Lu, what's wrong? Song Qinghe looked at the 2 successor disciples of the Earth Fire sect and asked immediately. Previously, the 2 of them had also wanted to come over. However, they were unable to cross the single log bridge. Who is your junior brother Gao? The young man called junior brother Gao licked his lips. His forked tongue looked extremely strange and disgusting. Rain said solemnly, their bodies have been taken over by evil beings. She had seen many things, so her horizons were broader than everyone else's. Evil creature. Li Fuchen was in deep thought. It seemed like after Li Wuxue escaped, he didn't end up well. It saved him the trouble of killing Li Wuxue. But Li Fuchen wasn't very happy. Even though Li Wuxue didn't exist anymore, but compared to Li Wuxue, these evil beings were much harder to deal with. How could an existence that could take over a person's body or corpse be simple? Get out of my junior brother Gao's body. Song Qinghe roared and sent a fist at his opponent. Kiki, you overestimate yourself. The shadow behind junior brother Gao wiggled. With a snap, the air was torn apart. A long black shadow ruthlessly whipped at Song Qinghe, sending him flying. PFFF. Vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Song Qinghe was overwhelmed with shock. His ability might not be considered elite, but it wasn't weak either. But he was actually sent flying in a single strike. What level was his opponent's ability at? Tail. Li Fuchen's eyes shrank. He could clearly see that junior brother Gao had a tail growing out from his back. It was a giant snake tail that was covered in scales. It was just like the tail of a python, powerful and powerful. Snap, snap, snap. Junior brother Gao swung his tail, causing the air to be torn apart. I know, it's a demon spirit. Fan Qiansong yelled out. Hearing this, Li Fuchen and the others looked at Fan Qiansong. Fan Qiansong explained, Class 6 demonic beasts produce a demon spirit. As long as the demon spirit isn't extinguished, even if the physical body is destroyed, it can still be reincarnated. Or it can take over the body of a recently deceased person. But the martial artist whose body is taken over will be corroded by the demon qi, turning into an existence that is neither human nor ghost. I see. Su Liu nodded. She too felt that these people had their bodies taken over by demon spirits. The one that attacked Song Qinghe earlier was obviously a snake-type demonic beast's demon spirit. You are rather knowledgeable to actually know about demon spirits. I thought that in the current East Unicorn continent, only reincarnation realm martial artists would know about such things. Su Heishan opened his mouth, revealing a mouth filled with sharp teeth. His tongue was half a foot long and was extremely thick. There were even sarcomas on it. If it is a demon spirit, then it will be troublesome. Wei Shanhe's expression was extremely unpleasant. The demon spirit was a Class 6 demonic beast when it was alive. Even if it was just a demon spirit, it was still extremely formidable. At least it had incredible combat skills. If they were to recover to their peak condition, they wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move from the demon spirit. Demon spirits might be formidable when they were alive, but after they reincarnated, their ability is closely related to the ability of the body they took over. Su Liu explained. That's right. That's why we are going to eat you all to strengthen our ability. Swish! Su Heishan's clothes were ripped apart as his body instantly expanded. In just a breath's time, a lizard man appeared in everyone's vision. Why is there a demon spirit in this tomb? Didn't Class 6 demonic beasts go extinct in the East Unicorn continent? Fan Qianyu was extremely anxious. Be obedient and become food. Su Heishan roared and rushed at them. Go back. A scythe appeared in Su Muyu's hand. As she brandished the scythe, a jade-green light burst out. Rumble. A chi flow exploded as Su Muyu and Su Heishan flew backwards. Interesting. Rather strong. Su Heishan licked his lips. Buzz buzz buzz, an intense vibrating sound could be heard. A pair of transparent wings appeared on the back of Li Wuxue. As the wings flapped, his body soared into the sky. His mouth rapidly lengthened and sharpened, turning into a needle in the blink of the eye. This was a mosquito-type demonic beast. Enter the side hall. Li Fuchen didn't have any intention to clash with these demon spirits. He called out to Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu, before sprinting towards the side hall. The rest of the group woke up from their stupor and ran towards the side hall. Where do you think you're going? Of the 5 great demon spirits, Li Wuxue's speed was the fastest. In an instant, he had caught up to Song Qinghe, who was the slowest. The needle pierced through Song Qinghe's protective Zhenqi, as well as Song Qinghe's body. With a single breath, Song Qinghe's body quickly shriveled up, while Li Wuxue's body swelled up, filled with a blood-red light. Chapter 216. The strength of a demon spirit was too strong, and it could unleash 30% of its strength. As a gold-class direct disciple of the earthly fire clan, Song Qinghe's strength wasn't much weaker than Fu Chongshan's. However, under Li Wuxue's suction, he was instantly sucked dry, dying a horrible death. After sucking Song Qinghe's blood dry, Li Wuxue didn't chase after Li Fuchen and the others. His body floated in the air while his body was flashing with a blood-colored radiance, as though he was digesting the power within the blood. After entering the side hall, Li Fuchen scanned with his awareness and immediately found an exit. He skimmed through the exit. This is our territory. Where can you run to? Fu Chongshan had transformed into a tiger man, and his eyes were filled with ferocity. After exiting the side hall, the space instantly widened. However, the space for the demon spirits behind him also increased. Seeing that a demon spirit was about to catch up to Fan Qianyu, Li Fuchen quickly took out his crossbow and shot a devil break arrow. The devil-piercing arrow was extremely fast and instantly pierced into the demon spirit's body. Roar! This demon spirit was Song Qinghe's junior brother Lu. The half-human, half-beast him pulled out the devil-piercing arrow and broke it into 2. What a pity! Li Fuchen felt that it was a pity. The devil break arrow could be retrieved. Although it would consume a portion of the devil break crystal's energy, it could still be used a few times. He reckoned that it would all be used in the tomb this time. Of course, no matter how pitiful it was, Li Fuchen had no other choice. It was already extremely fortunate for him to be able to escape this time. He really didn't know how he was going to avoid the pursuit of the 4 demon spirits. Am I going to die here? Li Fuchen was extremely unwilling. At this moment, he felt how weak he was. If he was a little stronger, he would be able to fight against these demon spirits. Among the group, Rain was the only one who could fight against the demon spirits. If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many demon spirits, Rain wouldn't even need to run. If there was an expert on the same level as Heartless Sword Xuefeng, he might be able to fight 2 demon spirits alone. If there was a sword maniac among them, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with 4 or 5 of them. Power. Everything is about power. Without power, it would be hard to advance. My cultivation base is still too low. The cultivation of the 2nd level of the Earth realm couldn't be any lower. Li Fuchen had heaven-defying perception, but there was too little time for his perception to be utilized. Before his soul spirit turned light blue class, his perception was already not inferior to regular 6-star bone frames. Right now, his perception was undoubtedly beyond the 6-star class. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to break the iron laws of the East Unicorn continent. Is it good or bad to come out to train so early? Li Fuchen started to doubt his own choice. Laughing bitterly, Li Fuchen shook his head. He actually started to doubt himself. It seemed that his state of mind wasn't strong enough. He could face it calmly in the past because he didn't have much experience. Training could bring him enough experience, but it also brought him enough danger. That's right, the poison pill. Li Fuchen recalled that the silver cloth sect's Lu Guangfeng still had a few poison elixirs in his storage bag. The poison pill was a special type of pill. It could not be used to assist in cultivation, but it could be used to deal with enemies. Previously, Li Fuchen didn't dare to use it on Fu Chongshan because he was afraid he would be poisoned too. Unless it was a matter of life and death, he did not intend to use poison pills. He couldn't care less now. Taking out a poison pill, Li Fuchen poured his qi into it and threw it at the pursuing Fu Chongshan. Bang! The poison pill exploded and a huge amount of poison gas diffused out. Just by inhaling a trace of poison gas, Li Fuchen felt dizzy. Consuming a detoxification pill, Li Fuchen said to the others, "Hurry up and consume the detoxification pill." Hearing this, the rest of them took out the detoxification pills from their storage bags and consumed them. The poison gas diffused at an extreme speed and all 4 demon spirits were infected by the poison gas. Especially Fu Chongshan, who was caught off guard and swallowed quite a bit of the poison gas, instantly having a reaction. Unknowingly, the speed of the 4 demon spirits decreased by a lot. It is indeed effective. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. Be it martial artists or demonic beasts, they were all afraid of poison. Only demonic beasts that were naturally venomous wouldn't be afraid of poison. After thinking for a moment, Li Fuchen threw 2 more poison pills behind him. Red and blue poison gas diffused, causing the 4 demon spirits to be covered in dirt. All of them had their speed greatly reduced as they dodged the poison gas. Making use of this opportunity, the 5 of them entered a stone hall with extreme speed. Rumble. After the 5 of them entered the stone hall, they quickly pressed on the mechanism and a stone door sunk in. Huff, huff, huff. The 5 of them were gasping for air. Li Fuchen, it is all thanks to your poison pills. Fan Xiansong had a lingering fear in his heart. Li Fuchen replied, I just thought of it too. Bang! Outside the stone door, an intense collision could be heard. The ones who crashed into the stone door were Gao Shidi and Su Heishan from Song Qinghe. One of them was a snake-type demon spirit and the other was a venomous lizard. Both of them had a certain level of immunity towards poison. If they didn't possess a human's body, they wouldn't need to fear the poison gas. After all, their current bodies were still a little afraid of the poison gas. What do we do now? Fan Qianyu asked. Li Fuchen replied, there is no other way. We can only wait and see. Going out was definitely not an option, it would be courting death. If they didn't go out, they would have to wait here. Su Muyu sat down cross-legged at the side. She intended to comprehend the secret technique she obtained. If she could make some progress, she might be able to escape. Fan Xiansong said, everyone has a storage bag with plenty of rations. Why don't we go into seclusion here? In the inheritance hall, he obtained a 5-star secret technique and was looking for an opportunity to comprehend it. This is the only way. Wei Shanhe and Fan Qianyu nodded. As for Li Fuchen, he didn't intend to comprehend the incomplete sword essence secret technique. He wanted to see if he could break through to the 3rd level of the Earth realm. After obtaining Lu Guangfeng's and Su Heishan's storage bags, there were plenty of good items. Some of them were extremely useful for cultivation. Just like that, everyone each occupied an area and began to cultivate or comprehend. At the southeast corner of the hall, Li Fuchen took out 2 storage bags. They were Lu Guangfeng's and Su Heishan's storage bags. This is the Golden Wind Jade Dew Flower. It can increase one's mental state by quite a bit. This is the Spirit Wind Herb. It can increase one's cultivation speed. This is the Mystic Class, Mid-Tier Pill, 100 Flower Pill. It can nourish the Dantian. Li Fuchen took out all the items that were beneficial for cultivation and organized them one by one. Finally, Li Fuchen took out an earth-shattering fruit from his own storage bag. This was the earth-shattering fruit that he specially left for himself. The first earth-shattering fruit had a 100% chance of helping one break through. The second earth-shattering fruit only had a 10% to 20% chance. Even though it wasn't high, but when complemented with the other items, Li Fuchen felt that there was a high chance. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen consumed the spirit wind herb and began to revolve the true inferno technique. As the effects of the spirit wind herb dispersed, Li Fuchen felt his body producing a trace of hunger. His cultivation speed was much faster than usual. After the spirit wind herb was completely refined, Li Fuchen began to consume the golden wind jade dew flower and 100-flower pill. Finally, Li Fuchen consumed the earth-shattering fruit. As the earth-shattering fruit entered his stomach, a majestic energy burst out. Chapter 217. In the Earth realm, each level was harder to advance. Even direct disciples would need at least a year to advance a level. Those who could advance a level within a year were either elite 5-star bone frames or 6-star bone frames. Of course, there were always exceptions. There were some fated encounters that could allow a person to increase their cultivation level rapidly. Like rare herbs like the earth-shattering fruit, or genius hidden domains like the Star Road hidden domain that could allow a person to increase their cultivation level rapidly. Within a short period of time, Li Fuchen's body was filled with all sorts of medicinal effects. Each of these medicinal effects had their own functions and coordinated with Li Fuchen's breakthrough. It felt like a few big fishes were pulling Li Fuchen's small boat against the current, going against the current to forcefully break through. Peak of the second level of the Earth realm, the limit of the second level of the Earth realm. When he reached the limit of the second level of the Earth realm, Li Fuchen felt a bottleneck. This bottleneck was like a lock that blocked Li Fuchen's path of ascension. If he wanted to open this lock, he would either have the key, or he would sever it. Li Fuchen chose the second option. The first option was to go with the flow and break through. But it was obvious that he wasn't going with the flow. His chi and mental state turned into sharp swords, slashing at the lock again and again. Cracks gradually appeared on the lock. After an unknown period of time, all sorts of assistance was used up, but the lock still hadn't been severed. Li Fuchen only had one thought at this moment, which was to sever the lock. Everything else was neglected by him. Clang! 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 With the fusion of chi and mental state, the sword was getting sharper. Crackle! With a flash of lightning, the lock was severed. At that moment, the chi within Li Fuchen's body was surging and howling. Li Fuchen didn't dare to be negligent and consumed a yellow class, peak tier pill to replenish the chi required for the third level of the Earth realm. After all, this wasn't the 100 herbs hidden domain. The heaven and earth energy wasn't as concentrated and he had to rely on pills to quickly increase his chi. When Li Fuchen broke through, the rest of the people felt the blazing chi wave. He broke through. Su Muyu opened her eyes and looked over. Among everyone, Li Fuchen was undoubtedly the only person she acknowledged. There weren't many people that she acknowledged. There weren't many in the entire East Unicorn continent. That's fine. With his current strength, he should be able to hold off a demon spirit. As someone that she acknowledged, Rain naturally didn't treat Li Fuchen as an ordinary person. For people at their level, every time they broke through a realm, the increase in strength would be even greater. When a regular Earth realm martial artist broke through to the next level, their strength would only increase by 1%. When a sect silver class direct disciple broke through to the next stage, their strength would increase by 2 times. A gold class direct disciple's strength would increase by 3 times. On the other hand, they could increase it by at least 4. This was the difference. Closing her eyes, Rain continued to comprehend the 6-star secret technique that she had obtained. Great, Li Fuchen broke through. Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu were overjoyed. In their eyes, Li Fuchen was undoubtedly a monster. A monster's advancement by 1 level wasn't like an ordinary person's advancement by 1 level. They were very curious about Li Fuchen's current strength. Who? Spitting out a mouthful of hot turbid air, Li Fuchen slowly opened his eyes. Third level of the Earth realm. Feeling the surging energy within his body, Li Fuchen's heart was at peace. After breaking through to the third level of the Earth realm, his ability had a huge increase. He was confident that even if he were to meet Fu Chongshan again, he would be able to go head-on. The increase in cultivation didn't just mean an increase in strength, it also meant an increase in speed and reaction speed. But it shouldn't be enough to deal with a demon spirit. I can at most hold it back. The ability of a demon spirit was extremely formidable and wasn't inferior to Rain. But even though there was only a difference of one level between him and Rain. But the true difference wasn't just a single level. Rain was also 19 years old, but when she progressed to the Earth realm, she wouldn't be older than Yan Qinggu. Which meant to say that she progressed to the Earth realm at the age of 16 or 17, while Li Fuchen only progressed at the age of 19. There was a difference of 2 to 3 years. 2 to 3 years was enough for a lot of things to happen. As a 6-star bone frame, 2 to 3 years was enough for Rain to progress further on the path of martial Dao. Li Fuchen could feel that Rain's Mystic Class mid-tier intent was much more profound than his Mystic Class mid-tier sword intent. Even if Li Fuchen progressed to the 4th level of the Earth realm, he still wouldn't be a match for Rain. His accumulation wasn't comparable to her. No matter how strong one's perception was, it would still require time to accumulate and break through. Bang, bang, bang. The stone door was constantly shaking and dust was spreading. There wasn't much time left for everyone. This stone door was after all just a stone door. No matter how sturdy it would still crumble one day. After stabilizing his cultivation, Li Fuchen began to comprehend the 3-star secret technique, Life Spring Technique. The difficulty of comprehending the 6-star secret technique, Sword Essence Remnant section, was extremely high. He didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to make any progress within a short period of time. Rather than betting everything on the Sword Essence Remnant section, why not try the Life Spring Technique first? The Life Spring Technique could stimulate one's life force potential and instantly recover from injuries. It was extremely useful in a life or death battle. It could at least ensure that he was in a good condition and wouldn't have his ability drop due to injuries. The Life Spring Technique required the opening of the Life Spring. And the only place to open the Life Spring was the Gate of Life Acupoint. The Gate of Life Acupoint was one of the fundamental acupoints of the human body. It contained innate qi, and according to ancient records, innate qi represented the innate lifespan and innate life force. Postnatal nourishment could increase one's lifespan and life force, but it was hard to increase one's innate lifespan and innate life force. Only rare herbs could increase one's innate qi. Once the innate qi was used up, it would be useless no matter how postnatal nourishment was used. The Life Spring Technique was to open up the Life Spring at the Gate of Life Acupoint and stimulate the innate qi to instantly recover from injuries. Which meant to say, every time Li Fuchen activated the Life Spring Technique, he would need to consume a portion of his innate qi. Once the innate qi was depleted, Li Fuchen would die. So this is a dangerous secret technique? Li Fuchen raised his brows. Innate qi was too hard to come by. Martial artists had to cultivate to the reincarnation realm in order to increase their innate qi. Before that, the innate qi was fixed. As for those treasures that could increase innate qi, they were too hard to come by and could only be found by chance. When opening up the Life Spring, one had to be careful. If one was careless, the innate qi would leak out and his life would be in danger. After spending a total of 3 days, Li Fuchen finally opened up the Life Spring. It might be dangerous, but it is rather quick to cultivate. It isn't as time-consuming as the primary clear hand. Opening up the Life Spring meant that the Life Spring Technique was at the sub-completion stage. The next step was to recover from injuries in an instant. If it was at the completion stage, it was possible to recover from all injuries in an instant. But the prerequisite was that there was enough innate qi. Boom, boom, boom. The stone door was sturdier than expected. It had been a few days and there were no cracks. The Heaven and Earth Evergreen Technique has 7 ranks. Even though I have only comprehended the first rank, it is enough to increase my ability a little. In just a few days, With her 6-star bone frame's incredible perception, Rain finally comprehended some superficial knowledge of the 6-star secret technique, the Heaven and Earth Evergreen technique. Boom, crack. The stone door trembled like never before and a crack extended. Chapter 218. After absorbing Song Qinghe's essence blood, Li Wuxue had a drastic increase in strength. With a single attack, the stone door that was fine for a few days suddenly had a crack. Bang! Li Wuxue blasted another attack on the stone door. There were now 3 cracks on the stone door. Not good, the stone door is about to crack. Fan Qianyu was alarmed. Once the stone door was broken, none of them would be able to escape and would have to fight with the demon spirits. But could they fight against the demon spirits? Standing up, Li Fuchen said to Su Muyu and the others, "I have a way to eliminate half of the demon spirits at once. If we are lucky, we might be able to eliminate all of them." "What is it?" Hearing this, Rain's face was filled with shock. The demon spirits were extremely strong and she wasn't confident she could kill them in a one-on-one fight. But Li Fuchen had a way to eliminate all of them. Li Fuchen raised his head and pointed at the giant lamp. The flame on it is the blood flame of the class 6 demonic beast, blue flame desolated blood beast. It shouldn't be a problem to burn a few demon spirits to death. These demon spirits might not be inferior to the blue flame desolated blood beast at their peak, but they were still demon spirits now and their strength wasn't even 100% at their peak. This is the blood flame of the blue flame desolated blood beast. Su Muyu's heart skipped a beat. With a suction force from her palm, one of the flames was absorbed. Just like Li Fuchen, Su Muyu's chi layer was instantly burned through without any delay. Such a tyrannical flame. Everyone took in a deep cold breath. Let alone an Earth Realm martial artist, even a regular Heaven Realm martial artist would be burned to death by this flame. The flame was then drawn back by the lamp. Li Fuchen said, "When they enter, we will do our best to absorb the flame. As for the result, it will be up to the heavens. I feel that this method is feasible and it is the only way." Su Muyu nodded. Crackle. The stone door was finally shattered and Li Wuxue and the other 4 demon spirits appeared in everyone's vision. "Let's see where you are going to escape this time." Fu Chongshan raised his tiger claw and laughed sinisterly. Behind the lamp, Li Fuchen and the others looked at each other and nodded silently. "Go!" The 5 demon spirits shot at Li Fuchen and the others. "Make your move." Seeing the 5 demon spirits passing under the lamp, Li Fuchen yelled out and extended his hand to pull at the lamp. The other 4 also extended their palms towards the lamp. There were dozens of flames on the lamp. These flames could not be controlled, but under the effect of the suction force, the flames fell off one by one, like a rain of fire, falling from the sky towards Li Wuxue's group of 5. Not good. Fu Chongshan was horrified. He quickly halted his advance and retreated backward. Ah, no! The demon spirit that occupied Junior Brother Lu's body was hit by a blue flame. His body instantly ignited with blue flames, and in a few breaths' time, he turned into a pile of ashes. Following that, Su Heishan was also hit by a blue flame, followed by Junior Brother Gao. In the blink of an eye, the 3 demon spirits turned into ashes. To be exact, their bodies had turned into ashes. As for whether the demon spirits themselves were injured or dead, it was unknown. Only Li Wuxue's speed was the fastest, as he instantly escaped from the envelopment of the rain of fire. Fu Chongshan was slightly slower and one of his arms was hit by the flames. At the crucial moment, he severed his own arm. Rain and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the results. If there were only 2 demon spirits, he could still put up a fight. He actually used the blue flames of desolate blood to deal with us. Fu Chongshan's expression was extremely unpleasant. After so many years, they had already forgotten that the flames in the hall were the blue flames of desolate blood. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given Li Fuchen and the others a chance. "I will deal with Li Wuxue, you guys deal with the other one." Rain wielded her jade green scythe and activated her secret technique. With a flash, she skimmed towards Li Wuxue. Among everyone present, she was the only one who could barely contest against Li Wuxue. The rest of them couldn't. You actually want to deal with me alone? Li Wuxue reached out his keratinized palm and used it to block Rain's scythe slash. So hard. Rain's eyes shrank. Under the attack of her scythe, even an elite class 3 high-tier demonic beast wouldn't be able to withstand it with its body. But Li Wuxue withstood it with ease. Swish! With his right hand blocking Rain's scythe slash, Li Wuxue's left hand elongated like a black spear and pierced towards Rain's chest. Rain was indeed a 6-star bone frame, as she had also grasped the light body technique intent. Turning into an afterimage, she retreated. But when she looked down, the clothes on her chest had a tear. Half of her breasts were revealed and a drop of fresh blood dripped down. After devouring Song Qinghe's blood essence, his ability is much stronger than the other demon spirits. Rain thought to herself. With Rain dealing with Li Wuxue, Li Fuchen and the others had a much easier time. No matter how strong Fu Chongshan was, he was only comparable to Su Muyu. But the current Li Fuchen's ability wasn't much inferior to the previous Fu Chongshan. With the addition of Fan Qiansong and Wei Shanhe who were on par with him, the three of them worked together to fight against Fu Chongshan brilliantly and even subtly suppressed him. As for Fan Qianyu, she assisted the three of them in their attacks. With a steel umbrella in her hands, she could attack and defend at the same time and wasn't in much danger. TFFF. But right at this moment, an unexpected scene happened. The tip of the umbrella pierced into Fan Qiansong's back and came out from his chest, causing fresh blood to spurt out. Turning his head, Fan Qiansong stared at Fan Qianyu and couldn't understand. Sister, you. Fan Qianyu laughed. Sister, who is your sister? Li Fuchen felt a chill in his heart as he shouted, she has been possessed by a demon spirit. The scene he was most worried about had happened. The blue flame of desolate blood could incinerate the body of a demon spirit, but it couldn't injure or exterminate the demon spirit. You shall die too. Wei Shanhe gave up on attacking Fu Chongshan and swung his right hand. A dark green whip lashed at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen retreated and dodged the whip. Wei Shanhe has been possessed too. Li Fuchen's heart sank. Even though he didn't know the exact process of possession, it was probably related to one's spirit will. Those with a weak spirit will would be easily possessed. Which was why Fan Qianyu and Wei Shanhe were possessed, but Li Fuchen and Fan Qiansong weren't. Originally there were only 2 demon spirits left, but now there were 4 of them. With the addition of another demon spirit that was lurking in the dark, the situation was extremely dire. What should I do? Li Fuchen pushed his maneuvers to the limits and dodged every attack from the demon spirit. Now that his cultivation was at the 3rd level of the Earth realm, his light body technique was even more incredible. Wait for an opportunity to leave. The moment when Li Fuchen crossed paths with Su Muyu, her voice was transmitted into Li Fuchen's ears. Their light body techniques were incredible and were barely able to contend against each other. Clenching his fist, Li Fuchen wasn't willing to give up. He didn't want to leave Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu behind. But now, he couldn't even protect himself. Go! Su Muyu couldn't be bothered with the others. With a flash, she skimmed towards the entrance of the hall. Huff! But right at this moment, an extremely intense cold wind blew in from the entrance. There was a faint silhouette of a tall human figure that could be seen. Su Muyu's face turned pale as she flew backwards again. Master! Chapter 219. Master? Li Fuchen and Rain looked at each other. An existence that could make a demon spirit call master was naturally an existence that was higher than them. If the demon spirit was a class 6 demonic beast when it was alive, wouldn't the master of a class 6 demonic beast be a class 7 demonic beast or an expert that surpassed the battle spirit realm? Before they came, they did not doubt him, thinking that the cemetery on the map was the cemetery of the shedding body realm martial artist. If they had known that this tomb was so terrifying, they would have thought twice and would not have barged in so recklessly. The chilly wind whistled, freezing one's heart and soul. Right now, Li Fuchen and Rain found it hard to move as their muscles were stiff. I can't resist it. Is this person a demon spirit or the true spirit of an expert? Li Fuchen was still conscious. From what he knew, Class 6 demonic beasts were able to produce demon spirits while battle spirit realm experts were able to produce true spirits. If a soul loses its body, it will dissipate. However, if a demon spirit or true spirit was born, the soul could last for a very long time. Under special circumstances, it was even possible for the soul to last for thousands of years. Perhaps there was something in this graveyard that could nourish demon spirits and true spirits, allowing demon spirits and true spirits from countless years ago to be preserved. How many years has it been? I can't even remember. This tomb has finally been found. In the cold wind, the human-shaped shadow sighed. That hoarse and cold voice made people shudder. Master, with these bodies, we can walk out of the tomb and create glory again. Fu Chongshan knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Li Wuxue said, back then, all the super experts were either banished or killed. Now that we're out, it won't take long for us to become invincible. No one, no power will be able to stop us. With endless resources, it's only a matter of time before we return to the peak. The human-shaped shadow said coldly, if I hadn't been ganged up on, how could I have been destroyed to the point where only my true spirit was left? Fortunately, I was prepared and built a tomb here. Otherwise, after so many years, I would have long disappeared. The two of you, get out of your bodies, the humanoid illusory figure continued. He was obviously speaking to Wei Shanhe and Fan Chenyu. As for Li Wuxue and Fu Chongshan, their bodies had long been corroded by the demonic aura, and there was no way to reverse it. Yes! The two demon spirits retreated from Wei Shanhe and Fan Chenyu's bodies. Bang! Wei Shanhe and Fan Chenyu were lying on the ground, unconscious. The boundless chilly wind converged as the human-shaped illusory figure turned into a spot of light and shot into Fan Chenyu's glabella. For Starbone frame. Too weak. His soul spirit isn't that strong either. He isn't even worth anything. Fan Chenyu said indifferently. He's choosing a body. Li Fuchen and Su Muyu were appalled. The two of them wanted to move, but they couldn't move at all. An incomparably cold power had wrapped around them. The speck of light seeped out and plunged into Wei Shanhe's glabella. This body is even worse. It is basically impossible to return to the pinnacle with the help of his body. At most, he can only reach the battle spirit realm. Wei Shanhe frowned. He looked at Fan Shensong, and a light dot shot out. This body is still alright. It has a 5-star bone frame and a rather strong soul spirit. It might be a huge gap from my previous self, but with the memories of my previous self, it shouldn't be difficult to return to the pinnacle. But the other two bodies seem to be better. Good things should always be left for last. Fan Shensong looked at Su Muyu and Li Fuchen with a strange gaze. Class 6 demonic beasts' demon spirits would usually choose the weaker ones to take over. If the spirit will was too strong, it wouldn't be able to take over the body in an instant. Instead, it might even be injured by the opponent's spirit will. These two spirit wills were undoubtedly the strongest. It was so strong that Class 6 demonic beasts didn't even dare to test it out. Li Fuchen's forehead was filled with beads of cold sweat. In his soul spirit, the golden amulet was revolving at an unprecedented intensity, as though it sensed danger. What should I do? Li Fuchen didn't want to become the carrier of another's true spirit. It was worse than death. Even though he didn't know if his consciousness would still exist after the other party took over his body. Or perhaps he was just suppressed by the other party. But no matter what, it wasn't a good thing. As Fan Shensong collapsed, Su Muyu suddenly let out a scream. The current Su Muyu wasn't as calm and composed as before. Her face was filled with fear, despair, and a trace of struggle. Such a strong bone frame, such a strong soul spirit. Even though I am superior to a regular true spirit, I am still unable to take over her body in an instant. This is too wonderful, too wonderful. Su Muyu grinned and laughed. Don't even think about taking over my body. Su Muyu's eyes revealed an unyielding look. This unyielding look suppressed the fear and despair. If I was only a battle spirit realm true spirit, I might really be suppressed by you. A pity that I am not a battle spirit realm true spirit. As time elapsed, Su Muyu's eyes grew dimmer. Her chi presence was gradually disappearing and was replaced by a gloomy and cold chi presence. Su Muyu, wake up. At this moment, Li Fuchen was finally able to speak and shouted. Su Muyu didn't react. After a few breaths, Su Muyu turned around and looked at Li Fuchen. It's strange. Your willpower seems to be stronger than hers, but your body's aura isn't as pure as hers. I really don't know if I should take over your body. Rain was a little hesitant. Seizing a body consumed a lot of true spirit. It wasn't a big deal to seize a body with a weak spirit will, but seizing Su Muyu's body with a strong spirit will would exhaust some of his true spirit. He was worried that if he seized Li Fuchen's body, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses and he would exhaust a portion of his true spirit for nothing. After all, willpower was something that could be nurtured later in life. It did not mean that one's innate potential was great. Looks like after so many years, my courage has shrunk. If I don't try, how would I know if his aptitude is poor? Perhaps his aptitude is what I've been dreaming of. Rain licked her lips, her eyes filled with greed. Whoosh! A light spot skimmed out and entered Li Fuchen's forehead. The next moment, Rain's eyes were tightly shut, and she fell to the ground, unconscious. The light spot arrived at Li Fuchen's mind. It turned into a human-shaped shadow. Looking at Li Fuchen's pale blue soul spirit, the human-shaped shadow shuddered. What class of soul spirit is this? Why does it have color? Such a wonderful chi presence. This soul spirit is too pure. Is this still a human soul spirit? Get out of my body. In his mind, Li Fuchen's figure appeared. This was his consciousness. Under the pressure of the human-shaped shadow, his consciousness revealed itself and did something that Earth Realm martial artists and even Heaven Realm martial artists couldn't do. Consciousness revealed itself. Seems like you are indeed the most special one. The human-shaped shadow grinned. He still wasn't able to check Li Fuchen's bone frame, but just based on Li Fuchen's soul spirit, he decided to give up on Rain and choose this person's body. With this powerful soul spirit, he had a feeling that he could easily surpass the peak, let alone returning to the peak. Get out. A sword appeared in Li Fuchen's hand as he slashed at the human-shaped shadow. Your spirit will is indeed strong, but it can't do anything to me. The human-shaped shadow sent out a fist and sent Li Fuchen flying. Get out. Chapter 220. Interesting. I reckon that taking over your body will consume half of my true spirit. But, what's there to be concerned about? Your body is the true priceless treasure. The human-shaped illusory figure punched out with a gigantic fist. This fist felt as though it was going to fill up Li Fuchen's entire mind. Bang! The long sword shattered and Li Fuchen was sent flying. Such a powerful force. Li Fuchen was panting violently. The long sword was formed from his consciousness. Now that the long sword had shattered, his consciousness had dissipated a little. Extinguish. The human-shaped shadow's body expanded and was indomitable. Immediately after fist was smashed at Li Fuchen with terrifying prowess. Li Fuchen was like an ant that was sent flying without any ability to resist. I have experienced the dissipation of my spirit soul. I will not give up even if I die. If it was someone else, they would have already given up resisting. Once they gave up resisting, their spirit willpower would weaken. But Li Fuchen had an obsession in his heart. This obsession had condensed into a sword that was filled with cold chi. TFFF. Li Fuchen's sword pierced a hole on the human-shaped shadow's fist. You actually injured me. The human-shaped shadow roared. When the true spirit was exhausted, it could be slowly recovered. But when the true spirit was injured, it would be extremely difficult to recover and it would be detrimental to his future cultivation. It might just be a small injury, but it was enough to infuriate him. You have a sword, so do I. A giant sword appeared in the human-shaped shadow's hand as it slashed at Li Fuchen. Swish! Li Fuchen felt as though his mind was about to be split open. This sword was condensed to the extremity. Crackle! The sword formed by the obsession was shattered. Li Fuchen's figure was blurry and there were traces of mist that drifted away. This was a sign that his consciousness was about to collapse. I am unwilling. I am unwilling. Li Fuchen murmured. My strength isn't strong enough, but why is my spirit willpower so weak? So what if it is a true spirit that exceeds the battle spirit realm? I, Li Fuchen, will never admit defeat. I will not admit defeat even if I die. Li Fuchen's consciousness condensed again. But this time, the consciousness wasn't Li Fuchen's figure, but a sword that was filled with dense sword qi. The sword contained Li Fuchen's spirit will, consciousness, and that unresolvable obsession. This sword was Li Fuchen's full strength. He had already forgotten himself, forgotten everything. The only thought in his mind was to fight to the end and swear to die without regrets. Whoosh! With the union of man and sword, Li Fuchen blasted towards the human-shaped shadow. The humanoid shadow brandished his sword to block. Puff! With the union of man and sword, Li Fuchen's movements were extremely agile. He easily dodged the human-shaped shadow's sword and immediately penetrated the human-shaped shadow's body. The humanoid figure threw his head back and roared. There was a huge hole in his chest, and the true spirits inside had all been destroyed. The injuries he suffered this time were 10 times or even dozens of times worse than before. What made him even more infuriated was that he, a true spirit that surpassed the battle spirit realm, was actually injured by a little brat. This was simply a slap to his face and it was an extreme humiliation. You have completely infuriated me. The human-shaped shadow shrunk and released a horrific true spirit pressure that enveloped Li Fuchen's sword. The true spirit pressure could only be released by burning the true spirit power. Furthermore, only true spirits that surpassed the battle spirit realm were able to do it. The true spirit pressure had the effect of freezing the void and contained a trace of heaven and earth law. When enveloped by the true spirit pressure, Li Fuchen's sword couldn't budge. Crackle! When the sword was brandished, Li Fuchen's sword was shattered. It meant that Li Fuchen's consciousness had also been shattered. Humph, a mere brat dares to be so impudent in front of me. Don't blame me for erasing your consciousness. The human-shaped shadow sneered. He had only restrained the consciousness of the first few individuals as he was planning to slowly search through their memories. But this person's consciousness had already been erased by him and not even a god could save him. Looking at the pale blue spirit soul, the human-shaped shadow couldn't help but praise. If he could absorb such a powerful spirit soul, his perception would reach an unimaginable level. By then, no one would be able to destroy him. With a flash, the human-shaped shadow floated towards the pale blue spirit soul. From start to end, he didn't see the existence of the golden amulet. The golden amulet was something that only Li Fuchen could see. Bang! Just as he was about to enter the pale blue spirit soul, there was a sudden release of golden light and the human-shaped shadow was sent flying. The pale blue spirit soul was gradually turning transparent while the golden amulet was emitting boundless golden light. Under the illumination of the golden light, Li Fuchen's disintegrated consciousness had signs of reassembling. At the same moment, the human-shaped shadow couldn't budge. Golden amulet, what is this thing? The human-shaped shadow was appalled. He was a true spirit that surpassed the battle spirit realm but was actually suppressed and couldn't budge at all. Mere ants dare to lay their hands on the body and spirit soul of the person that I have chosen. You are courting death. The golden amulet spoke for the first time. Who are you? The human-shaped shadow was shivering. This feeling was even more fearful than facing the great Tao of heaven and earth. The great Tao of heaven and earth was high above and could only be felt but not seen. The golden amulet gave him a feeling that it was above the great Tao of heaven and earth. Mere ants aren't qualified to know of my existence. Extinguish. The golden light was intense and melted the human-shaped shadow. I am not resigned to this. In the blink of the eye, the human-shaped shadow melted into a drop of liquid that was emitting a faint radiance. This drop of liquid was extremely pure. Even if it was magnified by 1,000,000,000 times, there wouldn't be any trace of impurities. The moment the human-shaped shadow melted, Li Fuchen's consciousness was restored again. Didn't my consciousness dissipate? The moment his consciousness was destroyed, Li Fuchen felt that everything had sunk into darkness. Immediately after, he lost all consciousness. After sizing up his consciousness body, Li Fuchen realized that his consciousness was 10 times more condensed than before. This condensing wasn't caused by the spirit will, it was the body itself. The spirit will and consciousness weren't absolutely related. It was correct to have a powerful spirit will and a powerful consciousness. But a powerful consciousness didn't mean that the spirit will was also powerful. Just like before, Li Fuchen's consciousness might not be inferior to a heaven realm martial artist, but his spirit will was actually inferior to a heaven realm martial artist. This drop of liquid? Li Fuchen shifted his eyes away from his consciousness body and looked at that drop of liquid in his mind. This drop of liquid was extremely pure and had an endless attraction force that made Li Fuchen want to devour it. Step by step, Li Fuchen approached it. Just as Li Fuchen was one body away from the liquid automatically entered Li Fuchen's consciousness body. In the next moment, Li Fuchen's consciousness crumbled and reconstructed again. Time was already meaningless because Li Fuchen couldn't feel the elapse of time. It was unknown how much time had passed, but Li Fuchen's consciousness body finally stopped crumbling and reconstructing. A faint radiance was emitted from Li Fuchen's consciousness body. My consciousness is more than 100 times more condensed. Li Fuchen was stunned. Chapter 221. What were the benefits of having a strong consciousness? There were too many of them. With a stronger consciousness, Li Fuchen's perception grew stronger as well. With a stronger consciousness, Li Fuchen felt that his ability to think was stronger. And thinking was deeply related to perception. Opening his eyes, Li Fuchen woke up. Congratulations, Master. Seeing that Li Fuchen had woken up, Li Wuxue and the other 5 demon spirits congratulated in unison. Although Li Fuchen's qi presence didn't seem to be their masters, they didn't think that their master would fail. Li Fuchen spoke indifferently, "Your master is dead. You aren't my master." Impossible. Li Wuxue and the other demon spirits revealed an expression of disbelief. Master is dead? Their master might only be left with his true spirit. But his true spirit was still very weak when compared to his master's prime. But it should be absolutely safe to possess an Earth Realm martial artist. Even if it was a Heaven Realm martial artist, with his master's ability, he should be able to possess successfully. Die! Li Wuxue and Fu Chongshan lunged at Li Fuchen. Clang! The sword was unsheathed and the sword light was bent. Li Wuxue and Fu Chongshan's attacks seemed to have sunk into a quagmire. They didn't even have 30% to 40% of their original strength, which was easily blocked by Li Fuchen. His powerful consciousness allowed Li Fuchen to instantly determine the attack trajectories of Li Wuxue and Fu Chongshan. He then took the initiative to intercept their attacks, preventing them from using their full strength. He actually blocked our combined attack. Fu Chongshan was shocked. Previously, his opponent's ability was still much weaker than his. What exactly happened that allowed his opponent's ability to increase so much? PFFF. The 9 revolution sword style could be used for defense and also for counterattack. With 9 revolutions, it was enough to neutralize any force and return all the force back. To a certain extent, the stronger the opponent's attack, the more force it would have to withstand. 2 sword lights were reflected, causing Li Wuxue and Fu Chongshan to spurt out blood. How can he be so incredible? Li Wuxue and Fu Chongshan were stunned. How could they know that Li Fuchen's awareness was greatly enhanced? His sword moves might not have any changes, but his combat skills were more than twofold stronger. He was able to utilize 20% of his strength. After repelling the two demon spirits, Li Fuchen first launched an intense attack at Fu Chongshan. Once the Starfire sword style was executed, every Starfire had its own spirituality. It was extremely crafty and vicious, scorching bloody holes on Fu Chongshan's body. Soundlessly, a transparent demon beast silhouette floated out of Fu Chongshan's body. "You can see it?" Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. Previously, he couldn't see the demon spirit, and the tomb owner's true spirit was probably intentionally allowed to be seen. He didn't expect that after his consciousness increased, he would be able to see demon spirits directly. Since he could see the demon spirit, it made things easier. Li Fuchen used the rotating flow sword style to blast at the demon spirit. Demon spirits weren't afraid of ordinary attacks, but they were afraid of martial Dao intent. When Li Fuchen's rotating flow sword intent blasted on the demon spirit, it instantly distorted. But it was obvious that Li Fuchen's sword intent wasn't able to severely injure the demon spirit. Therefore, it was impossible to eliminate them in a short period of time. Since that is the case, let me try my consciousness. Li Fuchen's consciousness swept out and rushed at the demon spirit. Ah! The demon spirit flickered before it suddenly dissipated. Success! Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. He didn't expect his consciousness to be able to attack demon spirits. After all, the tomb owner's true spirit had entered his mind, which was why he was able to use his consciousness to fight. He had never tried it in the outside world. But he didn't understand that a regular person's consciousness wouldn't be able to shake the demon spirit, but his consciousness was extremely tenacious, which was why he was able to eliminate the demon spirit. Seeing Li Fuchen eliminate one of the demon spirits, the other three floating demon spirits panicked and quickly wanted to burrow into the bodies of the three people nearby. How could Li Fuchen allow them to do as they wished? His consciousness rushed out in a fan shape, causing the three demon spirits to dissipate. Finally, only Li Wuxue was left. Li Wuxue had the intention to retreat. With a flash, he skimmed towards the outside of the hall. "Where are you going?" Li Fuchen's consciousness rushed over. Li Wuxue's body shook for a moment before he continued to flee. "It seems like my consciousness can only target pure demon spirits and true spirits. It isn't able to target demon spirits with bodies." Li Fuchen understood and executed his movement technique to chase after Li Wuxue. After Li Wuxue left, Su Muyu, Wei Shanhe, Fan Qiansong, and Fan Qianyu slowly woke up. What happened? Fan Qianyu didn't understand. Where is Li Fuchen? Su Muyu frowned. She only remembered that the tomb owner's true spirit burrowed into her body and she fought with him for the body. After that, she didn't know anything else. Outside the hall, Li Wuxue was flying at lightning speed, much faster than Li Fuchen. "Come down." Li Fuchen executed the Starfire sword style. The sky full of sparks seemed to have their own consciousness, as they scorched chicken egg-sized blood holes on Li Wuxue's body. "Risk it." For a moment, Li Wuxue wasn't able to shake off Li Fuchen. If he continued to flee, he would only become a target. Turning around, Li Wuxue pounced at Li Fuchen. He wasn't afraid of getting injured. At most, he would just lose this body. But as long as Li Fuchen was injured, he still had a chance. Li Wuxue attacked Li Fuchen in a frenzy, using the method of exchanging life for life. It was a pity that Li Fuchen's every move wasn't able to hide from Li Fuchen's awareness. Li Fuchen was able to instantly determine countless ways to counter Li Fuchen's every move. Every time, Li Fuchen would have the feeling that Li Fuchen had the strength but wasn't able to use it. Furthermore, the injuries on Li Fuchen's body would increase. PFFF. With a flash of a sword light, Li Wuxue's head flew up. A phantom of a demonic beast drilled out. Die! Just as Li Fuchen was waiting for his opponent to come out, his consciousness rushed out and with a PFFF, the demon spirit vanished. After killing the last demon spirit, Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. If he didn't kill his opponent, he wouldn't be at ease. The demon spirit was a Class 6 demonic beast when it was alive. If he allowed it to continue growing, he would definitely be the one to die. With a suction force, Li Wushue's corpse's storage bag flew into his hand. Li Fuchen then turned and rushed towards the hall. Inside the hall, Su Muyu and the others were all present. Li Fuchen, is that you? Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu weren't too sure. Of course it's me. Li Fuchen replied. What happened next? The one who asked was Su Muyu. Li Fuchen replied, I am not too sure either. He naturally wouldn't tell the truth. Su Muyu frowned and didn't continue asking. Her intuition told her that everything was definitely related to Li Fuchen. It seemed like he was hiding a huge secret. It's good that you are fine. You scared me to death just now. Fan Qiansong quickly sat cross-legged and consumed a recuperation pill. He then began to circulate his qi to recuperate. Li Fuchen let out a breath and continued to study his consciousness. If it was in the past, his consciousness would need to be released along with his qi. But now, he didn't need to use his qi and could directly release it. Furthermore, the range was rather far and it was enough to detect things that were a few hundred meters away. After some time, Fan Qiansong's injuries recovered slightly. Next, the five of them walked out of the hall and prepared to find an exit from the tomb. Chapter 222. Following the original path, the five of them finally exited the tomb. Turning back to look at the metal gate of the tomb, the five of them had lingering fears. The path of the martial Dao was too dangerous. Who would have thought that they were so close to being possessed? Even though they had left the tomb, the five of them knew that the tomb was only a small part of the land of fog. Only by exiting the land of fog would they be truly safe. Along the way, the five of them encountered another giant bat beast. The giant bat beast was a Class 3 high-tier demonic beast. Before they came, it required 11 of them to work together to deal with it. During that time, they mainly relied on Rain's strength. But now, Li Fuchen and Rain were able to completely suppress the giant bat beast. And this was because Li Fuchen didn't use his full strength. In terms of attack power, Li Fuchen was much weaker than Rain. But in terms of ability, the current him had undoubtedly surpassed Rain. His ability? Rain wasn't a fool, she could see the changes in Li Fuchen's ability. Li Fuchen's speed and strength didn't have any changes, but his combat skills were exceptional. As he strolled in the courtyard, the sword in his hand left wounds on the body of the giant bat beast. Every wound was as though it was measured with a ruler, not an inch too long or short. If I were to fight with him, I would probably lose to him. Even though she didn't want to admit it, Rain didn't want to lie to herself. In terms of combat skills, she was still inferior to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's every move had a purpose. It wasn't an instinctive reaction of the body, nor was it a sudden thought. From the start to the end, it was as though he was putting on a show and everything was under his control. Fearsome awareness? Rain couldn't help but frown. After dealing with the giant bat beast, the five of them continued forward. Soon enough, the five of them arrived at the edge of the fog. With just a slight hesitation, the five of them still walked into the fog. In the fog, one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them, only their perception could be used. Apart from Li Fuchen, the rest of them only had a perception range of a few dozen meters. Li Fuchen was different. After releasing his awareness, his perception range was a few hundred meters. Anyone or any demonic beast that entered this range would immediately be detected by him. This walk took them more than 10 days. After 10 days, the fog gradually thinned and the naked eye could now see a few dozen meters. This was the range of perception. We are leaving the land of fog. Wei Shanhe was overjoyed. It's our luck to be able to make it out alive. This trip to the graveyard is worth remembering forever. Fan Qiansong sighed. Half a day passed, and there was no longer any mist around them. At this time, it was time to part ways. Before leaving, Su Muyu transmitted a message to Li Fuchen, in the tomb, I owe you a favor. I will repay you in the future. She believed that it was Li Fuchen who saved everyone. Li Fuchen smiled and didn't say anything. After Wei Shanhe and Rain left, Fan Qiansong said to Li Fuchen, "Let's find a city to stay in." "Sure." Li Fuchen nodded. He really needed time to digest what he had obtained from the graveyard. A few days later, the trio arrived at the nearest city, Autumn Rain City. This was an ownerless city, and the order of the city was controlled by the three great families. After staying in an inn with a courtyard in the Autumn Rain City, Li Fuchen and the others went into seclusion. The incomplete sword essence secret technique had immense power. Even if he only cultivated the black iron sword essence, it was enough for Li Fuchen's ability to skyrocket. The trip to the graveyard made Li Fuchen understand that his ability was still too weak. If he didn't quickly increase his ability, he might not be as lucky the next time he went on an adventure. He vaguely knew that the Tomb Master's true spirit was probably destroyed by the Golden Amulet. Only the Golden Amulet had the ability to do so. The inn that occupied an area of 100 hectares had hundreds of courtyards. Li Fuchen and the others each picked a courtyard. In one of the courtyards, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and was comprehending the black iron sword essence. Sword essence used the bone marrow as a sword to condense sword patterns. Sword patterns were a type of tool patterns. But in order to condense sword patterns, one must first understand sword patterns. In the black iron sword essence, there was a huge amount of sword pattern knowledge. Li Fuchen felt that if he could comprehend the black iron sword essence, he might be able to condense sword patterns on his artifact sword and become a sword pattern master. Sword pattern masters and sword forgers were related, but they weren't the same. Sword pattern masters could condense sword patterns, but they didn't necessarily know how to forge swords. But sword forgers could forge swords and also condense sword patterns. Of course, pure sword pattern masters were in the minority. Some swordsmen who couldn't improve on their sword Dao would choose to learn sword patterns to see if they could advance to the next level. So complicated. In the black iron sword essence, there were over 800 types of yellow class, low-tier sword patterns. In order to comprehend the black iron sword essence, one would first need to grasp over 800 types of yellow class, low-tier sword patterns. After grasping over 800 types of yellow class, low-tier sword patterns, one would need to combine them into over 200 types of yellow class, mid-tier sword patterns. These 200 types of yellow class, mid-tier sword patterns would then be combined into 48 types of yellow class, high-tier sword patterns, 9 types of yellow class, peak-tier sword patterns, and 1 type of mystic class, low-tier sword pattern. This type of mystic class, low-tier sword pattern was the black iron sword pattern. With Li Fuchen's strong awareness and exceptional deduction ability, coupled with his astounding perception, he spent a week to finally grasp over 800 types of yellow class, low-tier sword patterns. If he wanted to now, he could condense a sword pattern on a sword. Let me try the process of condensing a sword pattern. Li Fuchen broke off a branch from a large tree in the courtyard. He held onto the branch and poured his qi into it. On the branch that had the thickness of 2 fingers, there were straight patterns that extended out. The patterns were emitting a faint glow, causing the branch to look different from the rest, as though it was a work of art. In the blink of the eye, the patterns on the branch vanished. TSS. Holding onto the branch, Li Fuchen thrusted it into the air. At this moment, Li Fuchen could clearly feel the sharpness of the branch. A sharpness that only an artifact sword would have. It had the feeling of turning something rotten into something magical. Paw! The branch automatically crumbled and turned into a pile of sawdust. Li Fuchen didn't mind and thought to himself, tool patterns are extremely domineering. The material must be tough enough, otherwise it would not be able to bear the tool pattern. It is the same for sword patterns. Breaking off another branch, Li Fuchen changed it to a yellow class, low-tier sword pattern. The sword pattern was condensed. The branch in his hand still had the sharpness, but the sharpness was secondary. The hardness of the branch was obviously a few folds tougher than the previous branch. It was as hard as a metal rod. Paw! Even though it was tough, it couldn't last for long and the branch still crumbled. There are over 800 types of yellow class, low-tier sword patterns. In summary, there are only a few types of effects, but there are some subtle differences. I wonder what are yellow class, mid-tier sword patterns like? Li Fuchen was much more interested in sword patterns, as though he had seen a whole new world. After spending another week, Li Fuchen grasped over 200 types of yellow class, mid-tier sword patterns. A yellow class, mid-tier sword pattern was formed by combining a few yellow class, low-tier sword patterns. It was more perfect and stronger than a yellow class, low-tier sword pattern. But it was also more domineering. The branch was unable to bear the weight of a yellow class, mid-tier sword pattern. Before the formation was completed, the branch would crumble or even explode. At this moment, it was necessary to use a tougher wood or metal to condense the sword pattern. Chapter 223. To be serious, Li Fuchen was only learning sword patterns and not comprehending them. There were over 800 types of yellow class, low-tier sword patterns. Li Fuchen wasn't very clear on the theory behind each of them, but with a few combinations, he could form countless yellow class, mid-tier sword patterns. But Li Fuchen had only learned over 200 types of yellow class, mid-tier sword patterns from the Black Iron Sword Essence chapter. He didn't intend to become a sword pattern master or sword pattern grandmaster in a short period of time anyway. He just needed to condense the Black Iron Sword pattern. If he wanted to comprehend it completely, this amount of time wasn't enough. Li Fuchen didn't have much time to waste on comprehending sword patterns. In the courtyard, pieces of yellow class medals were placed. They ranged from yellow class, low tier to yellow class, peak tier. These were purchased by Li Fuchen in Autumn Rain City for the sake of learning and condensing sword patterns. Arriving in front of a piece of yellow class, low-tier metal, Li Fuchen extended his hand and pulled the metal into his hand. Executing the iron smelting hand, this piece of yellow class, low-tier metal turned red and soft at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a dozen breaths, an unfinished sword appeared in Li Fuchen's hand. In a single breath, Li Fuchen used the iron smelting hand to create a dozen unfinished swords. The reason why it was called an unfinished sword was because the outer appearance was too coarse and there weren't any condensed sword patterns inside. Alright, I can try out the yellow class, mid-tier sword pattern now. Even though there wasn't a need to completely comprehend the sword pattern, it was necessary to know the characteristics of the sword pattern. It was just like obtaining an item, you had to know what it was used for and what it was used for. As for its structure, it wasn't that easy to understand. Holding onto the unfinished sword, Li Fuchen began to condense the sword pattern. Visible to the naked eye, straight patterns that emitted a faint glow appeared on the unfinished sword. These patterns were either vertical or horizontal, but each of them were incomparably upright. As the patterns faded, the unfinished sword in Li Fuchen's hand suddenly doubled in weight. The coarse unfinished sword now had a sharpness that it never had before. All sword patterns had a characteristic, which was sharpness. If a certain sword pattern didn't have this characteristic, then it wasn't considered a true sword pattern. Li Fuchen had a slight understanding of it. There wasn't a need to experiment with every single yellow class, mid-tier sword pattern. After experimenting with 7 or 8 types, Li Fuchen began to learn how to combine yellow class, high-tier sword patterns. The yellow class high-tier sword pattern contained a few types of yellow class mid-tier sword patterns and over 10 types of yellow class low-tier sword patterns. Its patterns were even more complicated, and it wasn't vertical or horizontal anymore. It started to have diagonal patterns. But when Li Fuchen tried to condense the yellow class high-tier sword pattern onto the yellow class low-tier sword, the yellow class low-tier sword immediately cracked. Looks like low-tier yellow class metal's limit is mid-tier yellow class tool patterns. Anything beyond that is impossible. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Switching to a yellow class mid-tier unfinished sword, Li Fuchen began to condense yellow class high-tier sword patterns. Roar! The moment the sword pattern was completely condensed, a cold light flashed across the sword billets. This unfinished sword began to have the aura of a sword and was no longer a piece of scrap metal. Yellow class high-tier sword patterns are already so mystical. I wonder how mystical peak tier and mystic class low-tier sword patterns would be. Li Fuchen's interest increased day by day, almost forgetting the time. The pale blue soul spirit allowed Li Fuchen's perception to be extremely strong, allowing him to comprehend anything quickly. With his powerful awareness, Li Fuchen's deduction ability was outstanding, allowing him to find countless ideas from the sword patterns that he learned previously. In less than a month's time, Li Fuchen finally grasped 9 types of yellow-class peak-tier sword patterns. Now, he only lacked the last mystic-class low-tier sword pattern, which was the black iron sword pattern. Once he learned the black iron sword pattern, he could attempt to condense the sword pattern on his bone marrow and cultivate the black iron sword essence. Once the black iron sword essence was formed, he could casually release sword chi. What Li Fuchen didn't know was that when he was comprehending the incomplete sword essence manual in Autumn Rain City, the Heaven Fiend Sect Patriarch was going crazy. The Heaven Fiend Sect Patriarch placed a secret technique on Li Wushue's body. This secret technique was a mother-child secret technique. It had a connection with the Heaven Fiend Sect Patriarch. 2 months ago, when Li Wushue died, the Heaven Fiend Sect Patriarch found out and personally rushed over to the 100 Battle region. He was currently searching for relevant information in the 100 Battle region. A pity that the 100 Battle region was too big and had more cities than the Heaven Fiend region. Without a choice, the Heaven Fiend Sect Patriarch dispatched a large number of Heaven Realm and Earth Realm martial artists to search for information in the 100 Battle region. He had to know how Li Wushue died. No matter who killed Li Wushue, he wanted the culprit to pay in blood. Finally, a few days ago, he found out that Li Wushue came to Blood Color City. Blood Color City. Ma Clan. In the Ma Clan's Grand Hall, Ma Tianba and Ma Tianyang were shivering. They didn't even dare to look at the Heaven Fiend Sect Patriarch who was seated at the host seat. What kind of existence was a reincarnation realm martial artist? Don't even mention a single Ma Clan, even if there were 10 Ma Clans or 100 Ma Clans, they still wouldn't be enough to be crushed. A faction without a reincarnation realm martial artist was undoubtedly an ant in front of a reincarnation realm martial artist. An ant that could be casually stepped on. Young Master Li did come to Blood Color City, but he left soon after. We don't know who killed him. Ma Tianba lowered his head and said. The Heaven Fiend Sect Patriarch had an indifferent expression on his face. Do you know who he had a grudge with? Ma Tianba replied, he once asked my Ma Clan to issue an arrest warrant for a person named Li Fuchen. He is a direct disciple of the Azure Water Sect. Because of this incident, an inner sect elder from the Azure Water Sect specially came to our Ma Clan to warn us. Azure Water Sect. The Heaven Fiend Sect Patriarch's eyes flashed with a frightening cold light. Do you know where is that Li Fuchen? He didn't care if Li Fuchen was the murderer or not. He would rather kill 1,000 innocents than to let off any suspicious individuals. To him, it was enough to have a suspicion. I don't know. He should have left Blood Color City before young Master Li, Ma Tianba replied honestly. He didn't dare to hide anything. Either the Azure Water Sect or the Heaven Fiend Sect was a titan to his Ma Clan. He couldn't afford to offend the Heaven Fiend Sect because of the Azure Water Sect, nor could he afford to offend the Azure Water Sect because of the Heaven Fiend Sect. He could only speak the truth and believe that the Azure Water Sect wouldn't find trouble with his Ma Clan just because he spoke the truth. I hope you are speaking the truth. If not, don't blame me for being merciless. Waving his hand, the Heaven Fiend Sect Patriarch spoke coldly, you may leave. Yes. Ma Tianba and Ma Tianyang left respectfully. Right now, they didn't even realize that this was the Ma Clan. Why did the Heaven Fiend Sect Patriarch treat this place as his home ground? Of course, even if they realized it, they couldn't do anything about it. Their only thought was to hope that the Heaven Fiend Sect Patriarch would leave quickly so that they wouldn't have to worry. After Ma Tianba and Ma Tianyang left, a Heaven Realm martial artist from the Heaven Fiend Sect walked in. Sect Patriarch, there is the latest news. Our Heaven Fiend Sect's direct disciple, Su Heishan, came to look for young Sect Patriarch. It was because of Su Heishan's visit that young Sect Patriarch left Blood Color City. The Heaven Realm martial artist spoke. The Heaven Fiend Sect Patriarch nodded and spoke in a stern tone, pass down the order. The entire 100 battle region is to issue a bounty for the Azure Water sect's direct disciple, Li Fuchen. Anyone who can provide accurate information will be rewarded with 10 million gold coins. Wouldn't this cause the Azure Water sect to retaliate? The man asked. Chapter 224. Li Fuchen naturally didn't know that he was wanted by the Heaven Fiend sect. In fact, Li Wushue's death had nothing to do with him. He might have wanted to kill him, but he ultimately died in the hands of a demon spirit. After spending half a month, Li Fuchen finally combined the 9 yellow class, peak-tier sword patterns into the black iron sword pattern. The black iron sword pattern was extremely complex and contained a trace of heaven and earth's mysticism. Taking out a yellow class, peak-tier unfinished sword, Li Fuchen began to condense the black iron sword pattern on it. Visible to the naked eye, patterns that emitted a black brilliance slowly crawled up the surface of the unfinished sword. Some of these patterns were straight like swords, some were curved like sabers, and some were densely packed like tadpoles. At the same time, there was a strange wave that rippled out. This time, Li Fuchen took a full 10 hours to complete the condensation. The moment the condensation was completed, the sword chi surged through the unfinished sword. The unfinished sword's weight instantly increased by 5 times and wasn't as light as before. So this is the black iron sword pattern. As the sword pattern faded, the unfinished sword in Li Fuchen's hand had a drastic change. The parts that weren't sharpened seemed to be much sharper. There was a chilling flash that made it look like an unfinished sword and had the aura of an artifact sword. It might not be comparable to the sword pattern on the black gold sword, but it is much more comprehensive. The black gold sword pattern contained sharpness, weight, and toughness. The black iron sword pattern didn't just contain sharpness, weight, and toughness. It also contained the ability to condense and conduct chi. With a shake of his wrist, Li Fuchen thrusted the sword into the air. Before the sword arrived, the chi arrived first. In the air, the sword chi flashed and vanished. The black iron sword pattern is much easier to condense sword chi. It is also much smoother to release the sword chi. No wonder it is called the black iron sword pattern. Li Fuchen nodded silently. Since he had grasped the black iron sword pattern, the next step was to condense the black iron sword pattern on his bone marrow. Li Fuchen didn't know if his bone marrow could withstand the black iron sword pattern, but he still had to try. Sitting cross-legged, Li Fuchen closed his eyes. In the inner vision state, Li Fuchen's chi flowed out from his dantian and meridians, flowing towards his bone marrow. After a few breaths, Li Fuchen couldn't help but gasp. Condensing the black iron sword pattern on his bone marrow was much more painful than he had imagined. Not only was it painful, but it was also very itchy. It was as if countless man-eating ants were gnawing on his bone marrow, causing him to wake up from the inside out. Enduring the pain, Li Fuchen continued to condense the sword pattern. At this moment, if anyone could see through the skin and flesh, they would see that on Li Fuchen's bones, there were patterns that were emitting black brilliance that were extending. I should be able to withstand it. Seeing that the bone marrow was fine, Li Fuchen let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that his bone marrow would disintegrate before he could condense the black iron sword pattern. If there was a bone marrow problem, it would be a big problem. What Li Fuchen didn't know was that a martial artist's bone marrow might not be as hard as high-grade metals, but because it was constantly nourished by chi, it was more suitable to condense tool patterns. The only flaw was that not all tool patterns were suitable to be condensed on the bone marrow. If Li Fuchen randomly found a mystic class, low-tier sword pattern to condense on his bone marrow, there would definitely be a big problem. But the black iron sword pattern was different.
It was a sword pattern that was suitable for the human bone marrow after a long period of research. As long as one followed and comprehended it, there wouldn't be any big problems. Condensing the black iron sword pattern on the bone marrow wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. After spending an entire day, Li Fuchen's bone marrow was only able to condense 10% of the black iron sword pattern. The bone marrow in the Black Iron Sword Essence chapter actually meant bone. It didn't matter if it was a bone with or without bone marrow, It was all the same in the Black Iron Sword Essence chapter. Because the bone marrow was very intricate, the Black Iron Sword pattern had to be very intricate too. There shouldn't be any carelessness. After all, this wasn't the same as condensing a sword pattern on a metal. Metal had a simple structure and wouldn't have much of an impact. But the bone marrow had a huge impact on the human body. If anything went wrong, the bone marrow would die and the person would instantly become a cripple. 10% of the Black Iron Sword pattern. It feels like my bone marrow is much heavier, but it isn't clumsy at all. My burst power is much stronger too. Withdrawing his chi from his bone marrow, Li Fuchen carefully felt the abnormality of his bone marrow. Chi, lifting his palm and extending a finger, a wisp of sword chi burst out from the tip of his finger, which was extremely sharp. With a thought, the sword chi was shot out. PFFF. A few dozen meters away, a deep hole that was the size of a finger appeared on the ground. The power doesn't seem to be weak. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and revolved the true inferno chi. Wisps of sword chi were emitted from his body, and in the blink of the eye, there were dozens of sword chi revolving around his body. Go! With a thought, dozens of sword chi were shot out, turning the ground that was a dozen meters away into a hornet's nest. No wonder it is the Black Iron Sword Essence. It is actually able to create an effect similar to the sect origin swords. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a terrifying radiance. The sect origin swords was extremely powerful. When cultivated to the level of Grand Elder Zhao Wujin, the secret technique would be able to produce thousands of sword chi in the air, leaving the enemy with nowhere to hide. Be it a frontal attack or an area of effect attack, it was enough to shock the world. And the Black Iron Sword Essence obviously had the same effect. Right now, Li Fuchen was only able to condense 10% of the Black Iron Sword pattern. If he was able to condense the complete Black Iron Sword pattern, it wouldn't be a problem to release hundreds of sword chi to attack the enemy, let alone a few thousand sword chi. As the days passed, the Black Iron Sword pattern on Li Fuchen's bone marrow was getting more complete. Half a month later, Li Fuchen had already condensed 90% of the Black Iron Sword pattern. Out! The true inferno chi revolved and poured into the bone marrow.
In the next moment, dozens of sword chi surrounded Li Fuchen's body. These sword chis were faintly iron black, as if they were real iron swords. Clang 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 clang. On the opposite side, there was a piece of yellow class peak tier metal that was the height of a human. Sparks were flying everywhere. After the sword chi was used up, the yellow class peak tier metal was already like a hornet's nest, filled with holes and crisscrossed sword marks. Interesting. Li Fuchen's eyes were bright. The Black Iron Sword chi was extremely powerful, but it was a pity that it couldn't contain sword intent. If it could, the power would be even greater. But it didn't matter. With the black gold sword, he could still execute sword arts. Li Fuchen drew the black gold sword and poured the Black Iron Sword chi into it. Buzz! The black gold sword vibrated and emitted a sharp sword chi. Go! With a blast of the rotating flow sword style, the bumpy, yellow class peak tier metal was blasted into a lump of molten iron. Its power was more than twofold stronger than before. In the future, the Black Iron Sword Essence can be used as a trump card. Unless it is a crucial moment, it is better not to reveal it. The Black Iron Sword Essence was too powerful. Because it didn't need to be stimulated like the Mystical Dragon Secret Technique, it could be stacked with the Mystical Dragon Secret Technique. As long as the Mystical Dragon Chi was poured into the Black Iron Sword Essence, it would be able to produce a stronger sword chi. Chapter 225. After the Black Iron Sword Essence was completely cultivated, the characteristics of the Black Iron Sword pattern were fully activated. At this moment, Li Fuchen felt that his body was much heavier, and at the same time, his body felt indestructible. Of course, Li Fuchen's bone marrow wasn't 5 times heavier. The human body was different from an inanimate object and couldn't be generalized. True spirit revolved, hundreds of black iron sword chi lined up in the void, the imposing manner, very terrifying. Li Fuchen estimated that the 10,000 swords returned to origin cultivation to small accomplishment, is like this, of course, 10,000 swords returned to origin sword chi, this is a bit difficult to compare. The black iron sword essence contains sharpness, weight, toughness, chi condensation, and chi conduction. The first three focus on the bone marrow itself, while the last two focus on chi. It can be said to be a dual cultivation, which isn't something the sect origin swords can compare with. The sect origin swords was a pure offensive type secret technique. Its only use was to kill. But the black iron sword essence wasn't just for killing. Even though he had cultivated the black iron sword essence, Li Fuchen didn't give up on growing stronger. Be it the mystical dragon's secret technique, primary clear hand, or the sword essence secret technique, they were all additional strength. Additional strength was still strength, but it wasn't enough for the martial artist to have any achievements on the martial Dao. Only one's own cultivation level and martial arts rank were true strength, which allowed the martial artist to have some achievements on the martial Dao. It is time to experience the Star Road hidden domain. Li Fuchen took out the star stone and crushed it. An azure blue light blossomed and enveloped Li Fuchen. It then suddenly collapsed and shrank, finally condensing into a point and vanishing. This was a vast starry sky. There were countless stars above and below. In the starry sky, there was a black crystal path that was blooming with starlight, extending into the depths of the starry sky. At the starting point of the black crystal path was a floating island. An azure blue light appeared and a figure landed. This is the Star Road hidden domain. Looking into the distance, Li Fuchen couldn't help but take a deep cold breath. No wonder the Star Road hidden domain was the most mystical place in the East Unicorn continent. Just the starry sky scene was enough to stun anyone, not to mention the black crystal path that was laid out in the starry sky. Perhaps it is just an illusion. Even though he could see countless stars, Li Fuchen didn't think that this was really the starry sky and might just be an illusion. Of course, even if it was an illusion, this Star Road hidden domain was still the most mystical place in the East Unicorn continent. After all, this illusion was too realistic, and it brought about an endless impact. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen walked on the black crystal path. The moment he stepped forward, a heavy pressure descended upon him. This pressure not only affected his body, but also his spirit. Is this the aura of the Star Road? The Star Road chi field was similar to an imposing manner, containing the double oppression of the soul and aura. Only those with greater potential would be able to go further on the path to stardom. This was mainly because the stronger one's potential was, the stronger one's willpower would be. The stronger one's willpower was, the easier it would be to resist the pressure of the Star Road's chi field. Just like when Li Fuchen was at the 7th level of the Origin Realm, he was able to withstand the chi presence of the Liao clan's 2nd level Heaven Realm martial artist and inner sect elder, Liao Tianyun. If it was any other 7th level Origin Realm martial artist, they would have been severely injured by the chi presence. Of course, Liao Tianyun didn't think of killing Li Fuchen, he just wanted to cripple Li Fuchen. If he burst out with his full strength, it was unknown if Li Fuchen could withstand it. However, other than willpower, one's aura was also very important. And aura was closely related to one's cultivation level. For someone who didn't have as much potential as you, but had a much higher cultivation level, he might be able to go further than you. In addition, chi amplification techniques like the mystical dragon's secret technique could also increase one's chi presence. Li Fuchen was now at the 3rd level of the Earth Realm. Activating the mystical dragon's secret technique was equivalent to the 4th or 5th level of the Earth Realm. With an extremely strong willpower, the Star Road's chi field was like a gentle breeze to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen walked briskly. Azure Water Sect. Azure Water Grand Hall. Sect Patriarch, the Heaven Fiends sect has put up a bounty for our gold-class direct disciple, Li Fuchen, in the 100 Battle region. They even announced that anyone who can provide accurate information on Li Fuchen will be rewarded with 10 million gold coins. In the Grand Hall, Inner Sect Elder Yu Hua spoke with concern. In the main seat of the Grand Hall, a white-clothed middle-aged man sat there. His name was Ouyang Wentian, the current patriarch of the Azure Water Sect's number 1 clan, Ouyang clan, and also the Azure Water Sect patriarch. For the Azure Water Sect to elect a sect patriarch, one must first look at one's innate potential. Secondly, one must have great talent and strategy. Thirdly, one must obtain the approval of more than half of the Supreme Elders. As the Azure Water Sect patriarch, Ouyang Wentian's potential when he was young wasn't inferior to the likes of emotionless Sword Xuefeng. If not, he wouldn't have been able to sit in this position. Beside Yu Hua, Zhao Wujin spoke, the Heaven Fiends sect is too much of a bully. They don't even put our Azure Water Sect in their eyes. If Li Fuchen is captured by them, the consequences will be unimaginable. Our Azure Water Sect's prestige will be greatly damaged. Be it for official or personal reasons, he didn't wish for Li Fuchen to be captured by the Heaven Fiend sect. Sect Patriarch, from what I know, the Heaven Fiend sect's young master, Li Wuxue is dead. This matter is most likely related to Li Fuchen. It is better to investigate clearly before contending with the Heaven Fiend sect. If not, the Heaven Fiend sect will go crazy. An inner sect elder objected. This person was the Liao clan's founder, Liao Haiwang. Zhao Wujin glared at the opposition, Liao Haiwang. If the sect can't even protect a gold-class direct disciple, then what's the point of existence? Back when the Liao clan sent men to pursue Li Fuchen, he asked Yu Hua to help. He also warned the Liao clan that if there was a second time, he wouldn't let the Liao clan off so easily. This was the reason why the Liao clan behaved themselves. Liao Haiwang's expression didn't change, the sect is a whole entity. We cannot easily provoke enemies because of a single individual. If every direct disciple caused trouble outside and needed the sect to take the blame, then the sect would collapse sooner or later. There are plenty of sects in the East Unicorn continent. Do you want to wrestle with every single one of them? Zhao Wujin sneered, Liao Haiwang, don't you forget that Li Fuchen is our Azure Water Sect's gold-class direct disciple. He isn't a regular silver-class direct disciple. Any gold-class direct disciple is the future pillar of the Azure Water Sect. Losing even one of them would be a huge loss. Liao Haiwang said, there are still plenty of doubts regarding his gold-class direct disciple status. I am just temporarily giving him the status of a gold-class direct disciple. It won't be too late to talk about it when he progresses to the Heaven Realm. For a 1-star bone frame, every realm was a huge obstacle. If they couldn't cross it, then they wouldn't have any hope in this lifetime. But for a 5-star bone frame, as long as they didn't perish, progressing to the Heaven Realm was as easy as eating or drinking. There wasn't any suspense. The innate potential that he displayed has already surpassed Sword Maniac. If he doesn't even dare to take this risk, then he would be too conservative. With his current rate of improvement, the chances of progressing to the Heaven Realm is definitely not small. Zhao Wujin argued with reason. Ouyang Wentian waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Clearing his throat, he spoke slowly, informed the Heaven Fiend sect to immediately stop the bounty of our gold-class direct disciple. Otherwise, our Azure Water sect will go all out to capture one of the elite gold-class direct disciples from the Heaven Fiend sect. Forget it. I shall make a trip personally. After thinking about it, Ouyang Wentian decided to personally make a trip to the 100 Battle region. Only Reincarnation Realm martial artists could converse with Reincarnation Realm martial artists. Those below the Reincarnation Realm didn't even have the qualifications to speak. Chapter 226. The Star Road was extremely long and filled with loneliness. While walking on the Star Road, Li Fuchen could feel his own insignificance at all times. As compared to this vast starry sky, the East Unicorn continent was probably just a speck of dust. A dazzling radiance shone. In the starry sky, there was a huge explosion of meteors. One of them brushed past the Star Road. At that moment, Li Fuchen could clearly feel the heat of the meteor, as though it was a giant burning fireball. Is it reality or an illusion? At this moment, Li Fuchen couldn't understand it either. As he continued walking, Li Fuchen finally saw a figure. It was a 27 or 28-year-old youth and was at the third level of the Earth realm, similar to Li Fuchen. He was struggling to walk step by step and his clothes were drenched in sweat. What a strenuous journey! Li Fuchen didn't rejoice in his misfortune. Previously, he didn't have a reference, hence he didn't know how strong the chi field of the Star Road was. Now that he saw how hard it was for the youth and compared it to his own leisurely walk, Li Fuchen confirmed that the stronger one's potential was, the further one could walk on the Star Road. Bang! After walking a few steps, the youth couldn't take it anymore and fell head first onto the ground. In the next moment, the Star Road radiated and the youth was teleported out of the Star Road hidden domain. Not long after, Li Fuchen saw another figure. Without thinking too much, Li Fuchen immediately overtook the youth. Not far ahead of the Star Road, a group of youths were walking together. The youth in the lead had a jade-like face, broad shoulders and long legs. When his eyes opened and closed, there was a sharp and domineering glow. Han Shixiang, you are still the best. You are still fine after walking so far. The youth at the side flattered him. Han Shixiang is one of the Celestial Star 7 from the Celestial Star sect. How can he be immortal? Don't even talk about this small path, he can even pass the first stage with ease. That's right, Han Shixiang is at a disadvantage because of his age. If he had 1 or 2 more years of cultivation, he would be at the pinnacle of the entire youth generation. A few of them flattered him. The entire East Unicorn continent was filled with experts. They might not be considered much, but in the near future, they would also become experts. As for the senior Han that they spoke of, he would become an absolute expert. If they were to build a good relationship now, it would be considered as having some relations in the future. The Han Shixiang that everyone was talking about was called Han Feng and was one of the Celestial Star Sect's Celestial 7. He was 23 years old this year and was at the 5th level of the Earth realm. Among the Celestial 7, his innate potential was one of the best. He let out a faint smile. This Star Road hidden domain is indeed mystical. I have always been in seclusion in the sect. If I knew that this place was so mystical, I would have come earlier. If he had come earlier, he might have already advanced to the 6th level of the Earth realm. No, I can't hold on any longer. Elder Brother Han, my name is Lan Guanglong. If there's a chance in the future, I'll treat Elder Brother Han to a meal and a drink. The young man named Lan Guanglong lay on the ground, transformed into a blue light and disappeared. Seeing this, the rest of the people felt sad. This place was still a distance away from the first stage of the Path of Stars. If they wanted to reach there, it would be extremely difficult. Who is that? He's so fast. He's about to catch up. Suddenly, one of them pointed to the back and exclaimed. Hearing this, everyone turned around to look. A few thousand meters away, a figure was skimming over at lightning speed. His clothes were fluttering and he had an extraordinary aura. Who else could it be but Li Fuchen? Li Fuchen's speed was too fast. If the rest were jogging, then he was sprinting. To be able to sprint meant that the Star Road's chi field didn't have much pressure on him and was far from his limit. It was a known fact that the Star Road's chi field wasn't unchanging. As the distance got further, the Star Road's chi field would gradually increase. Even though the increase was small and couldn't be felt within a short period of time, but sprinting was still rather stressful for most of the people. A single mistake might cause them to give up in advance. Li Fuchen, who was sprinting, indeed didn't feel any pressure. Right now, he had already adapted to the Star Road's chi field. If he were to suddenly leave the Star Road, he might not be able to adapt. 1,000 meters. 800 meters. 500 meters. Li Fuchen was getting closer to Han Feng and the others. Han Feng frowned. As one of the Celestial 7, he assumed that he was in the second tier among the entire East Unicorn continent's youth generation. As for those in the first tier, they were either 6-star bone frames or heaven-defying 5-star bone frames. There were very few people in the first tier. How many 6-star bone frames could there be in the East Unicorn continent? As for heaven-defying 5-star bone frames, there were even fewer than 6-star bone frames. To be able to be called heaven-defying 5-star bone frames, all of them had horrifying perception. To a certain extent, they were even more terrifying than 6-star bone frames. Han Feng had information on those 6-star bone frames and heaven-defying 5-star bone frames. But he was certain that Li Fuchen wasn't one of them. What's more, Li Fuchen's cultivation was too low and was only at the 3rd level of the Earth realm. He was already so fast at the 3rd level of the Earth realm. This ignited Han Feng's fighting spirit. Everyone, we need to increase our speed too. As he spoke, Han Feng increased his speed. Follow Han Shixiang. The few of them gritted their teeth and increased their speed. Just like that, both parties maintained a distance of 500 meters and sprinted with one at the front and one at the back. Li Fuchen naturally noticed their sudden increase in speed, but he didn't bother and continued to maintain his own pace. He didn't come to the Star Road hidden domain to be competitive, but to test his own limits. He wanted to see how far he could go. Not good, I can't hold on any longer. There was a surge of blue light as one of them vanished from the Star Road. Half an hour later, another person disappeared. At the front, a lone island appeared and it was the location of the first stage. Ultimately, there were only 4 individuals who made it to the first stage. They were Han Feng, his group, and Li Fuchen. The 2 beside Han Feng had already attempted the Star Road and passed the first stage. After all, their cultivation levels weren't low and were either at the 7th or 8th level of the Earth realm. It wasn't too difficult for them to pass the first stage. Of course, as they ran too fast, the 2 of them were panting and had pale complexions. The first stage's roar targets the spirit will. Those with a weak spirit will immediately faint. Han Shixiang, even if this person is able to pass it, he might not be able to endure it. Once he reaches the second segment of the Star Road, his speed will be at least 10-fold slower. One of the youth with a stalwart figure said. Han Feng didn't say anything and began to traverse the lone island. Roar! The entire lone island was like a giant demonic beast, bursting out with a shocking roar. Under this roar, the 2 beside Han Feng were trembling and had extremely pale complexions. The roar targeted the spirit will. Their cultivation levels were higher and their spirit will was strengthened. Furthermore, they had been here once and thought that they were mentally prepared. But at this moment they still felt that they couldn't endure it and it wasn't any inferior compared to the first time. On the contrary, Han Feng's expression was normal. It was obvious that this roar couldn't do anything to him. At the back, Li Fuchen sized up the surroundings curiously. He was observing where the roar came from. Finally, he came to a conclusion. The roar came from the void above the lone island. It felt as though the entire void was roaring. How mystical! Li Fuchen continued to walk and soon passed through the lone island. He is perfectly fine. The stalwart youth had an expression of disbelief. You have some skills. Han Feng let out a faint smile. He wanted to see how far his opponent could go. When he passed through the lone island, there was a formless wave that rose from the lone island. This wave split into 2 and entered the body of Han Feng and Li Fuchen respectively. Chapter 227. With the support of the Star Road energy, my cultivation talent will receive a drastic increase. Not only that, this wave is also cleansing my body of impurities, loosening my bottleneck. Li Fuchen's awareness was extremely powerful. He could now easily feel the bottleneck of the 4th level, 5th level, and even the 6th level of the Earth realm. In the past, he could only see the bottleneck of the next 2 levels. Among the 4 of them, only Han Feng and Li Fuchen received the support of the Star Road energy. The other 2 had already passed the first stage and couldn't receive the support of the Star Road energy, unless they could pass the second stage. On the second Star Road, the Star Road's chi field suddenly doubled. Even when Han Feng walked on it, he could feel traces of pressure. As for the 2 beside Han Feng, they had a twisted expression. Still all right. Walking on the second Star Road, Li Fuchen didn't feel much. If the first star road's chi field was like a gentle breeze, then the second star road would be like a gentle breeze. Whether it was a gentle breeze or a gentle breeze, to a person who was in a hurry, there wasn't any difference, it would at most blow your hair. Without reducing his speed, Li Fuchen began to sprint. So fast. The tall and sturdy youth had an expression of disbelief. The other youth, who was slightly skinny, sneered, "Try to be brave, he will cry later." In the Star Road hidden domain, one must never try to be brave. Maintaining a comfortable pace would allow one to walk further. If one were to shorten the time, they wouldn't be able to walk further and would only tire themselves out. Seeing how fast Li Fuchen was, Han Feng's expression turned cold. He felt that Li Fuchen was doing it on purpose. Intentionally trying to embarrass him. Against such people, Han Feng would only use his actions to tell them what was the meaning of asking for humiliation. As long as it isn't those people from the first echelon, Han Feng have no need to fear anyone. Han Feng didn't even greet the two beside him. With a burst of speed, he instantly overtook Li Fuchen. After a few breaths, Han Feng had left Li Fuchen far behind. Han Shixiang is indeed formidable. To be able to maintain such a fast speed on the second star road. This person must be a retard. From what I see, he just wants to show off and embarrass Han Feng. A pity that he picked the wrong target. Let's just run slowly like this. The Star Road has a wide field of vision and there isn't any impurities in the air. Even a few dozen miles away can be seen clearly. Yes, run slowly. Maybe we can catch up to him later. The two of them didn't think highly of Li Fuchen and felt that Li Fuchen was just trying to show off. Of course, it was mainly because they had too much confidence in Han Feng and didn't think that Han Feng would lose to Li Fuchen. Seeing that Han Feng had surpassed him, Li Fuchen didn't mind. His current speed was the most comfortable speed for him and there wasn't any pressure at all. What he had was the enjoyment of the Star Road's chi field cleansing his body and mind. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's speed didn't decrease. This person has some tricks up his sleeves. He can still maintain this speed until now. The two people at the back had already been thrown more than 10 li away, and their bodies were already covered in sweat, just like ordinary people who had just gone through strenuous exercise. Unfortunately, it's impossible for him to surpass senior brother Han. Senior brother Han is already 7 or 8 miles ahead of him. Why don't we slow down a bit? That way, we'll be able to stay longer on the Star Road and see how far senior brother Han can throw him off. At this moment, the two of them had already given up on competing with each other. Since it wasn't possible for them to pass the second stage of the Star Road, and Li Fuchen's potential was indeed much better than them. This was something they had to admit. Gradually, Li Fuchen and Han Feng's figures had already turned into two black dots in their eyes. 15 miles. Let's see how you surpass me. Han Feng's mood was much better now, even though he was feeling a trace of fatigue. After letting down his guard, Han Feng's speed had also decreased slightly. After a period of time, it decreased again. Unknowingly, Han Feng's speed had already fallen behind Li Fuchen. 15 miles. 13 miles. 12 miles. 10 miles. When Li Fuchen was 10 miles behind Han Feng's expression was extremely unpleasant. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng suppressed his desire to increase his speed. 9 miles. 7 miles. 5 miles. Seeing that Li Fuchen was already 5 miles away, Han Feng couldn't hold it in any longer. Damn it! Without a choice, Han Feng increased his speed again, which was even faster than before. He was like an afterimage as he flew on the Star Road. After pulling the distance to around 10 miles, Han Feng gradually slowed down. But after a period of time, the distance between the two had shrunk to 5 miles again. Does he not know fatigue? Han Feng's mind was unbalanced. He was like a gambler on the gambling table. At the start, he was calm and collected, but now he was mindful, and now he couldn't control his emotions anymore. 4 miles. 3 miles. The distance between the two was constantly shrinking. Panting heavily, Han Feng wanted to increase his speed, but he suddenly realized that he wasn't able to increase his speed by much. The previous sprint had exhausted quite a bit of his energy. Furthermore, the chi field of the Star Road was already extremely strong, and to him, it was almost equivalent to a Gale class. I can't carry on like this. A fast speed might allow me to maintain a lead for a moment, but it won't last for long. Once he catches up, I will have to travel at a similar speed as him. Han Feng thought to himself. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen caught up. Han Feng looked at Li Fuchen and his eyes involuntarily contracted. Li Fuchen's body didn't have a trace of sweat. He had a carefree and relaxed look and didn't seem to be fatigued. Maintaining the same speed, Han Feng and Li Fuchen advanced side by side. 100 miles behind, the stalwart youth and the skinny youth were flabbergasted. Li Fuchen actually caught up to Han Feng and maintained the same speed as him. What kind of tempo was this? Huff! 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 Han Feng's breathing was getting heavier and his sweat had gradually drenched his clothes. Beside him, Li Fuchen maintained a clean and tidy appearance. Half a body length. 1 body length. This was the first time Li Fuchen surpassed Han Feng. Han Feng gritted his teeth and chased after Li Fuchen while maintaining the same speed. 15 minutes. 30 minutes. Han Feng had already used all his energy, but he realized in despair that he couldn't keep up with Li Fuchen's tempo. Impossible. How can I, Han Feng, lose? He must have some artifact on him that allows him to cheat. Han Feng had a sinister expression. When the distance between him and Li Fuchen increased to 10 meters, Han Feng couldn't hold it in anymore. Despicable little bastard, get lost from the Star Road. Han Feng suddenly made his move and immediately used a kill move, which assaulted Li Fuchen with extreme speed. Li Fuchen frowned and instantly burst with speed, which was much faster than Han Feng's previous top speed. Boom! The chi force explosion didn't affect Li Fuchen. I need to leave him far behind in one go. Li Fuchen continued to maintain his high speed. On the Star Road, he didn't wish for any unnecessary fights as it was meaningless. 1 li, 5 li, 10 li, 20 li, in just a short moment, Li Fuchen left Han Feng behind by 10 li. Han Feng had a face of shock and disbelief. He felt as though he was given a ruthless slap in the face. He felt as though he was being teased. Chapter 228. Han Shixiang has been surpassed by him. Over 100 miles away, the duo that had been observing Li Fuchen and Han Feng looked at each other. The Star Road hidden domain had a very good vision. Even if they were over 100 miles away, they would still be able to differentiate between Han Feng and Li Fuchen. When they realized that Li Fuchen had surpassed Han Feng and even forced Han Feng to disregard his reputation and make a move, they were both shocked. Who was Han Feng? He was one of the Celestial Seven. No matter which sect he went to, he would be an elite existence. Only 6-star bone frames and heaven-defying 5-star bone frames could surpass him. Could Li Fuchen be a new heaven-defying 5-star bone frame that popped out? As for a 6-star bone frame, that was impossible. The moment a 6-star bone frame joined the sect, their information would be spread out and it was impossible to conceal it. The second segment of the Star Road was extremely long. The chi field of the Star Road was like a gentle breeze at the start, but gradually turned into a small breeze towards the end. Even Li Fuchen could feel traces of pressure. But this trace of pressure was still very weak and didn't affect Li Fuchen much. 30 miles. 50 miles. Han Feng was already 50 miles away from Li Fuchen. The current him was drenched in sweat. In fact, if he could maintain his own pace and travel, he wouldn't be so tired. But because of his competitive nature, his speed was too fast at the start and he was stimulated by Li Fuchen during the middle segment, which resulted in his poor condition. If he wasn't one of the Celestial Seven, he might have been teleported out of the Star Road hidden domain. Finally, Li Fuchen arrived at the second stage of the Star Road. The second stage of the Star Road was also an isolated island. There was a tall stone statue on the island and the eyes of the stone statue were shut tight. The instant Li Fuchen stepped onto the island, an invisible wave spread out. The stone statue emitted a misty radiance and at the same moment, the stone statue opened its eyes. It was a pair of misty eyes. Buzz! Li Fuchen's spirit will was shaken. Illusion technique? Li Fuchen was in deep thoughts. According to the information, the first stage was the roar of dreams and the second stage was the misty eye. So the misty eye was an illusion technique. Illusion techniques were extremely hard to defend against. It was related to one's cultivation level and also unrelated. It was related because the higher one's cultivation level, the stronger one's spirit will. The reason why he said it was unrelated was because if one's cultivation was high but one's willpower was weak, they would still fall for it. Powerful illusion martial artists, even if they were at the Earth realm, might be able to cause Heaven realm martial artists to fall into an illusion. If one wasn't an illusionary art martial artist, wanting to defeat a Heaven realm martial artist with Earth realm cultivation was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If one wasn't a heaven-defying existence, it would be impossible. However, to cultivate illusions, one must first have a naturally strong spirit will. Secondly, one must have the aptitude to cultivate illusions. This aptitude could be an illusion-type bone frame, or it could be born with a unique sense towards illusions. The illusion art released by the stone statue was extremely powerful. It was more than 10 times stronger than the spirit hidden sex ghost girl Yihua back in the 100 Herbs hidden domain. It was a pity that Li Fuchen's spirit will was stronger and his awareness was heaven-defying. The stone statue's illusion technique was just a ripple on the surface of a lake to Li Fuchen. She wanted to make him fall into an illusion. Dream on. Passing the stone statue, Li Fuchen saw a towering stone monument. A brush appeared out of nowhere and floated in front of Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen raised his brows. This should be the monument of names and the brush of names. For the first time, those who passed the second stage of the Star Road in one go would be able to leave their mark on the monument of names. This mark had to be completed in one stroke, which was why no one would write their name. And because everyone would write their own mark, leaving their name was undoubtedly a vulgar thing. On the stone tablet, the markings were divided into a few camps. The first camp was high up, and it contained the spirit and willpower of the writer as well as the mystical ripples bestowed by the Star Road's secret realm. The second camp had a lot of markings, and they were densely packed like little tadpoles. The third camp had even more markings, and it was hard to tell how many markings there were. The first camp mark should be left by a 6-star bone frame or a heaven-defying 5-star bone frame. The second camp mark should be left by an elite 5-star bone frame. The third camp mark should be left by a superior 5-star bone frame. As for those dimmed marks, they should already be dead. To be able to pass the second stage of the Star Road in one go, no one was a regular person. A regular 5-star bone frame wouldn't even have the chance to come here on their first try. Only the elite 5-star bone frames would be able to come here on their first try. In Li Fuchen's opinion, Sword Maniac, Sword Tiger, Emotionless Sword, and the others should belong to the second camp. Sword Maniac might be obsessed with the sword and had an exceptional perception, but his bone frame was too low and was only a 4-star bone frame. Which was why Sword Maniac belonged to the heaven-defying 4-star bone frame. As for himself, Li Fuchen laughed. He was only a 1-star bone frame. Reaching out his right hand, Li Fuchen grabbed the brush. Ah! The moment he held the brush, Li Fuchen felt something unusual about it. This brush gave him a feeling that it was 10 folds more mystical than the Earth-class weapon shard. His awareness wanted to enter it, but an invisible wave obstructed his awareness. This brush's grade is at least Earth-class high tier. Li Fuchen thought to himself. As Li Fuchen held the brush, there was a mystical wave that poured into the brush from the void. Li Fuchen was surprised to find out that he didn't even need to pour in his qi. Thinking about it, it was at least an Earth-class high-tier brush and his qi wasn't able to satisfy it. It was impossible to leave a mark on the monument of names. And the reason why the marks on the monument of names contained such a mystical wave was probably because of the brush of names. After thinking for a moment, Li Fuchen began to write his own mark. The writing was done in the void. The mark that Li Fuchen wrote was a sword, a sharp sword. This sword contained all of Li Fuchen's sword Dao proficiency and his formidable spirit will. That sword mark was completed in one go. The moment it was completed, that sword mark started to glow and automatically flew towards the monument of names. Third camp. Second camp. First camp. Soon enough, that sword mark climbed to the first camp and was imprinted on an empty space. Rumble. The monument of names let out a bright radiance. At the same time, the entire star road was slightly shaking, as though something huge had happened. First camp. Li Fuchen raised his brows. After that sword mark was imprinted, a mystical wave that belonged to Li Fuchen's spirit will spread out. It complemented the other marks in the first camp. It stood high above and emitted an aura of supremacy. And Li Fuchen noticed that the marks in the first camp, except for those that were dimmed, the rest of the marks that were glowing were of different sizes. There were more of the smaller marks and the bigger marks were only 10% of the smaller marks. Li Fuchen's sword mark was impressively big and it was one of the biggest marks among the big marks. There were a few of the sword marks that weren't convinced and charged at Li Fuchen's sword mark, seemingly trying to suppress it. But Li Fuchen's sword mark only shook a little and immediately sent the sword marks flying back, dispirited and listless. What happened? Han Feng and the other two were panicking and didn't know what happened. Chapter 229. It seems like my potential belongs to the 6-star bone frame class. Furthermore, it is an elite 6-star bone frame. Seeing how incredible his sword mark was, Li Fuchen had a new understanding of his own potential. A 6-star bone frame was considered a monarch-class bone frame in the East Unicorn continent. If a 5-star bone frame had a high chance of breaking through to the reincarnation realm, then a 6-star bone frame had a high chance of breaking through to the reincarnation realm. There was even hope of breaking through to the battle spirit realm. The existence of a battle spirit realm expert was enough to crush any sect, including elite factions like the Celestial Star Sect, Dolin Clan, and Eternal Spring Valley. A battle spirit realm expert could proclaim himself as a king in the East Unicorn continent. Those who submitted would prosper while those who opposed would perish. Li Fuchen might only be a 1-star bone frame, but his potential wouldn't lie. As long as he could ensure that he didn't perish, breaking through to the reincarnation realm wouldn't be difficult. There was even a high chance of breaking through to the battle spirit realm. After all, he had an elite 6-star bone frame potential. After breaking through the second stage of the Star Road, Li Fuchen arrived at the third segment of the Star Road. Compared to the second Star Road, the third Star Road's aura doubled. In other words, the aura field of the third star path was 4 times that of the first star path and twice that of the second star path. Standing on the third Star Road, Li Fuchen felt as though he was being blown by a strong wind, which began to affect his condition. Looks like I'll have to slow down a little. Li Fuchen began to run. Then, he kept adjusting his speed. Soon enough, Li Fuchen adjusted the speed to the optimal state, which was almost equivalent to 70% of the second Star Road. Not long after Li Fuchen left, Han Feng arrived at the second stage of the Star Road. Perhaps it was because of his poor condition, Han Feng instantly fell into the illusion released by the stone statue. It took him a whole hour to get out of the illusion. That was close. Han Feng had a lingering fear. If he were to fight an enemy, this 1 hour would be enough to kill him 1,000 times. Arriving in front of the monument of names, Han Feng started scanning the monument. He wanted to know where Li Fuchen left his mark. The third group had too many markings and Han Feng wasn't foolish enough to think that Li Fuchen's markings were in the third group. In the second camp, Han Feng began to search slowly. There were some similar markings, but Han Feng's intuition told him that none of them were. After a long time, Han Feng's expression turned gloomy as he thought to himself, could he be in the first camp? The first camp consisted of 6-star bone frames and heaven-defying 5-star bone frames. Even if it was him, he would feel a little inferior when facing these people. With an attitude of disbelief, Han Feng started to search among the markings of the first group. When his gaze landed on an extremely large sword mark, Han Feng was completely dumbfounded. This sword mark gave him a feeling that it was similar to Li Fuchen. But this sword mark was so big, how could it be Li Fuchen's? Could he be a heaven-defying 5-star bone frame? That's not right, even a heaven-defying 5-star bone frame wouldn't be this huge, right? The so-called heaven-defying did not mean that it was truly heaven-defying. Instead, it was to reverse the difference in bone frames, allowing a 5-star bone frame to go against a 6-star bone frame. For example, a heaven-defying 3-star bone frame was comparable to a 4-star bone frame. A heaven-defying 4-star bone frame was comparable to a 5-star bone frame. Generally speaking, it was a 1-star difference. If this sword mark really belonged to Li Fuchen, then Li Fuchen's potential wasn't just comparable to a 6-star bone frame, but had surpassed most of the 6-star bone frames and was at the pinnacle of the 6-star bone frames. Han Feng was completely stupefied. Reaching the pinnacle of the 6-star bone frame was something that even his Celestial Star sect Celestial Star Young Patriarch couldn't achieve. He had already found Young Patriarch Celestial Star's mark in the first group. Young Patriarch Celestial Star's mark was a simple star pattern, but it was undoubtedly much smaller than the sword mark. Impossible, this is definitely not his mark. I have never crossed hands with him and am not too familiar with his chi presence. What's more, there are quite a few sword marks in the first group and even more sword marks in the second group. These sword marks are all similar and contain sharpness and murderous characteristics. Perhaps, his mark is another sword mark. Han Feng subconsciously rejected this possibility as the possibility was too shocking and he couldn't accept it. I, Han Feng, am one of the Celestial Seven and have never tested my own potential. Perhaps, my potential is also in the first group. As for him, he must have some artifact that allows him to cheat. Han Feng firmly believed that Li Fuchen had some special artifact on him. The world was huge and there were all sorts of strange things. There would always be something that could deceive the heavens. Picking up the brush, Han Feng began to draw his own mark in the air. His mark was the mark of a maple leaf. The maple leaf mark radiated with light and flew towards the monument of names. The third group. The second group. When arriving at the second group, the maple leaf mark stopped and found an empty spot to brand itself. Seeing the situation, Han Feng suffered a huge blow. His potential was only in the second group and it wasn't even the greatest mark in the second group. There were plenty of marks that were much greater than him. I am unwilling. In fact, before this, he knew his own limits and thought that he was in the second tier. But Li Fuchen's appearance had given birth to some wild hopes in him. A pity that his wild hopes were now shattered. Potential is after all just potential and it doesn't mean everything. I, Han Feng, must break the norm and walk on a heaven-defying path. Han Feng was after all an elite 5-star bone frame and had an extremely strong spirit will. He was just slightly dispirited for a moment before he quickly walked out of his depression. In his Celestial Star sect, there were a few 1-star bone frames who were able to break through to the Earth realm. But he was an elite 5-star bone frame and had hopes of breaking the norm too. Regaining his confidence, Han Feng's eyes turned resolute as he stepped onto the 3rd-star road. Why is the pressure so great? It is at least 2 folds greater than the later stages of the 2nd-star road. Han Feng's body sank as he felt his spirit will distorting. Li Fuchen had already walked far away and didn't know anything about what was happening behind him. Of course, he didn't care to know. His target was in front and the back was just a path that he had walked on. The Star Road Hidden Domain might be mystical and was the #1 mystical place in the East Unicorn continent, but the Golden Amulet was even more mystical. His current cultivation level was still low, but once his cultivation level increased, he would definitely be able to unearth more secrets from the Golden Amulet. Apart from the Golden Amulet, his confidence was even firmer. Back then when he suddenly lost his talent, it didn't make him dispirited, but made his spirit will extremely firm. The existence of the golden amulet was like an acquired bone frame. His innate bone frame couldn't be compared to others, but he had an acquired bone frame. What's more, his acquired bone frame could still be upgraded and could continue to rise. There was someone on the third star road too. Dozens of miles in front of Li Fuchen, a figure was sprinting at a rather fast speed. Li Fuchen fixed his eyes on the figure and thought to himself, it seems like this person is an incredible figure. I wonder if he is a 6-star bone frame or a heaven-defying 5-star bone frame. This person's speed wasn't any slower than Li Fuchen. As compared to the person who competed with him previously, he was much slower. When Li Fuchen noticed the opponent noticed Li Fuchen too. Someone is catching up. Chapter 230. Ignoring the figure in front of him, Li Fuchen maintained his own pace and hurried on his way. After passing the second stage of the Star Road, Li Fuchen's body had more Star Road energy. If the first stage only had one portion of Star Road energy, then the second stage had 2 portions of Star Road energy, making it a total of 3 portions. With 3 portions of Star Road energy added onto Li Fuchen's body, Li Fuchen's 4th level Earth Realm bottleneck had loosened significantly. It was originally steel, but now it was like a brick. Li Fuchen had a feeling that if he spent a little more time, he would be able to progress to the 4th level of the Earth Realm in a short period of time. What kind of concept was the 4th level of the Earth Realm? Now that Li Fuchen had the mystical dragon's secret technique and the black iron sword essence, every increase in level would greatly increase his ability. It was simply an explosive increase. By then, passing the 3rd floor of the direct inheritance tower would be as easy as eating and drinking. A few dozen miles wasn't far, but it wasn't near either. Li Fuchen's speed might be faster than his opponent, but it was impossible to catch up in a short period of time. As time elapsed, the chi field of the 3rd star road was getting stronger. It started off as a Gale class and gradually became a Gale class. If a regular person were to travel in a Gale, let alone running, it would be difficult for them to even walk. Li Fuchen didn't find it difficult to even walk, but it was indeed strenuous for him to run, causing his speed to decrease. But even though Li Fuchen's speed was decreasing, the figure in front of him was decreasing even faster. When Li Fuchen caught up, the person spoke, I am Xiahou Shi, a clansman of the Xiahou clan. May I know which sect are you from? Xiahou clan? Is it the Doling clan? Li Fuchen asked. Xiahou Shi nodded, yes. So it is a clansman of the Doling clan. I am Li Fuchen, a disciple of the Azure Water sect. Li Fuchen didn't need to guess to know that since this person was a clansman of the Doling clan, he must be one of the Doling 10 greats. The Doling clan might be an elite faction, but it was impossible for a regular clansman to reach the 3rd star road. Only the Doling 10 greats had this potential. But among the Doling 10 greats, there might not be any 6-star bone frames, but there were 2 heaven-defying 5-star bone frames. Xiahou Shi's cultivation was at the 6th level of the Earth Realm. It wasn't a high cultivation level, but it reflected his potential better. Li Fuchen reckoned that he should be one of the 2 heaven-defying 5-star bone frames of the Doling clan. As a heaven-defying 5-star bone frame and in the same realm, Xiahou Shi was much stronger than emotionless sword Xue Feng. It wasn't impossible for him to instantly kill Xue Feng. Azure Water sect, ha! Xiahou Shi was diligently searching for information regarding the Azure Water sect. After a few blinks of the eye, Xiahou Shi dug out information about the Azure Water sect from his memories. The Azure Water sect was just an ordinary sect. Beside it was a slightly stronger sect called the Heaven Fiend sect. But as compared to the Doling clan, it was still lacking. So it is a Azure Water sect disciple. It is an honor to meet you. Xiahou Shi laughed heartily with a passionate expression. Why does this person seem so fake? Li Fuchen frowned in his heart. The other party's tone seemed to be very passionate, but Li Fuchen's senses were very sharp. He could tell who was truly passionate and who was faking it. Sensing that Xiaohoshi had an ulterior motive, Li Fuchen exchanged a few polite words with him and didn't say anything else. But Xiaohoshi obviously didn't want to let him go. Li Xiong, since you are able to come to the Third Star Road, you must have some artifacts on you. Why not let me take a look? Don't worry, Xiaohoshi, will never speak of it. I, Xiaohoshi, have always been a man of my words. You can rest assured about this. Li Fuchen replied indifferently, the Star Road hidden domain is so mystical. How can there be any artifacts that can cheat? Xiaohoshi must be joking. Xiaohoshi replied, it seems like Li Xiong still doesn't trust me. This isn't good. On the path of the martial Tao, one more friend means one more arm. We should make friends and not be selfish. I believe Li Xiong can understand my words. Li Fuchen frowned, I don't have any artifacts. Xiaohoshi can choose not to believe me. Kiki, seems like Li Xiong really doesn't have any artifacts. Since that is the case, I believe Li Xiong. Xiaohoshi's expression didn't change as he continued, it is truly admirable for Li Xiong to come to the Third Star Road without relying on artifacts. If there is an opportunity, let's have a drink together. I am willing to befriend Li Xiong. Li Fuchen replied in a perfunctory manner, Xiaohoshi is too polite. Someone is chasing from behind. It seems like the Star Road hidden domain is rather lively today. Xiaohoshi turned around to look. Hearing the statement, Li Fuchen turned around too. Go to hell. Suddenly, Xiaohoshi sent a fist at Li Fuchen. This fist contained resplendent yellow qi and looked extremely ferocious and domineering. It felt like it could destroy a mountain and split rocks. Xiaohoshi naturally didn't have the intention to befriend Li Fuchen. He initially asked which sect Li Fuchen was from because he was afraid that Li Fuchen had a powerful background. If he didn't kill Li Fuchen, he would be in trouble instead. He then asked if Li Fuchen had any artifacts to assist him. If he had the help of artifacts, then it wouldn't be worth mentioning. He could easily kill Li Fuchen and seize the artifacts. If there wasn't any artifacts, then he had to kill Li Fuchen. If a mere third-level Earth-realm martial artist was able to come to the Third Star Road, then he must have the potential of a monarch class. There were plenty of individuals with the potential of a monarch class in the East Unicorn continent, but most of them had already become experts. But there weren't many youths with the potential of a monarch class. To him, it was naturally better to have one less. He used his full strength in this fist and it was very fast. When the fist was executed, a biting cold fist intent locked onto Li Fuchen. With his 6th level Earth Realm cultivation, this fist was enough to instantly kill anyone who wasn't as good as him. What's more, it was a sneak attack. He believed that Li Fuchen was definitely going to die. Grinning sinisterly, Xiaohoshi felt as though he could see the scene of Li Fuchen being penetrated by this fist. Huff! This fist struck the air. The yellow fist force was like an enraged dragon that rushed out. The fist intent on it was only at this moment that it burst out completely. Li Fuchen was like a phantom that skimmed to the front. Turning around, Li Fuchen spoke in a cold voice, I knew you would sneak an attack on me. As expected. Xiaohoshi said that there was someone behind him, but from his senses, there wasn't anyone behind him. He pretended to look behind him in order to lower Xiaohoshi's guard. As for why he pretended, it was because he wanted to test his opponent. He wanted to see how good Xiaohoshi's judgment was. Xiaohoshi didn't mind that he didn't kill Li Fuchen in a single fist. He let out an indifferent laugh, Li Xiong sure is cautious. You have been guarding against me from the start. This isn't the way to treat a guest. If I didn't guard against you, I would already be dead. Perhaps, I am just joking with Li Xiong. How would you know that I already expected you to dodge and wanted to test your potential? I don't have to trouble you. Farewell. Li Fuchen didn't wish to speak more with Xiaohoshi as there wasn't a need. Of course, he didn't think that Xiaohoshi's personality was sinister and was destined to be a minor character in the future. Future achievements had nothing to do with personality. Some people with cruel personalities could still become reincarnation realm martial artists. Some people who pretended to be benevolent and righteous could also become reincarnation realm martial artists. Future achievements were related to martial Dao conviction. As long as one's martial Dao conviction was strong, even a devil could have a glimpse of the great Dao. Hence, in Li Fuchen's eyes, Xiahou Shi was a dangerous character. Such a person could talk and laugh wittily, kill people like flies. Even if his sneak attack didn't succeed, he could still talk and laugh freely. He wasn't a regular character. But while the enemy was crafty, Li Fuchen wasn't a fool either. Chapter 231. With a slight increase in speed, Li Fuchen gradually shook off Xiahou Shi. Xiahou Shi grinned, "If I can kill him, it should allow my martial Dao conviction and fate to grow even stronger." Legend has it that killing a prodigy would allow one to steal their fate. This saying couldn't be verified, but many believed it. Xiahou Shi was one of them. In the East Unicorn continent, there were plenty of monarch-class potential. If he wanted to reach the top, he had to kill prodigies with extreme potential. If he killed enough, he would eventually surpass those 6-star bone frames and heaven-defying 5-star bone frames, becoming the king of prodigies. The dreadful Star Road Chi field caused Li Fuchen's speed to get slower and slower. If there was a grade of gale, the current Star Road Chi field was like a violent mountain torrent that could blow people off their feet. Those with weak and frail physiques would be blown all over the ground. It was almost impossible for them to travel in a hurry. Resisting against the gale, Li Fuchen jogged. Every step was firm and powerful. Traces of sweat started to soak his clothes. Unknowingly, the fatigued Li Fuchen arrived at the third stage of the Star Road, on the third island. The first stage of the Star Road was the Sound of Roar, the second stage was the Eyes of Mist, and the third stage was the Saber of Will. When the Saber of Will cleaved, those with a weak spirit would immediately faint. It was very straightforward and there was no room for struggle. The moment he stepped on the island, a powerful pressure rushed into the sky and condensed together. In Li Fuchen's spirit sense, there was an obvious saber in the air, an illusory saber. Swish! As the saber cleaved down, Li Fuchen's spirit will violently distorted. In this place, a high cultivation level doesn't seem to matter, it all depends on my spirit will. Li Fuchen thought to himself. The Saber of Will wasn't enough to deal with him, unless it was doubled in size, then there would be a chance. After resisting the Saber of Will, Li Fuchen saw the Monument of Names again. Just like the second stage's Monument of Names, the third stage's Monument of Names could only be left behind by those who made it here for the first time. Those who made it here for the second time wouldn't even be able to see the Monument of Names. The third stage's Monument of Names had less than half of the markings. On the second stage's Monument of Names, none of the markings from the third faction appeared here. There were also plenty of markings from the second faction that didn't appear here. Although there were fewer symbols, there were more factions, and they were divided into 5 factions. The first 2 camps were the first camps on the second stage of the Monument of Names, while the last 3 camps were the second camps. In other words, in the third stage, the Monument of Names, the markings were even more detailed. Here, the disparity between geniuses could be seen even more clearly. With the appearance of the Brush of Names, Li Fuchen drew out his sword mark in the air. The mark of sword formed and flew towards the Monument of Names. 5th. 4th. 3rd. 1st. Without any suspense, Li Fuchen's sword mark flew to the first group. Apart from the darkened marks, there were only a few dozen bright marks. Among them, there were less than 10 of the true youth generation. Perhaps it was because they sensed Li Fuchen's presence, these 10 youthful marks started to attack Li Fuchen's sword mark. But Li Fuchen's sword mark wasn't to be trifled with. After a series of attacks, these marks were forced to retreat. Of course, this didn't mean that Li Fuchen's potential surpassed the total of the owners of these marks. It was mainly because Li Fuchen's sword mark had just been branded and was in the limelight. Furthermore, Li Fuchen himself was still around. The battle only lasted for an instant. An instant later, as Li Fuchen's sword mark returned to its position, the Monument of Names glowed brightly. At the same time, in the sky above the star road that was filled with stars, there were flashes of thunder and flashes of golden lightning. These golden lightning bolts were unbelievably large. In the eyes of everyone on the star road, each of them was a few hundred miles or even a few thousand miles. There were plenty of golden lightning bolts that skimmed across the star road, and that tyrannical pressure caused everyone to tremble with fear. What happened? Han Feng, who was still struggling on the third star road, looked up at the sky full of golden lightning and was flabbergasted. Could it be him again? Impossible. We aren't the only ones who came to the star road. There must be others, so it can't be him. Han Feng immediately shook his head and denied this thought. Unlike Han Feng, Xiahou Shi was certain that it was Li Fuchen. Star Road Anomaly. He actually triggered the Star Road Anomaly. This person deserves to be killed. Xiahou Shi licked his lips while his eyes flashed with terrifying murderous intent. From what he knew, for the first time to pass the third stage of the Star Road, as long as the mark was branded in the first group, it would definitely trigger the Star Road Anomaly. Which meant to say, Li Fuchen's mark was in the first group. First group. Xiahou Shi didn't even know if he could be in the first group. But it didn't matter. Potential was still potential, and he would snatch it back. With 4 portions of Star Road energy on his body, Li Fuchen's Star Road energy was now at 7 portions. 7 portions of Star Road energy was boundless. Li Fuchen felt that his 5th level Earth Realm bottleneck had loosened, while the 4th level Earth Realm bottleneck had a crack. The crack appearing meant that Li Fuchen could break through at any moment. Let's talk about it after I get out. The Star Road was too dangerous, and Li Fuchen didn't wish to break through here. To him, even if his cultivation increased by 1 level, it wouldn't be of much help to him when he was on the Star Road. Spirit willpower and cultivation. Li Fuchen's spirit willpower took up too much of a portion, which was why his cultivation wasn't that important, unless he could increase by 2 levels. I wonder how violent the 4th Star Road will be. Li Fuchen looked at the 4th Star Road. This Star Road looked a little different. It was dusky and the void seemed to be distorted, just like a road to hell. To a regular person, it would require courage to step on the 4th Star Road. Not long after Li Fuchen passed the 3rd stage of the Star Road, Xiahou Shi arrived. After resisting the Saber of Will, Xiahou Shi began to leave a mark on the Monument of Names. The mark formed and flew towards the Monument of Names. Xiahou Shi's face was smiling. His mark was impressively branded on the 2nd group and didn't manage to make it to the 1st group. Interesting, interesting. Xiahou Shi lifted his head and looked at the 1st group. There were only a few dozen bright marks in the 1st group. One of them was a giant sword mark which attracted Xiahou Shi's attention. Staring at this sword mark, Xiahou Shi reached out his right hand and swiped across his neck. Such a violent chi field of the Star Road. Walking on the 4th Star Road, Li Fuchen felt as though he was walking in a hurricane. Violent winds might be strong, but it wasn't enough to send a person flying. But a hurricane could. A horrific hurricane didn't just send a person flying, it could also snap trees and destroy houses. The intensity of the chi field of the Star Road was 2-fold stronger than the later stages of the 3rd Star Road. It was 8-fold stronger than the later stages of the 1st Star Road. Within the same Star Road, the difference between the earlier and later stages was at least 2 folds. Chapter 232. When Li Fuchen was on the 4th Star Road, the Azure Water Sect Patriarch, Ouyang Wentian, arrived at the 100 Battle region. The first thing he did was to find the Heaven Fiend sect leader, Li Shietian. Li Shietian, withdraw the arrest warrant for my gold-class direct disciple, Li Fuchen. I shall treat it as if nothing happened. Ouyang Wentian said. Li Shietian laughed coldly, you killed my son, Li Wuxue. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. Ouyang Wentian, you better not interfere in this matter, because you cannot bear this responsibility. Did you personally witness Li Fuchen killing Li Wuxue? Ouyang Wentian asked. Li Shietian's expression froze for a moment before he sneered, so what if I didn't see it with my own eyes? As long as there is suspicion, I will not let him go. Don't worry, I will not kill him on the spot. I will bring him back to the Heaven Fiends sect and interrogate him personally. If it is not him, I will naturally not touch a single hair on his head. Ouyang Wentian said, after entering your Heaven Fiends sect, even if you don't die, you will still lose a layer of skin. Li Shiqian, I am not going to talk nonsense with you. If you didn't personally witness Li Fuchen killing Li Wuxue, then withdraw the wanted order. Otherwise, if your Heaven Fiends sect does what you did, my Azure Water sect will do the same. If you put a wanted order for my Azure Water sect's Gold Class Direct Disciple, I will also put a wanted order for your Heaven Fiends sect's Gold Class Direct Disciple, unless your Heaven Fiends sect's Gold Class Direct Disciple doesn't come out. Li Shiqian squinted his eyes. Ouyang Wentian, you are deliberately making life difficult for me. Do you know how painful it is to lose a son? If you knew this would happen, why did you let your son out? Wouldn't it be better to lock him up in the Heaven Fiends sect for life? Hearing this, Li Shiqian's heart flashed with hatred and killing intent. Indeed, he shouldn't have let Li Wuxue come out to train. So what if he lacked battle experience? So what if he lacked opportunities? With Li Wuxue's talent and potential, even if he cultivated step by step, he would still be able to advance to the Heaven Realm. However, remorse was useless. Li Wuxue was already dead, and remorse could not bring him back to life. His only thought was to kill the murderer. If Ouyang Wentian didn't allow him to put up a bounty for Li Fuchen, it was the same as obstructing him from taking revenge. Anyone who obstructed him from taking revenge had to die. Ouyang Wentian, we haven't fought for 10 years. I wonder how strong you are today. If you aren't a match for me, then don't leave today. If you have some ability, we can discuss this matter at length. Li Shiqian didn't hide his killing intent at all. Ouyang Wentian said, bring it on, I'll return the same words to you. When did the Azure Water sect ever fear the Heaven Fiends sect in a one-on-one fight? Humph, Heaven Fiend Azura. Li Shiqian roared and immediately used the 5-star secret technique, Heavenly Fiend Azura. He was already a reincarnation realm martial artist. When he activated the 5-star secret technique, Heaven Fiend Azura, his chi presence was earth-shattering. The surrounding ground started to crack and for a moment, the void became a little blurry. Endless violent winds swept across, causing the sand and pebbles on the ground to fly. Rocks the size of millstones were blown into the sky. At the same time, a huge shadow appeared above Li Shiqian. It was the innate Fiend Azura. Myriad swords returned to origin. Ouyang Wentian roared in a low voice. In the air around him, tens of thousands of strands of sword chi appeared out of nowhere, forming a forest of swords. Extinguish! Li Shiqian sent a palm strike at Ouyang Wentian. The innate Fiend Azura shadow followed suit and sent a palm strike at Ouyang Wentian. The large palm strike was matched with the small palm strike, causing the void to collapse. Break! With a point of his sword art, Ouyang Wentian's surrounding sword chi blasted at the innate Fiend Azura shadow. Boom boom boom, the battle between the two of them had already surpassed the limits of combat skills. It was a clash of secret techniques. Whoever couldn't hold on would die first. There wasn't any room for tricks. 1 hour later, Ouyang Wentian had gained the upper hand. No matter how strong the innate Fiend Azura's shadow was, it wouldn't be able to withstand the frenzied slashes of tens of thousands of sword chi. In the entire East Unicorn continent, the myriad swords return to origin was one of the top 10 5-star secret techniques. But the innate Fiend Azura wasn't even in the top 10. The two of them had been fighting since they were young. Back then, their strengths were about the same. But ever since the two of them cultivated their respective sects' 5-star secret techniques, Ouyang Wentian had always had the upper hand. This time was no exception. Had it not been for the Heaven Fiend sect's superior numbers of experts, the Heaven Fiend sect would always be weaker than the Azure Water sect in a one-on-one fight. What a great sect origin swords! Li Shiqian tried his best to suppress his unwillingness. The Azure Water sect's sect origin swords could be said to be undefeatable. Unless one's defense was heaven-defying, there was no way to withstand it. Li Shiqian, my apologies. I have one again. Ouyang Wentian spoke indifferently. Li Shiqian spoke indifferently. Ouyang Wentian, aren't you afraid my Heaven Fiend sect will declare war on your Azure Water sect? I lost a son. Does your Azure Water sect want to let this matter rest? I will say the same thing. You didn't personally witness Li Fuqian killing your son. If your Heaven Fiend sect wants to declare war, then go ahead. Even if my Azure Water sect is annihilated, your Heaven Fiend sect will lose 70% to 80% of their combat strength. When the time comes, the Heaven Fiend sect will only be left with 20% to 30% of their combat strength. I think the Spirit Hidden sect will be looking for a juicy piece of meat. If it was just the Heaven Fiend sect, the Azure Water sect wouldn't be afraid. What the Azure Water sect was afraid of was the Heaven Fiend sect allying with the Spirit Hidden sect and Violent Saber sect. Fortunately, no one was foolish and knew that allying had its pros and cons. There was a saying that the fox grieves when the rabbit dies. This saying wasn't without reason. Hee, Ouyang Wentian. Sooner or later, I will eradicate your Azure Water sect. Li Shiqian took a deep breath and spoke with a calm expression, I will withdraw the arrest warrant. But I cannot guarantee the safety of your Azure Water sect's disciple, Li Fuqian. After all, a place like the 100 Battle region is filled with all sorts of people. He might die in the hands of others, or he might accidentally fall to his death. These are all possibilities. Then don't let me find out that the Heaven Fiend sect is behind this. If not, your Heaven Fiend sect's gold class direct disciple will have to be more careful when walking. Ouyang Wentian ignored the threat. After resolving the matter of Li Fuqian being wanted, Ouyang Wentian left the 100 Battle region. But in the dark, he sent a message to the secret faction in the 100 Battle region, asking them to pay attention to any news of Li Fuqian. Star Road Hidden Domain, 4th Star Road. Li Fuqian was drenched in sweat and his face was paler than usual. There shouldn't be any problem to barge through. Li Fuqian didn't test the limits of his potential and didn't know where his limit was. Previously, he had underestimated himself. Even though he was drenched in sweat, it wasn't his limit yet. It was just like how a regular person would perspire, but that was because of intense exercise. There was still quite a distance from his true limit. Finally, Li Fuqian saw the location of the 4th stage of the Star Road. Adjusting his chi presence, Li Fuqian stepped onto the isolated island of the 4th stage. Before Li Fuqian stepped onto the 4th stage, Han Feng had already been teleported out of the Star Road Hidden Domain. He wasn't able to block the 3rd stage's Saber of Will. This was mainly because his heart was flawed. If his heart wasn't flawed, he had a 70% to 80% chance of blocking the Saber of Will. 1 hour after Han Feng was teleported out, Xiaohoshi was also teleported out of the Star Road Hidden Domain. Right now, he was already halfway through the 4th Star Road. Chapter 233. The 4th stage tested one's comprehension of the martial Tao. The 1st stage, Roar, 2nd stage, Eye of Dreams, and 3rd stage, Saber of Will were all tests of one's spirit will. As long as one's spirit will was strong enough, one would be able to withstand it. But the 4th stage was different. This stage tested one's perception. If one's perception wasn't up to par, it didn't matter how high one's spirit will was. Of course, those with a high spirit will usually have a decent perception too. The moment Li Fuqian stepped onto the lone island, lines appeared in midair. These lines were either straight or curved, sharp or blunt, domineering or reserved, blazing or icy cold. Every line seemed to have a spirit of its own and wasn't a simple line anymore. This stage required one to combine some of the lines to form a martial art. This martial art had to be at least at the mystic class, low tier. Which meant to say, Li Fuqian had to create a mystic class, low tier martial art to pass this stage. In the outside world, those that could create mystic class, martial arts were already considered as martial Tao masters. Of course, with the help of the lines, the difficulty was actually reduced by several folds. If not, even with Li Fuqian's perception, he wouldn't dare to say he could create a mystic class, low-tier sword art. Even if he could, it would take a huge amount of time. Interesting, let's give it a try then. Li Fuchen extended a finger and began to fiddle with the lines in mid-air, trying to combine them. 15 minutes later, the air in front of Li Fuchen had a concentrated combination of lines. These lines combined to form the shape of a sword, which was obviously a sword art. This won't do, the grade is too low. Li Fuchen scattered the lines. This sword art was only a yellow class, peak-tier sword art and didn't meet the requirements. 15 minutes later, Li Fuchen scattered the lines again. It wasn't an easy task to create a mystic class, low-tier sword art based on the lines. After all, mystic class, martial arts contained martial Dao intent, which coincided with the heavenly Dao and was extremely mystical. 1 hour later, 2 hours later, gradually, the lines that Li Fuchen assembled began to emit a sharp intent. The sharp intent followed the will of the heavens and imperceptibly, there was a boost of energy. Huff, huff, huff. Endless violent winds burst out and a treasure sword that was formed by the lines was formed. This sword revolved in the violent winds and had a sharp sword intent that caused one's scalp to go numb. Mystic class, low-tier sword art, completed. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance. Creating a low-tier profound class sword art was harder than he had imagined. Fortunately, with the help of the lines, he only spent a little more than 2 hours to succeed. Let's call you High Wind Sword Art. The High Wind Sword Art contained the High Wind Sword intent. This set of sword art focused on speed and sharpness. It was proficient in fighting speed with speed. Hua! As Li Fuchen created the mystic class low-tier sword art, the High Wind Sword Art, the lines vanished from the void. On the lone island, a monument of names appeared out of nowhere. It became a ranking. With a single glance, Li Fuchen realized that on the monument of names, the markings weren't separated into factions, but were arranged in a ranking manner. Other than the darkened marks, there were only a few dozen bright marks. It also meant that among all the surviving martial artists in the East Unicorn continent, only a few dozen of them were able to reach the 4th stage on their first attempt at the Star Road Hidden Domain. To be able to be listed on these marks, they are either the heroes of their generation or the geniuses of their generation. Unfortunately, I have never seen these people before and am not familiar with their auras. That is why I am unable to tell who these marks represent. On the East Unicorn continent, there were plenty of experts. When these experts were young, they were all prodigies. And to be able to be listed on the 4th stage's monument of names, they were all absolute prodigies when they were young. If they weren't 6-star bone frames, they would be heaven-defying 5-star bone frames. Like the Azure Water Sect Patriarch, Ouyang Wentian. When he was young, he was a prodigy like Sword Maniac and Sword Tiger. It was a pity that he wasn't qualified to be listed on the 4th stage's monument of names. Li Fuchen reckoned that the Celestial Star Sect Patriarch, Dolin Clan's current Patriarch, Eternal Spring Valley Patriarch, and other elite forces leaders should be listed on this list. In Li Fuchen's information, these people were either 6-star bone frames or heaven-defying 5-star bone frames. The darkened marks don't have any ranking. Only the bright marks have rankings. I wonder what rank my mark will be. Wielding the brush of names, Li Fuchen began to draw his own sword mark in the void. The sword mark was formed in a single stroke and flew towards the monument of names. 3rd place, 2nd place, once Li Fuchen's sword mark was formed, it immediately flew to the 3rd place and began to climb the ranks. 1st place. Surpassing the 1st place. Li Fuchen's sword mark was extremely dominant, it forcefully pushed the original 1st place down and took over the 1st place. The original 1st place mark naturally wasn't convinced and frantically attacked the sword mark. A violent spirit, will and mystical wave, as though it had a spirit of its own, enveloped Li Fuchen's sword mark. Li Fuchen's sword mark wasn't to be trifled with either. It similarly burst out with spirit, will and mystical wave as it started to attack. Li Fuchen was watching from the side with interest. After multiple attacks, the original 1st place mark couldn't take it anymore. It obediently retreated back to the 2nd place and didn't dare to challenge the sword mark anymore. As such, Li Fuchen's sword mark was firmly branded on the Monument of Names. The Monument of Names radiated with a bright light. A beam of light rushed into the sky and penetrated the starry sky. No one knew how long this beam of light was. Its length had already exceeded common sense and seemed to be comparable with the entire star road. Rumble. In the starry sky, countless golden lightning streaked across the sky. When the marks were left on the third stage's Monument of Names, the golden lightning was a few hundred or a few thousand miles long. But now, these golden lightning were a few thousand or even tens of thousands of miles long. There were a few that were a few 100,000 miles long. Streaks of golden lightning skimmed across the star road. Even Li Fuchen had a feeling of fear and insignificance. For the lightning to reach such a length, if it is real, a single lightning bolt would probably be able to destroy the East Unicorn continent. A golden lightning that was a few thousand or tens of thousands of miles was already enough to destroy the world. A lightning that was a few 100,000 miles long, if it was real, who would be able to withstand it? The golden lightning wasn't just extremely long, it was also very thick. The power contained within was indescribable. Boom! There was a soundless ripple. A distant star was half destroyed by a single lightning bolt. Such a scene made Li Fuchen speechless for a long time. After passing the fourth stage, a total of 8 portions of Star Road's power was added onto Li Fuchen's body. Right now, Li Fuchen had a total of 15 portions of Star Road's power. Such boundless Star Road's power gave Li Fuchen a feeling of discomfort if he didn't break through. It seems like I have to break through the cultivation realm. Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and prepared to break through to the 4th level of the Earth realm. Circulating the true Inferno technique, Li Fuchen's chi presence surged with blazing heat. Boom! In less than 15 minutes, Li Fuchen broke through. He broke through from the 3rd level of the Earth realm to the 4th level of the Earth realm. Furthermore, his chi didn't have any trace of weakness and was abnormally stable. It was much more stable than when he relied on the earth-shattering fruit to break through. It seemed as though he had been at the 4th level of the Earth realm for a long time. At the same moment, Li Fuchen's Star Road's power was depleted by 3 portions. I should be able to break through to the 5th level of the Earth realm. Li Fuchen continued to break through and tossed a large quantity of pills into his mouth. Chapter 234. 1 hour later, Li Fuchen successfully broke through to the 5th level of the Earth realm. At the same time, 9 portions of the Star Road energy was used up, leaving behind only 3 portions of Star Road energy. Breaking through to the next level would require 3 portions of Star Road energy. Breaking through to the 2nd level would require a total of 12 portions of Star Road energy. Breaking through to the 3rd level would require a total of 39 portions of Star Road energy. From the situation of breaking through to the 5th level of the Earth realm, Li Fuchen calculated that for every increase in cultivation level, the consumption of Star Road energy would be 3 times the original amount. The further one advanced, the more exaggerated it would be. It seemed like the Star Road energy and the human body would gradually develop a resistance. If I am able to pass the 5th stage, I will be able to obtain another 16 portions of Star Road energy. It might not be enough for me to break through to the 6th level of the Earth realm, but it will definitely reduce the time required. Standing up, Li Fuchen thought to himself. But the 5th stage of the Star Road isn't going to be so easy to reach, let alone pass it. Looking at the 5th stage of the Star Road, Li Fuchen didn't feel confident anymore. At the later stages of the 4th Star Road, Li Fuchen felt the strain. The chi field at the early stages of the 5th Star Road was at least twice the intensity of the 4th Star Road. No matter what, I have to give it a try. If I don't, how am I going to know my limits and how am I going to surpass them? Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen stepped out with his right leg and resolutely stepped on the 5th Star Road. Swish! A horrific pressure descended, causing Li Fuchen to feel his spirit will getting distorted. If the later stages of the 4th Star Road was an extremely violent gale, then the 5th Star Road would be a hurricane, a destructive class hurricane. Withstanding the hurricane, Li Fuchen advanced step by step. At this moment, he couldn't even run. Autumn Rain City, Li Fuchen's courtyard. Strange, where did Li Fuchen go? Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu searched everywhere for Li Fuchen's figure, but to no avail. Fan Qianyu said, "Gu, Li Fuchen must have something to attend to. He wouldn't leave without telling us." Fan Qiansong nodded, "A pity, the biannual Autumn Rain Tea Party is about to begin. This year, the host of the Autumn Rain Tea Party is the flourishing sect's gold-class direct disciple, Qin Keishi. With her around, there should be plenty of gold-class direct disciples from various sects participating in the tea party." There was an autumn rain mountain near the Autumn Rain City. It rained on empty autumn rain all year round. No one knew when it started, but a gold-class direct disciple of a sect held the first Autumn Rain Tea Party on empty autumn rain. This tea party had been passed down, and every tea party was hosted by a different host. This year's host was Flourishing Sect's gold-class direct disciple, Qin Keishi. The Flourishing faction produced beauties, and Qin Keishi was considered a rare beauty even in the Flourishing faction. If there were no accidents, this year's Autumn Rain Tea Party might be the most lively tea party in the past 10 years. Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu also wanted to join in the fun. Fan Qianyu said, "Gu, we can leave a letter. If Li Fuchen returns and sees the letter, he will come to empty autumn rain to look for us." Fan Qiansong's eyes lit up. "Why didn't I think of that? You're smart." As he spoke, Fan Qiansong left a letter in Li Fuchen's bedroom. After that, the two of them left Autumn Rain City and rushed towards Mount Autumn Rain. Along the way, the two of them saw many figures flying in the direction of Mount Autumn Rain. "That looks like Ruan Qianshou from the Silver Cloth sect." Fan Qiansong's eyes landed on one of the figures and his eyes shrank. Ruan Qianshou, one of the top gold-class direct disciples from the Silver Cloth sect. He was at the 7th level of the Earth Realm and had an exceptional ability, which was much stronger than Fu Chongshan. More importantly, Ruan Qianshou was ranked 98th on the STARS ranking. The STARS ranking was a prodigy ranking that covered the entire East Unicorn continent. The STARS ranking was held once every 3 years and all the elite prodigies from all the sects would participate. There were a total of 108 individuals in the STARS ranking, and those that were ranked on the STARS ranking were all considered as the top young prodigies. The previous STARS ranking was held last year. Next year, there would be a new STARS ranking. Not every sect has someone that can be ranked on the STARS ranking. My Carefree sect doesn't even have a single STARS ranking youth. Fan Qianyu frowned too. The East Unicorn continent had close to 100 sections. On average, each sect would only have one or more individuals that could be ranked on the STARS ranking. But the elite factions would usually have a few individuals that could be ranked on the STARS ranking. As such, there were naturally plenty of elite prodigies from regular sects that couldn't be ranked. Of course, it was also related to age. For some sects, their most outstanding prodigies were still young and couldn't be ranked on the STARS ranking. But it would be different after 3 years. The Autumn Rain Tea Party was about to begin and Li Fuchen was still struggling in the Star Road hidden domain. The chi field of the 5th segment was too violent and vile. Li Fuchen was only halfway through the segment and he already felt that his strength was lacking. "I have the golden amulet but I can't even reach the 5th stage. This is too embarrassing." Li Fuchen was extremely unwilling. He wasn't willing to disappoint the golden amulet. It didn't matter if the golden amulet chose him unintentionally or intentionally. To Li Fuchen, it was an opportunity to change his fate. He had to display his worth and make the golden amulet feel that choosing him was the right decision. Clenching his teeth, Li Fuchen walked on resolutely. 60% of the way. 70% of the way. Li Fuchen felt every inch of his flesh and every inch of his bones struggling. 80% of the way. 90% of the way. Li Fuchen felt extremely tired. He wanted to collapse, but he couldn't do that. What Li Fuchen didn't know was that as he walked on this segment, his spirit will was gradually getting stronger. If not, he wouldn't have been able to reach this stage. The spirit will was different from the consciousness. It was a person's original will, the will of life. There were other ways to strengthen the consciousness, But the spirit will could only be relied on under normal circumstances. Just like a regular person, he could use various methods to train and strengthen himself. But to have a strong will, it wasn't enough to just train, it required a fearsome obsession. The spirit will originated from both the innate and the acquired. Those with a higher star bone frame would have a stronger innate spirit will and wouldn't be easily shaken by the outside world. Li Fuchen belonged to the acquired category. The year he lost his talent, it caused his spirit will to be much stronger than the average person. With the golden amulet changing his soul spirit, it was also slowly changing his innate spirit will. Due to the huge impact of losing his talent, he had an obsession. An obsession to become stronger, an obsession to live up to the little golden amulet. With this fearsome obsession, Li Fuchen's spirit will was constantly getting stronger, forcing him to complete the 5th segment of the Star Road. When he arrived at the 5th stage of the Star Road, Li Fuchen looked as though he was fished out from the water. His body was drenched and he seemed to have lost a lot of weight. But a chi presence that was sharper than swords and sabers permeated the air. I wonder how many people will be able to leave their mark on the monument of names on the 5th stage. Changing into a clean set of clothes, Li Fuchen thought to himself. How would he know that this was the first time someone came to the 5th stage of the Star Road? It was unprecedented and unprecedented. He was the only one. It could be said to be unprecedented and unmatched. Chapter 235. The 5th stage's test was the solution of martial Tao. The comprehension of martial Tao tested one's perception, while the solution of martial Tao tested one's combat skills. Swish! In the void, a figure appeared. This figure was actually another Li Fuchen who was also wielding a long sword. With a shake of the long sword, the Li Fuchen thrust at Li Fuchen. Clang! Li Fuchen blocked with his sword. The current Li Fuchen was unable to circulate his chi, which meant to say that this was purely a test of combat skills. Cling cling clang clang, both sides exchanged blows and the battle was extremely intense. Even though they couldn't use their chi, the battle became even more dangerous. If there was any carelessness, there wouldn't be any leeway. Die! With a flash of sword light, Li Fuchen pierced the throat of the Li Fuchen opposite him. With his exceptional awareness, Li Fuchen took a few moves to figure out his opponent's moves. To him, this stage's test was much easier than the 4th stage's test. The 5th stage, the monument of names appeared. Not even a single mark. Li Fuchen revealed a surprised expression. He thought that there would be 2 or 3 individuals who would be able to reach the 5th stage in one go. He didn't expect that he was the only one. How could Li Fuchen know that it was already considered a feat for most of the people to walk 10% or 20% of the 5th Star Road, let alone the 5th stage? Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen began to draw the sword mark in the void. As the sword mark was branded on the monument of names, it vibrated and a dazzling ray of light pierced through the sky and penetrated the starry sky. In the sky above the Star Road, golden electric balls appeared out of nowhere. These golden thunderbolts were as big as stars. Once they exploded, the golden thunderbolts were like an endless golden forest that covered the starry sky. Behind the endless golden thunderbolts, Li Fuchen could vaguely see a golden figure. Star Road Hidden Domain. I'm afraid it isn't just a regular heaven-class hidden domain. It must contain some secrets. Li Fuchen thought in his heart. The so-called hidden domain was a mystical space. The Star Road Hidden Domain didn't feel like a mystical space to Li Fuchen. Or it should be said that it exceeded the scope of a hidden domain. The appearance of the golden electric balls was too shocking. On the Star Road, everyone lifted their heads with a fearful expression. On the 6th Star Road, a figure lifted his head. This figure had a terrifying aura and was much stronger than Xiahou Shi. The starry path phenomenon appeared 4 times in total. The first time wasn't too obvious, so it was obviously the 2nd stage. The next 3 times were the 3rd stage, the 4th stage, and the 5th stage. Who managed to get from the 1st stage to the 5th stage in one go? This person was extremely shocked. In the history of the Star Road Mystic Domain, there had never been anyone who was able to pass through the 5th round on their first try. This was simply unprecedented and no one would be able to do it in the future. Even he had only made it to the 4th stage on his first attempt. He had only walked a little more than half of the 5th Star Road, let alone the 5th stage. After resting for a while, Li Fuchen walked on the 6th Star Road. The Star Road Chi field contained spiritual pressure and aura pressure. Aura was related to one's cultivation. However, in addition to one's cultivation level, one's aura could also be increased through a secret technique that could increase one's vital energy. Take for example Li Fuchen's mystical dragon secret technique, which could increase his chi presence by 1 or 2 levels. Starting from the 4th Star Road, Li Fuchen started to activate the mystical dragon secret technique. Even though the mystical dragon secret technique wasn't of much use, it could at least make things easier for Li Fuchen. Walking on the 6th Star Road, Li Fuchen's back was bent from the pressure. The chi field here was too horrific. His chi presence was simply negligible and only his spirit will was able to withstand it. It is said that on the second attempt of the Star Road Mystic Domain, the overall chi field of the Star Road would be much weaker. I wonder if it is true. Li Fuchen walked step by step with difficulty. After walking for a short distance, Li Fuchen couldn't hold on any longer and fell head first onto the ground. Swish! A blue radiance surged and Li Fuchen was teleported out of the Star Road Mystic Domain. Autumn Rain City, Li Fuchen's courtyard. Li Fuchen's figure emerged from the blue radiance in a flash. Huff! Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen lifted his head to look at the sky. Seeing the blue sky and white clouds, he felt much better. The Star Road Mystic Domain gives off an oppressive feeling. The real world is still the most comfortable. After adjusting his breath for a period of time, Li Fuchen gradually recovered. Returning to his bedroom, Li Fuchen found a letter. Opening the letter, Li Fuchen muttered, "Autumn Rain Tea Party." According to what Fan Qiansong said, the Autumn Rain Tea Party would be held on empty autumn rain and the date was today. In order to participate in the tea party, one must be a gold class direct disciple from their respective sections. Regular silver class direct disciples weren't qualified to participate. Even if they did, they would be the ones to be embarrassed. The Autumn Rain Tea Party was usually held before the Stars ranking tournament. It was for mutual exchange, to broaden one's horizons, and to prepare for the Stars ranking tournament. The host of this year's Autumn Rain Tea Party was the flourishing sect's gold class direct disciple, Qin Keishi. Should I go? Li Fuchen frowned. This Autumn Rain Tea Party was just a small tea party. It was impossible for all the gold class direct disciples to attend. It was already ridiculous for 5% of the participants to attend. Forget it. I shall go and see. I can also experience the standard of the gold class direct disciples from the various sections. After a slight hesitation, Li Fuchen still decided to make the trip. Since he was a gold class direct disciple of the Azure Water sect, he had to interact with prodigies of this level. It wasn't good to work behind closed doors. Leaving Autumn Rain City, Li Fuchen rushed towards empty Autumn Rain. Empty Autumn Rain was a place where it rained throughout the year. Before Li Fuchen even got close to empty Autumn Rain, the sky was already drizzling. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, Li Fuchen followed a white staircase and headed towards the peak. The peak of the mountain was bustling with activity. This year's Autumn Rain Tea Party was indeed the most lively one in the past decade. There were more than 200 participants. Normally, there would only be 100 participants, and sometimes, there would only be a few dozen participants. Although compared to all the gold class direct disciples in the entire East Unicorn continent, 200 participants wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small number either. What's more, those who attended were all reputable individuals and not those gold class direct disciples who were at the bottom. The peak of empty Autumn Rain was extremely flat and there were dozens of pavilions constructed. These pavilions were scattered all around the peak and in the center of the peak, there was a giant contest stage. The contest stage was obviously reinforced by an array. It looked neither gold nor jade and contained traces of heaven and earth energy. Li Fuchen. In one of the pavilions, Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu saw Li Fuchen and quickly transmitted a message over. Beside Fan Qiansong, there was a young man who noticed Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu's unusual expression and couldn't help but look over. Hearing Fan Qiansong's voice, Li Fuchen's figure flashed and skimmed into this pavilion. Li Fuchen, it is fortunate that you made it in time. If not, it would be such a pity to miss out on this tea party. Fan Qiansong laughed. Li Fuchen replied, I went out for some matters. When I returned, I saw the letter you left behind. Chapter 236. You are Li Fuchen. Huang Yuxiang was surprised. Li Fuchen asked, what is it? Huang Yuxiang said, some time ago, there was a warrant for your arrest in the city I was in. The one who issued the warrant was the Heaven Fiend sect. Is that so? Hearing this, Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu were shocked. Being wanted by the sect was not a good thing. Li Fuchen frowned. If he didn't guess wrongly, it should be about Li Wuxue. Perhaps the Heaven Fiend sect master had used some kind of secret technique on Li Wuxue's body, so the moment Li Wuxue died, the Heaven Fiend sect master knew about it. Moreover, he had a conflict with Li Wuxue, so he was listed as a suspect by the Heaven Fiend sect master. As for whether there was evidence or not, it was not a problem for the Heaven Fiend sect master. As long as he was a suspect, it was fine. He would capture him and bring him back. Huang Yuxiang laughed and continued, but the Heaven Fiend sect withdrew the wanted order very quickly. From what I see, there is a limit to the dissemination. But you have to be careful. In the opposite pavilion, there are 2 gold-class direct disciples from the Heaven Fiend sect. One of them is the Stars Rankings Rank 101, Xiao Bai. Huang Yuxiang looked at the opposite pavilion. In response, Li Fuchen looked over too. The moment Li Fuchen looked over, a pair of eyes coincidentally looked over. There seemed to be a flash of cold lightning in the void. This person is Xiao Bai. In Li Fuchen's line of sight, on the 2nd floor of the opposite pavilion, there was a young man standing with his hands behind his back. From the looks of it, he shouldn't be more than 30 years old, around the same age as emotionless sword Xue Feng. The young man had long hair that draped over his shoulders. His eyes were like blades and his cultivation was at the 8th level of the earth realm. His qi presence was abnormally terrifying and was much more terrifying than Fu Chongshan. It was obvious that he recognized Li Fuchen. The Heaven Fiend sect's secret hall had sent a message to him, asking him to kill Li Fuchen on sight 5th level of the earth realm. It seems like the information is wrong. Xiao Bai thought to himself. According to the intel from the secret faction, Li Fuchen was only at the 2nd level of the earth realm, but now he had an additional 3 levels. He must have gone to the Star Road Mystic Realm and consumed some sort of treasure. Xiao Bai's mind raced. The corner of Xiao Bai's mouth curled up dangerously as he retracted his gaze. Since he had encountered Li Fuchen, he couldn't let Li Fuchen leave alive. But the show had just begun and there was no need to be impatient. He's an expert. Li Fuchen raised his brows. For Xiao Bai to be ranked 101st on the stars ranking, it was obvious that his strength was far superior to emotionless sword Xue Feng. Even the number 1 direct disciple, Sword Maniac, was only ranked 105th on the stars ranking. Of course, this was the ranking from more than a year ago. After more than a year, the stars ranking was no longer accurate. You might be ranked 101st in the previous tournament, but you might not be ranked 101st in this tournament. You might be ranked higher, lower, or even fall out of the rankings. After all, in every stars ranking, there would be plenty of powerful rising stars. The tea party had already begun. It was drizzling, and everyone was chatting while sipping tea. As for the distance between the pavilions, it wasn't considered a distance at all. As long as he infused his jinqi slightly, his voice could be heard by everyone. If he didn't want others to hear him, he could choose to use his true qi to transmit his voice. Yang Tianyu, 1 month ago, you severely injured my sect's shitty. Do you want to let it go like this? Hurry up and get out here. A figure skimmed out from the pavilion and landed on the martial stage. He pointed at a pavilion and yelled out with anger. "Zheng Yi, you must have eaten the guts of a leopard to dare challenge me." The young man named Yang Tianyu didn't have a pleasant expression as he skimmed towards the martial stage. Boasting shamelessly. "Take my divine wind fist first. Who is afraid of you?" On the martial stage, the figures were crisscrossing and chi forces were crisscrossing. There would always be grudges between sections. Some of the sects would even have a death grudge. When the disciples of both sects met, it was either you die or I die. It was obvious that the two individuals on the martial stage already had a grudge. After a few dozen moves, the young man named Yang Tianyu had the upper hand. He used a single move to break his opponent's defense and was planning to deal the killing blow. The Autumn Rain Tea Party is not allowed to kill. Why don't we end it here for my sake? Right at this moment, a graceful figure instantly appeared on the martial stage and spoke. Die! Yang Tianyu had a ruthless expression and didn't have any intention to stop. The graceful figure was an absolute beauty. She frowned and waved her hand. In the air, it was as though a flower had bloomed and obstructed Yang Tianyu. "Humph, Zheng Yi, I shall let you off on account of Qin Keishi. If we meet again in the future, I will definitely kill you." Yang Tianyu snorted and skimmed into the pavilion. Qin Keishi was a young magnate on the stars ranking. With her making a move, Zheng Yi wouldn't have any chance. Damn it! Zheng Yi had an ashen expression. He took the initiative to challenge Yang Tianyu, but he didn't expect to be the one who was defeated. It was extremely embarrassing for him. "Qin Keishi, this Zheng Yi isn't skilled enough. Farewell." Zheng Yi cupped his fist and swiftly left the peak of empty autumn rain. Yang Tianyu wanted to chase after him, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Qin Keishi sighed and didn't say anything. She tiptoed on the ground and returned to her pavilion. Qin Keishi is indeed formidable. Beside Li Fuchen, Huang Yuxiang praised silently. Fan Qianyu spoke with admiration. Qin Shiji is ranked 88th on the stars ranking and can be said to be the #1 expert of this Autumn Rain Tea Party. With her around, there won't be any life or death battles. That is natural. Otherwise, this Autumn Rain Tea Party wouldn't be able to be hosted anymore. Fan Qiansong nodded. Ranked 88th on the stars ranking, huh? Li Fuchen saw Qin Keishi's moves earlier. Even though he was at the 5th level of the Earth Realm, he still felt that Qin Keishi was ridiculously strong. That Yang Tianyu's ability wasn't inferior to Fu Chongshan's. When he went all out, he was actually blocked by Qin Keishi casually and didn't even have to execute any secret techniques. Her mystic class mid-tier intent is unfathomable and is adept at deflecting force. Furthermore, her cultivation technique rank is extremely high too, probably not lower than the 15th rank. Li Fuchen didn't think that he was the only one who cultivated the mystic class peak-tier technique, true inferno technique to the 15th rank. No matter how good his perception was, he would still require a certain amount of time to comprehend and cultivate. This Qin Keishi was in her 20s and had cultivated for a few more years than him. It was natural for her to cultivate a mystic class peak-tier technique to the 15th rank. After the first match, there were even more gold-class direct disciples from other sects who went up the stage to spar. Which of these gold-class direct disciples wasn't a prodigy? When they made their moves, their prowess was appalling and all sorts of martial arts and secret techniques were incredible. It was considered an eye-opener for Li Fuchen. Hu Ming, go up the stage and challenge Li Fuchen. I want to know his ability. Xiao Bai spoke to the youth at the side. Hu Ming licked his lips. Xiao Shixiang doesn't have to worry. Within 10 moves, I will definitely severely injure him. A pity that killing is not allowed during the Autumn Rain Tea Party. Don't be careless. Of course, if you have the chance to kill, do so. I don't like any undue delays. Xiao Bai didn't put Li Fuchen in his eyes. Had it not been for Qin Keishi, he would have immediately made a move to eliminate Li Fuchen. As for his personal challenge, Li Fuchen probably wouldn't accept it. After all, he was one of the Stars Ranking's young leaders. As long as one wasn't a fool, he wouldn't accept the challenge so easily. Xiao Shixiang, is this fine? Hu Ming was rather astonished. Xiao Bai replied indifferently, if you kill him, will Qin Keishi kill you? That's true. Hee hee. Chapter 237. Li Fuchen, Hu Ming, would like to spar with you. Hurry up and come down. Hu Ming wielded a 9-ringed saber and shouted coldly. Li Fuchen, be careful. Fan Xiansong reminded Li Fuchen. This Hu Ming might not be one of the young heavyweights on the stars ranking, but he was still at the 7th level of the Earth Realm. A gold-class direct disciple at the 7th level of the Earth Realm was undoubtedly terrifying. They had cultivation and a strong foundation, unlike Li Fuchen, Fan Xiansong, and the others who had just become gold-class direct disciples a few years ago and didn't have much time to build up their foundation. In Fan Xiansong's eyes, this Hu Ming was at least at the same level as Fu Chongshan. Back at the tomb, he and Li Fuchen had to use all their methods and artifacts to barely kill Fu Chongshan. Li Fuchen's ability might have a drastic increase and was now at the 5th level of the Earth Realm, but he still couldn't underestimate his opponent. Who knew if this Hu Ming's ability was even superior to Fu Chongshan? Don't worry. Li Fuchen nodded. Before progressing to the 5th level of the Earth Realm, when he was at the 3rd level of the Earth Realm, he was already able to defeat Fu Chongshan with ease. Now, he could easily suppress his opponent without relying on his exceptional awareness. What are you dilly-dallying for? If you are afraid of losing, kowtow to me and I might let you off. Hu Ming laughed heartily. Be careful of your tongue being sprained by the wind. Li Fuchen landed lightly on the contest stage. The wind might sprain your waist, but it won't sprain my tongue. Li Fuchen, you are very arrogant, but there is a price to pay for your arrogance. I don't care if you are the one who killed the young patriarch. In my eyes, you are already a dead man. Hu Ming wielded his saber with a single hand and had a sinister and wanton look in his eyes. This Li Fuchen is probably in deep trouble. In the main pavilion, other than the gold-class direct disciples led by Qin Keishi, there was also a silver-cloaked youth. He was the star's ranking's 98th ranker, Wan Qianxiu. Qin Keishi said, I don't think he is a match for Hu Ming either, but he shouldn't be too miserable. One was at the 5th level of the Earth Realm while the other was at the 7th level of the Earth Realm. There was a difference of 2 whole levels. Without any special circumstances, Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't be a match for Hu Ming. But looking at Li Fuchen's relaxed expression, it made Qin Keishi waver. I know this Hu Ming. He is definitely one of the top 10 geniuses among the true disciples of the Heaven Fiend sect. As for his strength, he is almost in the top 7. Wanting to fight Hu Ming who is a level higher than him is simply a fool's dream. Wan Qianxiu had interacted with Xiao Bai before, so he knew some things about the Heaven Fiend sect. We'll know once we see. Qin Keishi combed the hair on her forehead as her beautiful eyes stared at the stage. On the battling platform. Whoosh! Hu Ming made his move. In an instant, it felt as though 3 or 4 Hu Mings appeared at the same time. The 9-ringed saber blocked off all of Li Fuchen's escape routes from different angles. The saber light was as bright as a waterfall and had a chilling light that contained an astounding saber intent. Is this your swordsmanship? Too weak. Li Fuchen's expression remained the same. His body swayed like a willow in the wind and easily dodged Hu Ming's saber light. In that instant, it felt as though there were 3 or 4 Li Fuchens stacked together. A strange light flashed across Qin Keishi's eyes. Being able to easily dodge Hu Ming's saber light required not only strength, but also shocking combat awareness. Long River Sunset Slash. Hu Ming roared and cleaved with his saber again. This saber slash was majestic and a long river of saber chi was gushing over. It was impossible to dodge it by a small margin and could only be dodged by relying on his astounding speed. Li Fuchen didn't intend to dodge. Drawing his black gold sword, Li Fuchen thrusted at the long river of saber chi. Swish! The long river of saber chi seemed to have lost its propulsion and instantly dispersed. Such fearsome combat awareness. He instantly found the flaw of the long river sunset slash. Chin Keishi couldn't help but comment. It wasn't exaggerated for such combat awareness to appear on a young magnate of the stars ranking. But when it appeared on an unknown individual, it was rather exaggerated. Every martial art move had its flaw. It didn't matter if you comprehended a martial art intent or not. After all, everything in this world had flaws, let alone martial arts moves. Hence, no matter how powerful a martial art move was, once its flaw was found, it would be like a venomous snake that had its weakness grasped. It would no longer be a threat. Impossible. My saber speed is so fast, how could he find the flaw of my saber move? Hu Ming felt a chill in his heart. Hu Ming, go all out. Xiao Bai's voice was transmitted into Hu Ming's ears. Hearing the command, Hu Ming's eyes burst out with radiance. Azura Battle Chi, activate. Hu Ming's chi presence suddenly surged. The 3-star secret technique, Azura Battle Chi, allowed his chi burst strength to be doubled. Die! The 9-ringed great saber turned into a long saber rainbow and violently slashed at Li Fuchen. At this moment, the saber speed wasn't just increased by a few folds, it was actually doubled. I have to keep a low profile. Even if Li Fuchen didn't activate the mystical dragon secret technique, he would still be able to easily neutralize Hu Ming's saber move. His combat awareness allowed him to instantly find 7 or 8 flaws of his opponent's saber move. It didn't matter how fast his opponent's saber speed was. But the more he exposed himself, the more danger he would be in. It was the best way to prevent others from seeing through him. With the activation of the mystical dragon's secret technique, Li Fuchen's chi presence surged. The black gold sword thrusted out. Boom! Hu Ming burst in retreat. His saber chi was instantly dispersed. Impossible! Impossible! Hu Ming was going crazy. He could still accept being repelled by a frontal attack. But Li Fuchen's sword would always land on the flaws of his saber moves, which made him feel rather uncomfortable. Hu Ming is going to lose. Chin Keishi couldn't help but comment. Interesting. His combat awareness is rather strong. Yuan Qianxiu's expression was rather gloomy. He was a stars ranker and had actually misjudged Li Fuchen. This was undoubtedly embarrassing, especially in front of Chin Keishi. You shall receive a sword from me too. Li Fuchen's figure floated above Hu Ming and brandished his sword. This sword move was the Starfire sword style's Starfire Sky. If it was anyone else executing this move, even if they comprehended the Starfire sword intent, it would still give off a feeling that it was traceable. But when Li Fuchen executed this move, the sky was filled with sparks. Every single spark seemed to have a spirit of its own. PFFF. Hu Ming used his saber to block a small portion of the sparks. In the next moment, his chi protection was instantly scorched. As the sparks sprayed on his body, they scorched through his leather armor, leaving behind charred and bloody holes. Impudent! Xiao Bai was infuriated as he brandished his palm to kill Li Fuchen. Xiao Xiong, you and I are both ranked on the stars ranking. Let's not join in the fun. Chin Keishi didn't expect Li Fuchen's sword move to be so vicious. Looking at Hu Ming's condition, he would probably need to recuperate for a few months before he could fully recover. Without any precious herbs or elixirs, it was normal for him to not recover in his entire life. But she couldn't just watch as Xiao Bai killed Li Fuchen. Xiao Bai was ranked 101 on the stars ranking, and if he wanted to kill Li Fuchen, he would probably need 1 or 2 moves. Hence, when Xiao Bai made a move, she followed suit. But Xiao Bai's attack was too fast and Xiao Bai was rather close to Li Fuchen. The massive palm was like a dark cloud that enveloped Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, be careful! Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu yelled out. Chapter 238. No wonder he is a stars ranker. Li Fuchen's eyes shrank. He could naturally see Xiao Bai's strength. His cultivation technique was definitely at the 15th rank. His mystic class, mid-tier palm intent was extremely profound. His combat awareness wasn't something Hu Ming could compare with. Be it the angle or timing of this palm strike, it was close to perfection. At least Li Fuchen could only see 3 flaws in this palm strike. A pity. Trying to strangle me without executing a secret technique. You are too confident. Li Fuchen sneered and executed the Starfire sword style's first move, like Starfire. A spot of sword light rushed into the sky and instantly broke Xiao Bai's chi palm. Azura ghost palm. Xiao Bai's brows twitched, his eyes were filled with murderous intent as he followed up with his second palm strike. This palm strike was obviously executed with his secret technique, increasing the power by more than 2 folds. That massive chi palm was surrounded by layers of black chi, like layers of black flames. Xiao Xiong, don't make things difficult for me. A beautiful figure materialized as Qin Keishi instantly appeared in front of Li Fuchen and used the 100-flower seal to disperse Xiao Bai's Azura ghost palm. Xiao Bai's expression didn't look good and his heart was filled with deep regret. He didn't expect Li Fuchen to be able to break his first palm strike. If he knew this would happen, he would have used his secret technique for his first palm strike. You are very lucky. But you have to remember that not every time a woman blocks in front of you. The next time I make my move, it will be the time of your death. Cherish your short life. Xiao Bai let out a disdainful laugh as he supported Hu Ming and skimmed up the pavilion. Li Fuchen said, rules are meant to be broken. Perhaps you should rejoice that you managed to preserve your star's ranker status. In the pavilion, Xiao Bai's expression changed as his eyes burst out with shocking murderous intent. Li Fuchen, you are courting death. Not only Xiao Bai, the rest of the people were infuriated too. This Li Fuchen is too arrogant. Had it not been for Qin Keishi stopping Xiao Bai, he would have been beaten to death by Xiao Bai. Now he actually dares to say such shameless words. Qin Keishi shouldn't have stopped Xiao Bai. Let Xiao Bai kill him. This person is too shameless. Just because Xiao Bai can't make a move, he is spouting nonsense. If I was Xiao Bai, I wouldn't let him off. I have been in the 100-battle region for so many years and I have never seen such a shameless person. I have learned something today. Almost everyone was mocking at Li Fuchen for his overconfidence and shamelessness. From their point of view, Li Fuchen was relying on Qin Keishi's protection, which was why he was so unrestrained. While they were mocking, they were extremely furious. As for whether Li Fuchen truly had the ability to surpass Xiao Bai, it wasn't within their consideration. Because this was something that would never happen. This Li Fuchen is too impulsive. Fan Shitty and Fan Shimmy, you must not get too close to this person. If not, he will bring disaster upon you. Huang Yuxiang frowned and said to Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu. Fan, Fuchen, Fan's Qianyu Fuchen, is, Li Fuchen is powerful Bai. Feng Li Fuchen, Fan's Qi Yang Bai is, Li is, Huang, Fuchen's, Fong. Fan Bai. Fan Qiansong frowned, nothing is absolute in this world. I believe in Li Fuchen. It didn't matter if Li Fuchen was bragging or not, he and his sister's lives were saved by Li Fuchen. Hence, he couldn't possibly listen to what Huang Yuxiang said. Distancing himself from Li Fuchen wasn't his style. Sigh, the two of you are going to suffer sooner or later. Huang Yuxiang shook his head and didn't try to persuade them anymore. In the main pavilion, Wan Qianxiu couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Seems like I have overestimated him. How can such a person achieve anything great? He is just a clown. Qin Keishi, you shouldn't have stopped Xiao Bai. On the contest stage, Qin Keishi was indeed regretting. She admitted that Li Fuchen had great potential. But potential was just potential. Before the potential could be converted into actual ability, it was best to keep a low profile. Such an unreliable high profile would only make people annoyed and wouldn't gain any sympathy. She was certain that if she left, Xiao Bai would definitely make a move to kill Li Fuchen. She might have started to loathe Li Fuchen, but she couldn't slap her own face. The Autumn Rain Tea Party didn't allow any killings. This was the iron rule of the Autumn Rain Tea Party and no one was allowed to break it. Hence, even if she had to brace herself, she couldn't allow Xiao Bai to kill Li Fuchen. I hope there won't be another Li Fuchen in this tea party. Qin Keishi prayed silently. You can go back first. With me around, I can ensure your safety. Qin Keishi waved her hand at Li Fuchen. Just as Li Fuchen was about to speak. Qin Keishi, Xiao Bai is ranked on the stars ranking, but I am not. Hence, I am here to challenge Li Fuchen. There shouldn't be any problem, right? A figure skimmed onto the contest stage and pointed at Li Fuchen while speaking to Qin Keishi. Qin Keishi nodded, no problem. Alright then. Li Fuchen, you still have a chance if you kneel down and beg for mercy. Otherwise, Xian Wuyuan will smash your mouth. Let's see if you can continue being so shameless. Xian Wuyuan didn't like Li Fuchen at all. Since Xiao Bai wasn't able to make a move, then he would do it on Xiao Bai's behalf. He wanted to see if Li Fuchen could continue being so arrogant after he smashed his mouth. Are you sure you want to stand up for Xiao Bai? Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes, which were flickering with chilling light. No matter how good his temper was, after being humiliated like this, it was impossible for him to not be angry at all. Xiao Bai is a ranker on the stars ranking, I don't have the qualifications to stand up for him. But you. I must teach you a lesson. Xian Wuyuan drew a silver-black long saber and pointed it at Li Fuchen. In the pavilion, Xiao Bai spoke word by word, Xian Wuyuan, no matter what the outcome is, I, Xiao Bai, owe you a favor. Xiao Xiong is too polite. Xian Wuyuan let out a slight smile. To be able to obtain a favor from a stars-ranking big shot was the best outcome. When the rest of the people heard Xiao Bai's words, they were silently regretting. This Xian Wuyuan's speed was too fast. If they knew it was this easy to obtain Xiao Bai's favor, they would have fought to go up the stage. Xian Wuyuan is ranked top 5 among the gold-class direct disciples of the Long Saber sect. His ability is far above Hu Ming. If Li Fuchen's ability is only at this level, he will definitely lose to Xian Wuyuan. Huang Yuxiang said to Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu. Fan Qiansong spoke in a firm tone, Xian Wuyuan isn't a match for him. If it was Xiao Bai, he would hesitate. But if it was Xian Wuyuan, he firmly believed that Li Fuchen would emerge victorious. I have the same opinion as my brother, I believe that Li Fuchen will win. Fan Qianyu spoke too. I think the two of you must have been bewitched by Li Fuchen. Huang Yuxiang was exasperated. He really didn't know what kind of medicine Li Fuchen fed the two of them to make them side with him in everything. Fan Qiansong spoke in a serious tone, Huang Shixiang, you have never interacted with him before, hence you don't know his astounding potential. This is understandable, but you cannot make such a presumptuous judgment. Alright, I would like to see what kind of surprise he will give us. Huang Yuxiang tried his best to suppress his irritation and anger, while his eyes stared intently at the stage. He stood 10 meters away from Xian Wuyuan. I hope you don't regret this. Li Fuchen pursed his lips and dispersed the mystical dragon secret technique, activating the primary clear hand. Chapter 239. Xian Wuyuan was at the 8th level of the Earth realm. He might not be listed on the stars ranking, but his overall ability was far superior to Hu Ming. After witnessing Li Fuchen and Hu Ming's battle, Xian Wuyuan had a deep understanding of Li Fuchen's ability. In his opinion, Li Fuchen was only slightly stronger in combat awareness. Xian Wuyuan was always confident in his combat awareness. He might not be able to match up to Li Fuchen, but he was at least superior to Hu Ming. If Li Fuchen wanted to rely on his combat awareness to defeat him, it was undoubtedly a pipe dream. When the saber was brandished, Xian Wuyuan's figure blended into the saber light. This saber was the union of man and saber. This saber was as fast as a spark. Crackle! A dazzling thunder light flashed as Xian Wuyuan's saber slashed in front of Li Fuchen. Thunder Chi! Li Fuchen was rather surprised. Thunder and lightning Jinqi was the most explosive type of Jinqi. If the same blade was driven by thunder and lightning Jinqi, it would be at least 50% faster than other types of Jinqi. No wonder his opponent was so confident. It seemed like he thought that his blade speed was fast enough, and believed that it was impossible for him to see through the flaws of his blade technique. A pity that he was wrong. Li Fuchen's awareness was so strong that it was inhuman. Let alone an Earth Realm martial artist, even if it was a Heaven Realm martial artist, Li Fuchen would be able to see through the flaws in the opponent's move. Of course, a Heaven Realm martial artist's move was too fast. Even if Li Fuchen's awareness could see the flaws, his body wouldn't be able to react in time. Retreating quickly, while retreating, Li Fuchen pointed with his sword. This point was like a stroke of genius. TFFF. Xian Wuyuan's Thunder Saber Chi was broken in response. The saber speed dropped drastically, and so did the advancing speed. Violent Thunder 9 strikes. Xian Wuyuan had a flash of disbelief on his face. Taking a deep breath, he executed an even stronger saber move. Like an explosion of thunder, 9 streaks of thunder struck at Li Fuchen from 9 different directions. Each thunderbolt was actually a saber, a total of 9 sabers. The sword light twisted and turned, laying out layers of sword net in front of Li Fuchen. When Xian Wuyuan's thunder saber move landed in the sword net, 90% of the force was neutralized. To be exact, it wasn't neutralized, but the force was diverted. As for where the force was diverted to, Xian Wuyuan soon found out. The sword net exploded, and Xian Wuyuan's entire body was sent flying, his arms numb. Li Fuchen's 9 revolution sword style, the stronger the attack force, the stronger the counterattack force. Xian Wuyuan was equivalent to receiving a combined attack from Li Fuchen and himself. It would be strange if he wasn't sent flying. Pu, streaks of blood appeared on Xian Wuyuan's body. The counterattack of the 9 revolution sword art wasn't as simple as just sending Xian Wuyuan flying. Unknowingly, Xian Wuyuan's body was covered with sword marks, deep to the bone. Ah! Xian Wuyuan roared. It was too shameful, too humiliating. At this moment, the physical pain was nothing compared to the mental humiliation. Xian Wuyuan was on the verge of collapsing. Coupled with his blood-soaked body, he looked extremely pitiful. The spectators were dumbfounded. What was going on? Even Xian Wuyuan was defeated. Wasn't Xian Wuyuan brimming with confidence? How could he lose so quickly and so miserably? The second slash was clearly abnormally fierce, so why was he the one who was heavily injured? For a moment, the summit of Mount Autumn Rain was completely silent. Huang Yuxiang felt as though his throat was being choked by someone and couldn't speak for a long time. Huang Shixiang, I knew it. Xian Wuyuan isn't a match for Li Fuchen. Fan Qianyu spoke straightforwardly. Huang Yuxiang's expression was extremely unpleasant and sullen at the same time. He naturally didn't have any enmity with Li Fuchen. On the contrary, they had some friendly relations right from the start. He just couldn't stand Li Fuchen's arrogance and shameless boasting. He felt that if Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu were together with him, there would be plenty of trouble. He was just doing it out of kindness. But because Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu were overly protective of Li Fuchen, he had a bad impression of Li Fuchen. He originally thought that with Xian Wuyuan's help, he would be able to wake Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu up. Who knew the final outcome would be like this? This wasn't the outcome he wanted. Opening his mouth, Huang Yuxiang couldn't say a single word. Facts speak louder than words. Perhaps only Xiao Bai would be able to suppress Li Fuchen's arrogance. Anything he said now would be slapping his own face. On the opposite side, Xiao Bai's expression was even worse than Huang Yuxiang's. This Li Fuchen was truly infuriating. He had a body full of ability, but he couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. Instead, he allowed Li Fuchen to be arrogant until now. Trash. In his heart, Xiao Bai was venting his anger on Xian Wuyuan. He felt that Xian Wuyuan was too useless. Since he wasn't a match for Li Fuchen, why was he in such a hurry to come out? He even made Xiao Bai Xian Wuyuan a favor for no reason. At the main pavilion, Ruan Qianxiu and Qin Keishi looked at each other. Now, not only was Ruan Qianxiu depressed and sullen, even Qin Keishi was feeling awkward. What was going on with this autumn rain tea party? Did she judge wrongly as well? Qin Keishi asked herself. Taking a deep breath, Qin Keishi decided not to express her opinion. She wanted to see how far this Li Fuchen could go and if she had really judged wrongly. This is really annoying. He might have some ability, but I can't stand his face. Is there anyone who can suppress his arrogance and stop him from appearing on the tournament stage? Even Xian Wuyuan was defeated. I reckon that apart from the star's ranker, there aren't many who can suppress him. Everyone was rather unhappy. After all, it didn't feel good to be slapped in the face. On the tournament stage, Xian Wuyuan was in a miserable and pitiful state. He stood there and didn't know if he should leave or continue the battle. If he continued the battle, he wouldn't even be a match for Li Fuchen when he was at his peak condition. Now that he was only left with 20% to 30% of his strength, wouldn't he be courting death if he went up? Didn't you say you want me to kneel and beg for mercy? Didn't you want to smash my mouth? I shall stand here and wait for you to make me kneel. Li Fuchen's eyes were cold and his words were piercing. Xian Wuyuan's face was filled with shame and indignation. Li Fuchen, don't go too far. I was just careless earlier. Careless? You can even come up with such an excuse. If I didn't show mercy, that counterattack earlier would have killed you 3 times. Li Fuchen sneered. Xian Wuyuan vomited blood and pointed at Li Fuchen, speechless. Li Fuchen, you are too much. Since you have already won against Xian Wuyuan, why do you have to kick him when he is down? This isn't something an expert should do. Just this point alone is enough for you to not go far on the martial Dao. On the opposite pavilion, there was an arrogant youth with long eyebrows that stood up and looked down at Li Fuchen. Who are you? Li Fuchen lifted his head and looked over. The youth laughed. Luo Qingyun. It is Luo Qingyun. A true expert is finally here. This Luo Qingyun is an elite prodigy from the Cloud Creek Sword sect. His cultivation is at the 8th level of the Earth realm. Defeating Li Fuchen is effortless. Everyone was overjoyed. The East Unicorn continent might be filled with sects, but everyone had detailed information about the elite prodigies of the various sections. Like the Azure Water sect Sword Maniac and Sword Tiger, everyone knew about them because they were the elite prodigies of the Azure Water sect. Luo Qingyun, come down and fight. Li Fuchen's information naturally included Luo Qingyun. He was ranked number 2 among the direct disciples of the Cloud Creek Sword sect. His status was similar to the Azure Water sect's Sword Tiger and was far superior to a motionless sword. In fact, it wasn't because a motionless sword Xue Feng wasn't good. As someone from the same generation as Sword Maniac and Sword Tiger, Xue Feng's innate potential wasn't inferior to the two of them. It was mainly because he had yet to enter the Star Road hidden domain, while Sword Maniac and Sword Tiger had.